jìnnà sí wọn bí sánmọ̀ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ fò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọ́n dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí olókùn ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Ṣí mi lọ́nà o mo tẹ́rí bá fàdà gbà o àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o tí o fojú ti rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọ lání ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀fọ́ gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí wórí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò sábà mọ́ àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé o dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà mọ́ láyé àwa ò ní sábà. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọ́mọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun rẹ lágbo Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò mo lórí làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò orí mi gbé mi níjà o olórí làlá bàrò làlá bàrò olórí làlá bàrò oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o àmì nílé ayé wa ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn ṣọ́wa nínú ọ̀pá wọn kìnìún ejò olóró àkekèé ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè mo máa sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o kó má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o olúwa má fi wá sílẹ̀ o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti bá àwọn ọ̀tá nílé àwọn ọ̀tá tí wọ́n rè rajọ ìbànújẹ́ ti
motar sirri da jirgin ceton kasar mu yi lodi sheshen da ta ci kwal uban yadi kankara mai can uwar uban rodi ga wani sako da kabbala wunji don wakar shi ya so ta dausaiti kudin wakar ya biya a dimminti bauchi kira ɗai suke taho wunji mu sai bola tinubu sai wunji kuma an sani kifi kifi mama remi mata 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 ku tattaba dan taka ku dan juya gaban kwaya tela na budar dangi nan mota sai ya bani mamaki direbobi dole sai da kutuki sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki ashe morewar kudi a kai banki idan za ka aje ruwa ka sai tanki ashe gona za ta so a kai taki kuna ku daban ne mata da kunan ki ku gane kuna ku kullum zabari ne sai da ku ko a ina.
Yes, that's better. You can hear me now, can you? So that's better. So that was according to the Aboki Orchestra of Nasarawa. So the Aboki Orchestra of Nasarawa, whatever it is that they just said, is exactly how it is. I'm not quite sure. Well, whatever it is they just said is exactly how it is. Good day to you. Good to be your company and all that. Oh, let me see. How my position is that better? Yes. Yeah. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we're fast into yet another weekend. I'm in a very bad mood because my team lost. I support Newcastle, as some of you may know. And again, you know, our away form 4-1 to Liverpool. So I'm not in the best of mood. So, but hopefully the streaming will cheer me up. So good day to you. Good to be your company. All that. Good day to you. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I'm inviting you to do so now. Do so. Click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please subscribe. We're after 100 new subscribers in the course of this stream, so you'll be one of them. Subscribe and then tell me that you are now just now newly subscribed. So subscribe and now tell me in the comment section that you are just now newly subscribed. It's so important. We want to hit 100,000 subscribe. Look at where we are. We're in 45,000 subscribers, and we have the ambition of 100,000 subscribers. We're hopeful that with some wind of speed, you know, with some wind behind our sails, we could hit it actually by mid-year. I'm not quite sure actually, but I'm sort of fixated on that we should hit 100,000 subscribers. So you subscribe and then get members of your family to subscribe, get your friends to subscribe, and the people that you don't like to subscribe, everybody. In fact, take your phone out tomorrow and walk down the street and make sure anybody you come across, make them go on YouTube on their phones and make them subscribe to the platform. That's exactly what you should do. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. The protocol remains the same. Have I done the protocol? Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says stream here to come and join me on the stream. Share the links as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream and say hello to me in the comment section as well. Say hello to me in the comment section. It's so important, you know. Just make me feel good that there's somebody there that wants to say hello to me. So that's about Dorian Omotinubu right there saying, hello, woman. Happy weekend to you from Nigeria. I didn't know you've gone to Nigeria, but Dorian. Hopefully you're having a wonderful time there. That's Ayo, of course, saying the Toon Army, which, of course, the team that I support. So everybody keeps saying hello in the comment section. And as I pause for breath, I'll say hello back. So let's just get started, shall we? Let's get started. Maybe I'll get into the funk of it. So we get started. We'll rattle through. There's so much to go through, but let's start off with a bit of statistics and data. How about we start off with that? A bit of statistics and data. So the data we're starting off with today, this one, good news for Nigeria, bad news for the people that want the administration of Tinubu to fall and collapse. So it's good news for Nigeria. This is a global statistic, by the way. As you can see from the source, it says world statistics there. This is just a purely data-led space. It's nothing to do with Nigeria. It's just data. They collect data and present it. It's just pure data, nothing else, no opinion attached to it. But this is the data that's been collected by this space. It says our top 10 contributors to global real GDP growth. So these are the countries actually that are growing the world, not just even their own economy, but are adding to the total net worth of the globe as we speak. So these are the top 10 countries contributing to the global growth. At the top, predictably, is China, but surprisingly, India comes second. So the growth of the world now, 26.6%, China. So it's near double the next one. So China is, as ever, for the last decade or thereabout, the propeller of economic growth in the world. So China right there at number one. Surprisingly, India comes in at number two. It surprises me, of course, because as it would surprise you, you'd expect the United States to be the second growth space. So that's not to say they are the largest economy. So of course not. China is the second largest economy. The United States, the largest economy. India is about the top 6 thereabouts. But in terms of current economic activities that is impacting on growth globally, these are the people propelling global economic growth. So at the top, as we said, is China. 26.6% of global growth is attributable to China. Number 2 is India. 17% of global growth is attributable to India. 9.9% of global growth is attributable to the United States. 3.8%. These are global growths, by the way. Like I said, it is not their economic growth within their own individual countries, but their contribution to the overall net worth of the whole world. So at number 4 is Indonesia contributing 3.8%. Turkey, where your president recently went to 2.2%, they're contributing to the global growth. But guess who is number 6 in the global growth top 10? Guess who is number 6? Your country and mine, Nigeria. So Nigeria, its contribution to the global growth is 1.5%. It matches Brazil, actually, but it comes across Brazil, not in numerical order, not in alphabetical order. So that is to say then that they've rounded Nigeria off to 1.5%, but it's marginally, just minusculely above Brazil. So Nigeria is the 6th country that is propelling global growth. So Brazil 7, as I said, Vietnam 8, Saudi Arabia. Nigeria is doing better than Saudi Arabia. Although I'm not quite sure how they're doing the percentages. They're saying Vietnam is 1.6, but they're placing it at number 8. But there it is right there, and Germany rounds it up. The United Kingdom is not even there. So that is a bit of data right there for you to reflect on. So that's a bit of data. Do you want a little bit more of data? I've got another data coming up. Let me bring this one up as well. So that's good news for Nigeria, by the way. But the enemies of the country, as ever, they will probably So I wonder how they will be able. They have this wonderful skill of being able to run anything down and make it look bad. By the time it's gone through the ringer with these people that detest the country so much, it will be the worst news ever that Nigeria is Nigeria is pushing the world to number 6, but there is hunger in the country, insecurity. Last week they kidnapped, once they've done all that, that's suddenly good news will turn into bad news. But still with statistics, wow, this is localized now. This is Nigerian data. where teenage pregnancy was highest and lowest in Nigeria. It doesn't actually give us a time scale. So it says where teenage pregnancy was highest and lowest in Nigeria, highest rate, percentage of women aged 15 to 19 who have ever been pregnant. So Kebbi State seems to be you'd expect that it will all be in the north, because as soon as a girl is 5 years old, it's fair game in the north, isn't it? A percentage of women aged 15 to 19 who have ever been pregnant, Kebbi State leads the way with 32%, Zamfara 30%, Kaduna 30%, Jigawa 29%, Bauchi 25%. So now the state with the lowest quota, or your state, my state, is the lowest. We prefer to send the girls to school rather than to send them to some old man's bedroom in your state. So only 1% of your teenagers get pregnant. Osun 2%, Lagos 3%, Ondo 3% as well, Abia 5%, Anambra 5%. So national average 15%. It says teenage pregnancy was heavily concentrated in northern Nigeria, particularly the northwest. Kebbi tops the list at 32%, more than twice the national average, with southern states report significantly low, reporting, I should say, significantly lower rates. So that is the teenage pregnancy chart right there. So from the teenage pregnancy chart, we were saying that Nigeria was the 6th most contributing countries to global growth, according to that data. And the Economist backs that up with this piece right here. Please click on like. We're not seeing numbers go up. Please keep clicking on like. Keep clicking on like and keep clicking on subscribe. We're after 100 new subscribers. We are after 100 new subscribers at the shortest possible window. So if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. The Economist, Nigeria's economy may be back from the brink. So this is a globalized space reporting. So this one, of course, this will not serve well to the opposition or come the election. And they say the economy, what is the price of food? Who cannot afford the gari? Is it the banking balance? With economy, when I went to buy yam and they told me it's 50,000 naira, and so they do all that. But according to the economists, the globalized space, the economy is definitely on the bounce back. And I think that's even the lived experience of Nigerians as well. The economists, Nigeria's economy may be back from the brink. When Nigeria returned to civilian rule in 1999, Olusegun Obasanjo, the elected president, set out to clean up the economy after years of mismanagement by military governments. Initially dismissed by critics, by the end of his second term, Mr. Obasanjo's liberal policies had tamed inflation, spurred investment, and raised annual GDP growth to around 7%. It didn't last. Over the past decade, GDP per person has fallen, yet evidence is now mounting that another stretch of golden years, as one analyst calls the period following Obasanjo's liberalization, may be on the cards. In the past 2.5 years, Bola Tinubu, who in Obasanjo's days was the governor of Lagos and was elected president in 2023, has been enacting his own set of structural reforms as he gets up to run for a second term in, this is from The Economist, by the way, which I think is a British-based news platform. In the past 2.5 years, Bola Tinubu, who in Obasanjo's days was the governor of Lagos State, was elected president in 2023, has been enacting his own set of structural reforms as he gets up to run for a second term in 2027. They may be starting to pay off. It is difficult to overstate the mess Mr. Tinubu inherited. When he took office in 2023, the country's central bank had $7 billion, equivalent of 1.4% of the GDP at the time, in obligations it could not meet, prompting international investors to flee en masse. The bank's credibility had been dented by a reckless loose monetary policy, its mismanagement of dwindling foreign exchange reserves, and efforts to maintain an unsustainable tiered exchange rate system. In 2022 alone, the cash-strapped government spent $10 billion, equivalent of 2.2% of the GDP, on a ruinous fuel subsidy. To fix things, Mr. Tinubu's government got on with a package of drastic structural reforms. It abolished the fuel subsidy and abandoned that multi-tiered system of dollar-pegged exchange rates, largely allowing the naira to float. The central bank aggressively tightened monetary policy to curb the resulting bout of inflation. The government also moved to improve security in the Niger Delta and offered a range of tax incentives to investors to boost dwindling oil production. Nearly 3 years on, Nigeria's 230 million people, I wonder how they get these figures. They tell us our figures are 215, 200 and this, 200 and that. What the last time we did, was it Obasanjo that did the last census in Nigeria? So it's just they're extrapolating and projecting. We don't actually have actual data that tells us how many people we have in that country. So it's a guesstimation. Nearly 3 years on, Nigeria's 230 million people, especially the poor and the middle class, are still reeling from increases in fuel and food prices. Poverty has risen, but it looks as though Mr. Tinubu's bitter medicine is helping. The annual inflation rate, which hit a nearly 30-year high of 34.8% in December, fell to 15.2% in December 2025. Our growth is returning. The IMF expects the economy to expand by 4.4% following two steep devaluations. Anyway, it goes on to chart through. I'm not going to read through all of it, but the upshot of it is that the economy is on an upturn, much to the chagrin of the people that want the country to fail. So all of the things are pulling together then as we cascade very quickly towards the election. So we go on from that to another one, 2027, inside the fierce succession struggle brewing in 10 states. So there are about 10 state governors that are completing their second term now, and it looks as though then who succeeds them might well be a matter of some deft moving in their political cycle. I'm not going to run through all the whole readout. I'll just give you the states in question. So yes, let's see. Where are we? It says with barely 1 year until the 2027 general election, real political battles in 10 Nigerian states have already begun, not at the polling units, but deep within party structures, where power, loyalty, and legacy are being negotiated behind closed doors. These states, governed by second-term governors, are constitutionally barred from seeking re-election, are fast becoming theaters of intense succession warfare. Across political lines, the question is no longer whether succession battles will erupt, but how violently they will reshape political alliances. So from the east, west, north central, and northeast, outgoing governors are scrambling to impose loyal successors, whilst ambitious political actors are mobilizing grassroots networks to resist what they describe as elite consensus politics. The result is a combustible mixture of godfatherism, rebellion, and silent realignment that could redefine outcomes in 2027. Lagos. So Lagos, of course, are the central piece. Well, I think we're going to do a piece on Lagos actually fairly soon to look at the runners and riders. Maybe we dedicate a whole session to Lagos just to look at the runners and riders in Lagos State. So it says Lagos continuity versus establishment. So it says in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is approaching the end of his second term under the long shadow of the state's entrenched political structure. The contest here is less about party change and more about who inherits control within the ruling All Progressive Congress APC hierarchy. So what that tells us already is that there's unlikely, and we all already know anyway, the most sure thing is that APC, Lagos State, APC wins Lagos State. But the least sure thing, though, is who they present. So the governorship election for Lagos State ends at the Lagos State primaries. Once they've elected their candidate, then we already know who the next governor of Lagos State will be. In Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu is approaching the end of his second term under the long shadow of the state's entrenched political structure. The contest here is less about party change and more about who inherits control within the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Emerging factions are aligning around aspirants believed to enjoy the confidence of the party's dominant leadership bloc, whilst others, including technocrats, lawmakers, and younger politicians, are quietly pushing for a departure from recycled political figures. The battle line, are they giving us names? The battle lines are subtle but firm. The loyalty to the party's establishment are competing against growing calls for a generational shift. So it's not a matter of generational shift now, because Sanwo-Olu is a fairly young guy. I think for Sanwo-Olu, it's around about 60, 62, thereabout. So that's relative within the age bracket, with the median age of the Nigerian politician. So Sanwo-Olu is a relatively young guy. So it's not even, there's not a unless you want a 20-year-old in charge of Lagos State, which will never happen. So it's a younger person, and the person that will come in to replace Sanwo-Olu will still be around about 54 thereabout, which is still broadly the right age for Lagos State. So I'm not quite sure what the call for a generational shift means. The battle lines are subtle but firm. With loyalty to the party establishment, competing against growing calls for a generational shift. Amongst the names already making waves in political spaces are set to include Seyi Tinubu, son of President Bola Tinubu, Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff to the President, and former Speaker of the House of Representatives, as well as Mudashiru Obasa, Speaker of the Lagos State House, and the former Governor Ambode. So I'm not quite sure. You know, I think Ambode is an acceptable name, but I'm not quite sure that Seyi Tinubu has done anything in life that qualifies him to be governor of Lagos State, and I'm not quite sure that people will accept Femi Gbajabiamila, and certainly Obasa is a non-starter. There's absolutely no chance of that. So that's Lagos State right there. So Oyo State also up for contention. Makinde's grip faces internal PDP pushback. I don't actually think Makinde will succeed himself. I think APC will be taking Oyo State in the next cycle. So that's Makinde right there. Who are the runners and riders? Let's see. We just go through the names. It says it remains unclear whether he has secured the back. Okay, let's see who is let's see who the players are. It says in Oyo State, Governor Seyi Makinde remains the undisputed power center of the PDP. His dominance of the party structures positions him to play the role of kingmaker, but cracks are emerging. Party chieftains, former appointees, and federal lawmakers are increasingly uneasy about the possibility of an imposed successor. whilst Makinde's camp favors continuation with candidates drawn from his inner circle, rival factions argue that the PDP risks internal revolt if broad consultations are ignored. There are high expectations amongst the people of Oyo State regarding who governors. So, who are the names? Makinde, yes. Some politicians within the PDP and other political parties have declared interest in becoming the chief executive of the Agodi government house. One of the aspirants on the PDP platform, Hazim Bolaromi, so that's the name in contention, a former deputy governor. So he's there. So anyway, so Sheikh Makinde is up. Abdul Razak of Kwara State, he's up as well. So the battle for succession there as well. Uzodinma. So I don't think quite Uzodinma is 2027. It's an off-cycle election. But Uzodinma of Imo State is up as well. Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State is up as well, because he's in a second term too. But I think they may well be losing that state to PDP because he's governed it so badly. Adamawa, which is Atiku Abubakar State, Fintiri, the governor who fought Binani, that woman, to the bitter end to retain his post, he's up as well. Gombe, APC's quiet civil war, so Gombe is up as well. Nasarawa with Abdullahi Sule, it's up as well. Borno State, Babagana Zulum, I think Shetima will be picking the next governor of that state because, of course, Shetima picked Zulum, who has done a relatively decent job, a lot of people report. Mia Malabuni, I do remember Mia Malabuni, who was it was once upon a time the chairman of the APC as well as the governor of Yobe State. Do you remember him? He's quite a criminal. He was the one that was bribing Buhari with gold bullions the last time. Succession politics in Yobe is discreet but active. Names circulating include Ahmed Lawan, Ibrahim Bomia, Musa Kalus, Baba Wali, and others. So that's that. So those are the states of contention, and those are the runners and riders there. Let's go from there to the other one. So the family of the coup plotters, the ones that were going to slaughter everybody in order to take over government, the family of the coup plotters, they are now begging for leniency. Can you imagine that? They were going to shoot everybody according to they were going to wipe everybody out according to the reports we're getting about that coup. But now their family begging for leniency. Coup. Families of accused officers seek leniency. So they are not even pleading their innocence, they're seeking leniency. Family members of the 16 detained military officers who were accused of being involved in the plot to overthrow President Bola Tinubu are calling on the presidency and other authorities for leniency for their relatives. The family members, it was gathered, are reaching out to top political and government functionaries at the seat of power to prevail on the president to temper justice with mercy. Correspondents had exclusively reported that no fewer than 16 military officers were said to have been indicted in a report submitted to the president after the coup plot. The officers, according to retired senior military officers, are waiting court-martial. So, in an exclusive interview with correspondents, a family member of one of the majors said they had explored different options, including political solutions to resolve the issue. We know the offense is grave, considering the military laws and laws of the land, but these people are our loved ones. We cannot afford to lose them. So you cannot afford to lose them, but can the Shetima family afford to lose Kashim? Can the Akpabio family, can the Abbas family? So all these people that your loved ones were going to slaughter, are their loved ones Are they able to afford to lose them? It's just a daft thing, you know. You buy the you take the action and then you get the consequences. And is that not how life works? Uh, we know the offense is grave considering the military law and laws of the land, but these people are loved ones. We cannot afford to lose them. In fact, they are breadwinners to their respective families. We want to use this medium to appeal to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, to temper justice with mercy. He's our father, he's the father of the nation. We beg him to show mercy to them. We are not saying they shouldn't be punished, but we don't want their death now, he said. Another family member who also spoke anonymously said they were shocked hearing that their sons were detained over a coup plot. He said, initially we thought they were detained unjustly, but with what we're hearing, all we need now is to appeal to the Nigerian people. Their president, forgive our sons. They are Nigerians, forgive them. If not for anything, the children of some of them are still young. Please forgive. We believe they must have learned their we believe they must have learned their lesson. Imagine that. It's like they stole sweet. The way they are saying it, it's like they stole sweet. On his part, a security expert, Abdullah Gaba, called for fair and open trial of the detained officer by the military echelon. There is a need for open and fair trial of these people so that it would not look like victimization, because most of them hail from one part of the country. So if they hail from one part of the country, they are allowed to plot coups and get away with it. A bloody coup. They are allowed to set out to murder the president and the and all of the top government functionaries. They are allowed to do that, but then when they get caught, because they are from one part of the country, they should be allowed to get away with it. Meanwhile, Major Bashir Gama, retired, who was part of the 1983 coup, described coup plot as a risky venture, saying, it's a risky venture. There is no job that doesn't have its occupational hazard. We were lucky. We did it and it went through. That was December 31st, 1983. We are the people who partook in the takeover machine of the government in Kaduna. I was an army captain. So he goes on to tell us about his own coup exploits. So there it is right there. They are begging for mercy. I'm not quite sure if they should be merciful towards them. But I did see, yes, this is the chief of defense staff that is telling us that they will, it says government will look after families of suspected coupists. This is the defense minister. So look after their families to tell you then that they are condemned to death, isn't it? Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, has assured that the federal government will ensure the family of the military officers indicted in the alleged coup attempt against President Tinubu were treated fairly and not abandoned. In an interview with a Turkish TV, Musa said whilst the accused officers will face due process through a military court-martial, the government remained mindful of the welfare of their dependents. Everyone knows the repercussion when you take such actions. So I am sure they have made up their minds, the minister said. They must have considered their families. But the truth is that even at the top levels of the armed forces, the government is ensuring that their families are treated fairly. So they know the repercussions. We all know the repercussions of coup plotting. He explained that the officers linked to the plot will undergo court-martial proceedings as provided by the military law and will be given the opportunity to defend themselves. The announcement just came out, so they are going to face court-martial as usual. The court-martial will be free and fair. They will be allowed to get their own counsel to defend them, Musa said. The minister added that the welfare of the officer's family remains a priority for the government. The family members are not left alone. The government is also making sure that at least they are taken care of. The wives and children need to be looked after, he said. So they're just sticking it over till after the elections, and then they will AK-47 all of them I think Nigerians demand no less. If you plot a coup, then you pay the price. It's just as simple as that. Let's go on from that to the next one. Yes, Hassan, hop on. I see you there. Hop on. Come tell me why they should face Barbage. But they are telling us that because they are northerners, they should be allowed to plot coup and get away with it. That's what's been said there. Let's go to this one. Ranking Africa's top 10 defense spenders versus their military strength in 2026. So we just go through the tabularized list. I suspect that Nigeria will be one of the top most. It says top 10 African military budget versus military strength. So Angola actually spends a lot. Angola is the biggest spender, but their military. Of one of the countries I was expecting, I wasn't expecting to see Angola as the biggest spender. How can Angola? Do they even have any money in Angola for them to be spending on the military? Let's see. Does he give us anything? So Angola spends. I'm not quite sure how many billions is that. Maybe 31 billion thereabout. But their military strength is fourth in Africa. Algeria about 25 billion. Their military strength is the second in Africa. Morocco 16 billion. They are third in terms of their military strength. Egypt, they spend is it 51 billion? I can't quite read the figures. So that they're the strongest in Africa. They've always been the strongest in Africa. Burkina Faso is number 10. Nigeria is the fifth strongest army in Africa with a budget of about near $40 billion. Ethiopia number 6. South Africa number 7, Tunisia. I'm not quite sure that where is this coming from? This is from Business Insider. I'm not quite sure I want to agree with that. But let's go now. This is now the headline page. Obi ticket 2027. Obi ticket doubt stall Kwankwaso's move to ADC. So this is what inspired the headline. The national leader of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwankwaso, is delaying his defection to the African Democratic Congress months after engaging with the party leaders due to lack of assurance that former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi will secure the party's presidential ticket. Correspondents gather. So, this is the last window of opportunity for Kwankwaso in terms of political relevance. So now, do you remember once upon a time in the last cycle of election 2023, when Obi was cutting Kwankwaso and Kwankwaso was saying that Obi is too small to even speak to him, that Obi can only be his deputy because he's too big to be Obi's deputy. But Kwankwaso's political future now, it hinges on Peter Obi getting a ticket and him then being the deputy. So that's how things have turned around now. And that's the last window for Kwankwaso, an unfeasible one, but nevertheless the last window for Kwankwaso. The national leader of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwankwaso, is delaying his defection to the African Democratic Congress months after engaging with the party leaders due to lack of assurance that former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi will secure the party's presidential ticket. Highly credible sources within the Kwankwasia movement, the political group of the Kano State Governor, and the ADC told correspondents that Kwankwaso's defection was largely dependent on the arrangement. So Peter Obi gets the ticket, Kwankwaso gets the deputy. That's the combination that Obasanjo is pushing for. There's currently a proposed alliance between Obi and Kwankwaso for a joint 2027 presidential ticket under the ADC. According to top politicians familiar with the process, the plan was forged by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Correspondents learned that a 3-man committee set up by the ADC to interface with political bigwigs willing to join the party had met with Kwankwaso through a committee he also put in place. A principal official of the ADC told correspondents that the two committees met a few days ago in Abuja to finalize Kwankwaso's defection. So all of the permutation permutates that Kwankwaso joins the ADC because there is no other permutation in play outside of Kwankwaso joining the hold on. So there's no other permutation in play outside of Kwankwaso joining the ADC. The APC is shut him out completely. They've taken his golden boy and they've moved him to their party. So he feels somewhat vulnerable and he feels aggrieved. And if you look at the language coming out of Kwankwaso over the last week, 10 days, is the language of bitterness, the language of aggression, the language of somebody that feels he's been hard done by. So it's a language of somebody looking for vengeance. And the vengeance comes via him being able to kick Tinubu out of office. And the only possibility is to go with the ADC. But for him to go to the ADC, he can only really go where his relevance would impact, either at a presidential ticket level, which he knows is unlikely to get, or as a vice president. So for him now to be a vice president, Peter Obi necessarily has to get that ticket because Atiku cannot get the ticket and then Kwankwaso is the deputy. Is an unfeasible and unworkable and an unbalanced sort of a ticket. So all of Kwankwaso's political future, it now rests on the tenuous possibility of Peter Obi getting the ADC ticket. So we're seeing now the end of Kwankwaso's journey in politics because it's an untenable and unfeasible proposition for Obi to get the ADC ticket. The only other possibility is Obi and Kwankwaso packing their ambitions in another party. And anybody that knows politics knows that ADC is not Obi's final bus stop. Obi will still be leaving the ADC. It will go back to the Labour Party because now that the space has been sanitized, he will use that as an excuse to go back to the Labour Party. So he will go back to the Labour Party and Kwankwaso will go and join them for one last hurrah. So that's that. Let's take it from the top again, actually. And then this time we go at speed. 2027, Obi ticket doubt stall Kwankwaso's move to ADC. The national leader of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwankwaso, is delaying his defection to the African Democratic Congress months after engaging with the party leaders due to lack of assurance that former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi will secure the party's presidential ticket, correspondents gather. Highly credible sources within the Kwankwaso movement, the political group of the former Kano State Governor and the ADC told correspondents that Kwankwaso's defection is largely dependent on the arrangement. There is currently a proposed alliance between Obi and Kwankwaso for a joint 2027 presidential ticket under the ADC. According to top politicians familiar with the process, the plan was forged by former President Olusegun Obasanjo. Correspondents learned that a 3-man committee set up by the ADC to interface with political bigwigs willing to join the party had met with Kwankwaso through a committee he also put in place. A principal official of the ADC told correspondents that the two committees met a few days ago in Abuja to finalize Kwankwaso's defection. According to the official, no final decision was taken due to unresolved issues at the meeting. He, however, said both parties would reach a strong conclusion within a week or two. We're closing in on Kwankwaso and we will be happy to receive him. Our committee and his met a few days ago and they will meet next week to take maybe a strong decision and reach a strong conclusion. We are still engaging, though there are some unresolved issues, he added. An insider in the Kwankwaso camp acknowledged the meeting, but said the former governor might not defect anytime soon. He disclosed that some northern leaders and Obasanjo had cautioned Kwankwaso against rushing to the ADC. The loyalist added that the leaders specifically warned Kwankwaso not to defect until there was an assurance that Obi will receive the presidential ticket, the source said. Many things are playing out, and some northern leaders and Obasanjo are advising RMK Kwankwaso on his defection. As it is, it seems Kwankwaso is the bargaining strength for Peter Obi to get the presidential ticket in the ADC, and the card must be carefully played. Currently, ADC leaders are mounting pressure on RMK to join the party. Of course, he's interested, but we don't want to play into the hands of some people rooting for Atiku's presidency who have almost taken over the party. The picture we are seeing from outside is that Obi was lured into the party, and we don't want to fall into that trap. The game ahead is that Obi will participate in the ADC primary, and after losing to Atiku, he will be persuaded to take the VP slot. How far he wants to go on that, we don't know. He noted that Obi and Kwankwaso's camp had met with some key national leaders to galvanize support for the ex-Anambra governor's presidential ambition. The NNPP chieftain disclosed that without the conclusion of wider consultations, the defection might not take place. We are committed to seeing the South complete its 8 years, which is only possible with Peter Obi's presidency. People like Baba, Ota, Obasanjo also believe in that, and it is in that line that Kwankwaso can have a chance to contest the 2031 presidential election. So this is Kwankwaso. It's just desperate politics now. So that's Kwankwaso now, who has now he surrendered himself to the reality of where he finds himself. So this is the last one now. So I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to come in. It says see top 10 road projects getting massive funding. So Nigeria is a construction. I'm not quite sure what the change will actually be if we have a change in government. There's so much going on within that country that is progressive. So why would you want to change that is the question. Dualization of Kano Maiduguri Road Section 1. That's a 13 billion naira project. I'll just give you the headlines and then we'll leave it at that. What else? There's another one in the north, which is in Jos. So that one is a 14 billion naira project. I'm just going to give you just where they are. I'll probably keep this one later when the usual suspects are saying what has Tinubu done. Where is all the money from the subsidy? What is paying for all this other than the money from the subsidy? If this thing is not moving quick enough, I'll just abandon it. All right. I think I'll just leave that. Let me send the link again. Anybody wants to come make some unnecessary noise. If you are not already subscribed, please do. Where is the link? I thought I saw Bishop here just now. Bishop, did you leave? I thought I was going to kick it off with Bishop. Let me send the link again. We see Wagwan. All right. I really want to go through this list, but the hyperlink is not hyperlinking. All right. Let me just play you the Kegite music then, and then we'll see if we can tease somebody in to come and discuss some of these things.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Water, 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 water.
Holy water, where is he, ma?
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikuko Neruwa Gweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba. Bishop, if you're there, come back. You were there for quite a while and then you dropped. It's been a while since we heard from you. Come back, Bishop, if you're still there. If you can still hear us and you still have the time, come join us. So that's Baba right there. And here is a new name. It's not a new name. It's a sign up to mischief. That's a sign right there. Larry's in the house. That's Wall Pace right there. And the elegant AY. So that's AY right there as well. So good to have you, gentlemen. Thank you for joining. Gentlemen, let's do a quick 5-7 minutes whip round. So everybody gets to speak fairly quickly. Start it off, kick it off with Baba. Baba, it looks as though humble pie seems to be the dish that Kwankwaso is being forced to eat now.
Yes, good evening, women. And co-panelists, I salute you all. World peace. How are my girls? I hope they are all doing fine.
They are fine. We are great, Oga.
We thank God. I salute all our favorites in the commentariat. Chi is there, Abby, and a host of others. I can't readily remember the name now. Let me lend my voice to the call for Bishop. Bishop, please, show face.
It was here all the way through the readout, and
we are in silly season again. So join and let's all be revel in silliness. You see, this what they are trying to do actually. Something actually projected by OBJ has been going around everywhere. They want to stack ADC with powerful figures in states. When I mean powerful figures, like Donald Duke from Cross River.
He joined yesterday.
Yeah, he joined yesterday. The thing they are trying to do is that the delegates from those states, those people they still hold sway in their states. So they will lead the delegates from their states to the primary. That's what their OBJ is proposing. So that's the way they think they can beat Atiku. But they forget that this is a human thing. Because the delegates will be nothing less than 5,000. 5,000 delegates. Okay, they have, if they have Kanu by bringing Kwankwaso, he will bring Kanu. Donald Duke will bring in his own. Aregbesola will bring his own, and so on and so forth. Fine, but the game, if they look back to what happened to Wike in 2023, they will know it won't work. It's about human nature. and greed. And greed. Because we can spend money. $30,000 each to each delegates. And by number of the delegates he got, I think he spent about $7 million plus to the pockets of the delegates alone. But he lost. He lost. Just how did he lose? Of course, the delegates Tambua brought a pass which he has promised to Wike, for which Wike has paid. They were directed last minute to vote for Atiku. So if you see Wike still beefing up till tomorrow, it's painful. Something he thought he got in the bag already. And what the Tambua user is excuse, say, well, he cannot refuse Atiku because he is his own Fulani man. Yes, quote me, that's what he said. Say he cannot leave Atiku, his own Fulani man, and then go back Wike. So it contributed to the height of the bitterness Wike is still exhibiting until tomorrow. So, and that's the same thing they want to bring. They forget that these delegates, if they contribute money and they give them 10,000, Atiku and his people will produce another 30, 40,000. And those delegates, most of them are not like rich people. They are people like in the localities of their local government, in their states. Some of them needs money. Some of them are farmers. Some of them are bicycle repairers. So you want to give them, and they think that's the only time they can make money from these politicians because they may never see them again. So it's going to be votes to the highest bidder. And since it's the last throw of the dice for Abubakar Atiku, there is nothing. You think a man of his status, of his standing, will allow his last throw of the dice not to reach 6? You
But
mean?
Baba, is it not a case of how hard the mighty falling that the political future of Rabiu Kwankwaso is now dependent on Peter Obi getting a ticket or not? This was the guy that was mocking Peter Obi barely 3 years ago now.
You see, what's the word now? Pride goes before a fall. It's in the Bible, the good book. I mean, this was a man who turned down that opportunity in 2023. They were practically begging him, and he was riding a high horse, saying, "Oh, it will be degrading for him to be Obi's running mate."
Baba, do you think Kwankwaso overestimates his political worth? He only controls one state now, and he's throwing Agbada all over the place as though he carries more than he seems he carries.
It's a strange thing. You see, a human being, I don't know how some people will overrate themselves. Don't you look in the mirror? Don't you have pen and paper? Don't you make the calculation? Don't you have history to guide you? The whole presidential votes he got was under a little bit under 1.5 million totally, out of which 900,000 plus of that came from Kano alone. So outside Kano, you got just about 500,000 votes. You got just about 500,000 votes. So what's your way to presidency? You don't have a way. You don't have a way to the presidency. Now you are eating the humble pie, which is not very, very palatable in your mouth. And now they've cornered you to say, okay, let's go. ride roughshod on the people in ADC. If Obi can get the ticket, then you will be Obi's VP. Fair game. But will Obi get the ticket? That is the big question. So the thing, like we're saying, is that I think Obi may not primary. If
Do
Obi,
you see a scenario, because it could play out that Atiku could punk both Kwankwaso and Peter Obi, but do you see a scenario where the two of them move still from that ADC, maybe back to Labour Party, now that the courts have given Labour Party to the Obi faction? Do you see a scenario where the two of them move to another party and run a ticket together?
that may as well happen. And if that happens, it's like, I don't know what we say, because it's 2023 all over again. There is no way LP fielding Obi and Kwankwaso and Atiku on the ADC train will beat an Asiwaju. It's not going to happen. It cannot happen, because they will divide their votes. The votes will be divided. So it's a very strange thing. And if they think, by 11 p.m. in the night, we will have the result. If they pair like that, because the odd is stacked against them already. Because if Obi, let's say peradventure, Obi wins the ticket of ADC, and he picks a Tambua or a Kwankwaso as his VP. The key thing there is, and I challenge Hassan to tell me it's not possible. The key thing there is, the North will not risk it and vote for Obi. Because they've said it already. What they said it openly. They will go back inside, lock the door, and still talk to themselves in the North. That is the Muslim North, because that's what we hear from Hanatu, Musawa, from all the North now, because they separated the North themselves. They make the mistake. I hear it clearly. Hanatu was referring to Muslim North. And a host of others I've listened to in the last few days, I hear only Muslim North, Muslim North, Muslim North. They will not vote for Obi, because they will not risk another 8 years out of power. Because let's face it, I don't deceive myself about myself. If Obi grabbed that power, he will spend 8 years. Nothing will remove him. Let me yield for others to come in, please.
All right, brilliant opening salvo from Baba. So Baba, stay with us. I still want to hear about the bounce in the Nigerian economy and all of those good news, that much to the chagrin of the opposition, no doubt. But with your permission, everyone, let me go to Bishop, because he's been away for so long, and we want to tease him back into the fold as we build up to the election. So, Bishop, we're doing our 5 minutes opening monologues just to the conversation. The Kwankwaso Obi ticket seems to be the one favored by the permutators that are permutating for ADC. But how feasible is it, Bishop? It's been so long, you don't know how to.
Okay,
there.
good. No,
Bishop, Happy New Year.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everybody. God bless God. Good evening, Sas. Good evening, everyone on the platform this evening. I think my position, and Happy New Year to everyone. I think my position is not too different from the position of the last speaker. So probably I will not just waste time. Unfortunately, there is no pathway for Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso has played his card. He has only one tooth, and that tooth has been broken. A coin, there's nothing for him to bargain. It's just let go. What do you call it? Is what he has left. Dice it whichever way, front, back, center. Kwankwaso has one pathway. And the unfortunate aspect is that I don't know how Peter Obi can wiggle his way into the heart of the core north. he needs the vote. He's not in total control of the middle belt. I mean, the Christian, Muslim ticket, what do they call it now? That happened the last time. It's not likely to happen again. But we like deceiving ourselves. So, I mean, we are people of faith. We can pray it through and see how it happens. But in reality, realistically speaking, there's no pathway for Kwankwaso. And it's a shame. It's a shame that Kwankwaso is becoming so desperate that he will want to walk back on what he said before, and that is not feasible. So I would not want to be doing the analysis, because exactly what the last speaker said is my thought, my thinking about, is he going to have a say if he wants to work with if he wants to go with Peter Obi? Is he going to work? No. The answer is no. Even if he works with Obi, are they going to achieve anything? I don't think so. I don't think we're able to achieve anything with Peter Obi. So there's no pathway for him. And
Do you think Tinubu will actually Bishop? Do you think Tinubu will actually prefer that ticket, because it's an easier ticket for him to contend against than an Obi Atiku ticket? It's easier for him to destroy Obi Kwankwaso than Atiku Obi.
There's no ticket that is not easy for. Sorry, 1 second. There's no ticket that is not easy for Tinubu to. The other tickets are no match. The Tinubu, the Peter Obi Atiku ticket is going to be self-destruct, because a lot of Peter Obi supporters will not come back. Will not want to, out of ego, to come back and swallow their vomit about Peter Obi being a deputy to Atiku. They've called all manner of names. They've bullied Atiku, they've insulted him, they've disparaged him, they've, all manner of things. So I don't see. So he's going to lose whichever way. One loss may be big than the other. Say, okay, well, if you go this route, if you go this route, but there's no ticket that Tinubu is not going to beat. The Tinubu that was half weakened in 2023, even from within his own party, even from the presidency, and every state apparatus was used to fight him, is now in charge. That is not speaking, that is not talking every time, that is not making incendiary and disparaging posts, does not mean that he's not working. Anybody that sees what happened in Rivers State 2 days ago or yesterday, we know that Tinubu is not just lying low. It's not just, might not be talking, but with that, if what's his name? Wiki was able to pull that through in Rivers State, and I'm hearing exactly what happened with people on ground in Rivers State. Most unlikely people joined in that parade. If you want to undermine that, you are doing so at your own peril. And that's why I openly challenge what's this name? The secretary of the APC. If he is very sure for him, let him try and pull the same thing that Wiki pulled in Rivers. Let him pull it in Osun. Let him pull it in Osun, and let's see how it goes. But a lot is.
What happened in Rivers? Did Wike have his rally for Tinubu? The one that.
You need to see that rally. I don't need to. I don't need to explain it. You need to see that rally. It was massive. So it was massive. That rally was massive. I don't know if anybody can corroborate. So don't let me just. My 5 minutes is already just 1 minute more. So the fact of the matter is that, yes, I agree with what the last speaker said, and there's no pathway for Kwankwaso. So I'm just ashamed. I thought he was a man of principle, that he was going to stick to his guns and maintain his standard. Look, sink or float. That's what I believe. But now, gropping, he has only one state, and that state has been effectively taken away from him. I can assure you, between Barau, Ganduje, and the governor, and what's the other former governor's name? Shekarau. They are going to split it, maybe 20%.
It's Shekarau with Tinubu.
It's not with, but it's not with ADC. It's not with PDP. So whichever way you are saying it, a lot of things are going on underground. A lot of things are going on underground. So what I'm saying effectively is that Kanu is going to be split into pieces. So there's nobody. The other guy, what's this young man's name that was in House of Rep before? this guy that they expelled, and he now went to APC. The man went with more than 25 chairmen of the local government, almost all the House of Assembly members. I mean, he knows, I mean, the government I'm talking about. Jibri too has moved, and he moved silently. All this local government and this federal constituency, quite a number of people spoke with him. He was able to realign with Barrow, and they say they are forming a formidable force. If we are going to win, it's going to be like 50-50 something. So Kwankwaso is not in absolute control of the Kanu politics the way it used to be. So then what's he bringing to the table? He's just begging to be made a deputy. Even if they make him the deputy of Peter Obi, what value is he going to add outside of Kanu? So, I mean, I think his ambition is being effectively paid to. And people that are still undermining Tinubu's influence in the Northwest, they are doing so at their own peril. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us for as long as you can, Bishop. I can see you are doing something in the background, but stay with us because your voice has been missed, and we need to build the voices back up in the build up to the elections. We continue with the 5 minutes. We take it in the direction of our AY. We pull him away from Chioma, who is toasting in the comment section. So
I don't know.
Chioma this Chioma. You know Chioma. Do you have the budget for Chioma? She's very expensive. You have the budget.
Chioma, now while again, no mind now.
All right, floor is yours.
Everyone, yeah, good discussion so far. As regard Kwankwaso, at this point, I think if I were Kwankwaso, I would just start by and just be watching what is going to happen. This is what I'm going to do because, as the last speaker just rightly said, I don't, where Kwankwaso can still pull his weight in Kano politics, though direct him, that's what I'm going to say, because the Talakawas, they are still with Kwankwaso. But one thing I'm still waiting to see, I still feel in some way they are playing games. Kwankwaso, the governor, I still feel they are playing games. But I'm still watching that space until I'm really convinced. But if this is not really a game, Kwankwaso can actually he still have a lot of power in Kano. This is the honest truth. You don't underrate him. But this will not affect Tinubu election in Kano. I don't think so. I think what you are going to see in the presidential election, probably Tinubu will still have at least, in my estimation, 40% of the vote in Kano. I think this will happen because with the combination of the state governor, the Gaduje, and other APC leaders, almost a lot of the political leaders in Kano now, they are in APC. So this is a problem. I know the Talakawas can still follow him, but I know the governor is going to return because the fight is going to be too much for Kwankwaso. These guys are going to bully him. I'm pretty sure like APC can easily get Shekarau to join them with what is going on, or he moved to ADC. But if Kwankwaso is going to go to ADC, I'm not sure. I feel except they really promise him, okay, we are giving you the vice presidential ticket. The other question is, even if you have the vice presidential ticket, then what? You see, with Peter Obi, except Peter Obi is going to move back to Labour Party, or with the success of Nanedi Usman in the court. I think they are going to Supreme or Appeal Court right now. If that remain, Nanedi Usman, if she remain as the chairman of the Labour Party, I feel Kwankwaso might return back to Labour. I say Kwankwaso, Peter Obi might return back to Labour Party. Will be disappointed
If
to
it doesn't
actually.
if it doesn't return to Labour Party, it won't be on the ballot now. That is as simple as
It will
that.
be exactly. So. I mean, Peter Obi is experienced, but I also have this personal belief that before Peter Obi moved to ADC, there have been some sort of discussion, some sort of agreement. I will think in the line of he accepted to be VP. This is my own personal opinion because there is no way, even Peter Obi knows that there is no way Peter Obi can have the ADC ticket without the approval of Atiku. Maybe Atiku is going to withdraw and say, you know what, carry on. I don't see how he's going to get that ticket. So we are going to watch this space very keenly. It's just that I don't know, it's also advising Peter Obi. Maybe anybody can counter this point. My calculation, I think it's actually easier for Peter Obi, if you want to be president, to remain in Labour Party or remain in any other party and let Atiku be on the ballot. It can be easier. It can also be difficult, but Peter Obi will have more sources when he study alone and let Atiku be on the ballot. Because
You
what
know
I'm saying
within the
that,
AD, you know within the ADC, Peter Obi also cannot control the narrative. You know in the Labour Party is a big fish in a small pond, but in the ADC is a medium-sized fish in a big ocean full of sharks and whales. Peter Obi cannot run the roost now. It cannot be. They will have to edit him. He have to edit himself. They will control his narrative. They will give him instructions. You know, I don't think. I don't
yeah,
think it will fail. It's not.
not,
It will end in tears anyway. That's just what it looks like.
not
Yeah.
only that, the way I'm looking at it, right? What I'm saying, if you have three of them, Peter Obi might have more sources than allow Peter Obi and Tinubu to contest alone. I feel Peter Obi and Tinubu contest alone, you have two major parties. That election is going to be easier for Tinubu to win than Peter Obi, Kwankwaso, Peter Obi, Atiku, Tinubu be on the ballot. Because the way I'm looking at it is, if that happen, Atiku will always divide the vote in the north. Because on the other hand, if Peter Obi and Tinubu are standing alone, the populated north, the deep north, they are gonna vote for Tinubu, in my opinion. Then that's gonna be like advantage to Tinubu. Then this we still have a long way to go. To be honest, I think anybody that will make any mistake is gonna cost him so dearly. The issue of the vice president, I have said, don't touch that ticket. Anybody that know Tinubu, if I thought Tinubu is touching that ticket, he needs to be super careful. He needs to talk to all the stakeholders in the north and make sure they are on board. Even Shetima himself is on board. If he decide to make mistake, they are going to punish him. Because especially if Atiku is on the ballot. So I think this is where Tinubu needs to be very, very careful because I think right now there are a lot of undecided voters in Nigeria. They can go anyway. So we need to be very careful. Tinubu needs to be very careful as regard to that. Then Then the Kwankwaso team is a space we need to watch. We see what will happen in Kano, but I think it's gonna be very hard fight for Kwankwaso to take over Kano again. This is my own personal opinion.
All right, Brendan. I can hear tiredness in your voice. You've had a long day, have you?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, All right, stay with us for as long as we can stay awake. Let's go from you to Larry as we move through the panel quickly so that everybody documents. Larry, War Peace, Hassan, Rational Mind. Larry, floor is yours. It's just with the permutations continue to permutate, but what are you making of it? This is a project being pushed by Obasanjo, by the way, and Obi Kwankwaso ticket. Can you imagine that?
Well, man, good evening. How are you?
I'm good. Good to have you here.
Yeah. So basically, I think this should not be a surprise. I think we've discussed about Kwankwaso before this time, and we all agree that the problem of Kwankwaso is greed, and that greed is basically pushing him into extinction. A lot of people do not really know what Abba Yusuf passed through. Kwankwaso basically took over everything. And a lot of people think, oh, Kwankwaso is that popular, Kwankwaso has everything. No, that's not it. The popularity that Kwankwaso had in 2023 was because of how APC ran Kano. Majority of the people that supported Kwankwaso in Kano, the grassroots people, politicians, were people that were aggrieved in APC. At least I know one or two of them that I know that are very strong. Number one, Honorable Jobe, very strong. In 2023, Ganduje deprived a lot of people in APC tickets. And a lot of them, because of that, left APC for NNPP. And now a lot of them are back. Have you been able to look at it? How the governor have been able to take over the whole House of Assembly? Kwankwaso actually obviously had his loyalists. But the loyalists basically told him the truth. And everything that is happening to Kwankwaso, even when I heard what he was asking for from APC, that he wants a VP slot and he wants 20% of APC, I was just laughing. 20% of APC for what? Because basically, what they basically did was to weigh in. They look, okay, what is really making Kwankwaso powerful? The only thing that is making Kwankwaso powerful is the state structure. And if they take state structure from him, what else? So Kwankwaso is more of a desperate person that needs to, look for something to revive his political career. And for me, I just believe that 2027 is going to be similar to what happened in 2019. In 2019 was even worse, right? Oh, people thought Atiku was going to get it. Buhari got 2019 again. There was a little bit of uproar. I think 2027 is already decided. 2031 is where the thing is. And everything that you see all these politicians doing, particularly from the north, is trying to reposition themselves for 2031. So, Kwankwaso, Obi, for me, I do not really think Obi is more of a politician that is ready to go to anywhere. Because, and I see a lot of deceit in Obi not really telling his followers the truth. Obi joined ADC not because Obi wanted to be president. The agreement of Obi joining ADC was for him to be a VP, and he knows it. He knows that Atiku left everywhere, went into ADC, started putting structures in place, started bringing his people on board, started doing everything. So you think at everything, Atiku would do everything and hand over everything to Obi? No, it's not possible. The only thing they told Obi then was that they were going to give him VP, and he knows it. But unfortunately, he's not really
He
telling his followers.
he agreed to it. He just
And he
doesn't know
agreed
it.
to it.
He agreed to it.
And he's not telling his
But
followers.
do you not think that his followers also know this? As wild as they are not dumb now. They
No,
must
you
know
see,
that
no.
Atiku is not going to give him the presidential
No,
ticket.
Obi's follower. You see this issue of Obi's follower, right? I do not really know if they really exist like that on ground. They are very popular, within the internet space. They are, but on ground, I do not really think they are really on ground like that. When you see the reality, right? And they went, see the way they went to ADC, started shouting, "Oh, be or not," blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, they basically told them, "See, you get out. Don't bring that your internet thing. Don't bring in here. You get out of ADC if you can't stay." And Obi himself, even the VP, they promised him, started shaking like 2-3 weeks ago. That was why he came out and told them that, "Oh, Atiku is his leader. This one is his this thing," because they were basically telling him, "Oga, get out." So these are things that are obvious.
One man, they are not dumb, they are just politically naive.
Yes, the reason why I'm asking Larry that question is that the moment
what's the difference?
Yes, the moment Obi joined the ADC, everybody
Baba, street smarts and Ajebo will get PhD and street smartness. They're two different things. Emotional intelligence and
all right.
Let
me ask you this question, and then Larry pick it up. You may chime in as well. As soon as Obi joined the ADC, I knew that he had surrendered to become vice president. Did you not know? And if you know, and I knew, then his followers must know. The moment he joined that party, everybody knew that he had surrendered to be VP.
Dostoevsky, the Russian psychologist. One man, are you hearing me?
We all can.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the thing with Obi's supporters is that naivety, okay? Yeah, they are business people, so they are financially intelligent. They are, some of them are academics, all that, but that does not compensate for being politically astute, thinking strategically, actually doing the diligent work of negotiating power and structure. And to make things worse, the leader himself is just riding on a wave of unqualified popularity. That popularity is undeserved because it is just rooted in his ethnicity, not because of any material leadership qualities that he exhibits. He doesn't inspire. He doesn't. He's not a creative problem solver. He is not somebody that brings new ideas. He is not somebody that is trying to break the status quo. So all that. When you look at the whole followership, it's about representation. And yeah, they have a right to want to see somebody that is from them leading but my only argument against Obi is that for as good as the Igbo people are, and I know a lot of smart, grounded Igbo people, why do they
latch onto the dumbest of them all. Nnamdi Kanu, Peter Obi, look at the Ngozi Okonjo Wellers, look at the Soludos of this
Soludos, the
world,
Umahis.
look at they are just I don't know, it's a phenomenon, and maybe they are going to solve it at some point. Maybe there is an arc, an evolutionary arc of actually really coming to terms with the reality of the politics of Nigeria. But let's not just stray too far away. I think
all right. I'll come to you momentarily, but I have a
okay.
thought on what you just said. But let Larry land, and I'll come to you because I have a theory on what you just the riddle that you are seeking to unravel. But Larry, back to you.
Okay. And another thing, I heard you said, I've also thought of it, or probably Obi, if Obi does not get his way, he knows how to run even before ADC primary. He will run back to Labour Party. But I do not really see Kwankwaso going to Labour Party to join him, right? Because it's going to be the end of Kwankwaso finally. Because it's going to be Kwankwaso delivering his structure. Everything he has is going to deliver it to Labour Party. And obviously now every politician knows this is law I will just do for 4 years. It's not tenable anywhere. You understand what I'm saying? So basically, it's just I personally, right, as someone in finance, I think Tinubu should continue. Because I think that country, if I have to be very objective, that country needs more stability. And we're beginning to see that stability economically. And I think that country still needs stability of like 10 years. Because it's a lot for that country to get back on its feet. So all these, a lot of people really understand that, even from the north. And that's why everything you see, all this politics, at the end of the day, right, people that have money in the north, they will definitely save their money for 2031. In 2021, you see a lot of people coming out with money, because then, hardly you won't see anybody from the south coming out, they know it's for the north. So basically, Obi, I think Tinubu is still more of a sure path for the north, because he has just 4 years. He can't do more than 4 years. Every other person, I do not really see it. Atiku, I do not really see Atiku getting it. Obasanjo, on the other hand, I see Obasanjo going here and there. Obasanjo is always like that. So it shouldn't be a surprise. He did the same thing in 2023. So he has started again 2030, 20. He will always do like that. I think that's what Obasanjo used in keeping himself busy, right? Going here and there and trying to, say, oh, I want this and that. It's just everything. But let's wait and see. Let's see how it goes. For me, I think Tinubu should continue. I want that country to be stable, for businesses to be able to prosper in that country. Thank you, Mama.
All right,
Mama, let me quickly say this. See, the truth here is, if ADC can have Atiku Obi ticket, that ticket will run to Tinubu. That's not a small ticket. So let's not underrate politician in opposition. Atiku is not small. To be honest, Atiku combined with Peter Obi and Obi, they accept that ticket, it will rattle Peter Tinubu. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it will rattle. Sorry, Larry. It will rattle Tinubu only if the North backs that ticket, but the North is not likely to back an Atiku ticket for all of the reasons that Larry just said.
They can do it. They can.
You know the thing. You are looking at it as if it's more of a Tinubu's interest. 2027 is not all about Tinubu. 2027 is all about lower political gladiators that are trying to look at what pays them. That is exactly what's going to happen in 2027.
The only scenario in which the North will back Atiku, is if Tinubu ditches Kashim Shettima. Après moi, les dollars.
Yeah, you see.
After me, the storm. That's just the reality.
Yes, that is. So I still feel like a lot of this will happen before end of the year. A lot will happen. that is a factor I mentioned earlier. Atiku have structure all over the country, especially in the east and in the south, in fact, in the whole of south. Actually, before 2023 election was the first election I saw Atiku winning the North convincingly. Not even convincingly, but he won the North. But before then, if you go check the record of Atiku, he has done way better in the south than in the north. So this is the
Yeah,
reality.
but who was he contesting against?
He contested
He contested against Buhari, so he would do well in the south now because the southerners hate Buhari.
yeah, that's a point too, right? But the reality of it, don't forget, if Peter Obi is not on the ballot, whoever is contesting against Atiku will have the southeast. This is just natural. Atiku and Tinubu cannot contest. The east will go with Tinubu. Write it on the wall.
I don't even think Tinubu needs southeast.
Yeah,
Sincerely.
it does.
You know, AY, you are not taking into consideration
Okay.
a small matter of the obedience.
No, I'm taking into
when he
consideration.
chose to become Atiku's VP, most of them will back off.
Yes,
Baba,
yes, that
They'll
is
back
true.
away rather. Yes, Larry.
You see, even if the southeast, right, even if the whole of southeast follow Obi, what you don't understand is for 2027, Tinubu has his own, it's Tinubu, right? Those little political gladiators in the north, Atiku having a ticket is a threat to them. And wait, let me calm down.
It's not so much that it's more of the north, as much as people want to paint them as not having not being that witty. The north is the most balanced politically astute in analyzing the chessboard of the Nigerian politics. It is only Buhari in the history of voting that the north has given blind loyalty. Apart from Buhari, no one else. Every other person, the north does not care actually really. There's this thing that you usually say because he's from the north, he's Fulani, all northerners will vote him, because that is not the reality. Go and check Yaradua, check all northern candidates that contested. The north actually shares their vote.
Hassan, I think the data tells us that the north has always been the most sophisticated in voting in Nigeria. All of the data tells Abiola, Yadwa, as you said, Obasanjo, all the votes, you look at the north and they vote with nuance rather than, if you look at the southeast, there's universality. When they go in one direction universally. And when you look at the southwest, they weigh heavily, even though not universally. But if you look at the north, there's always a lot of nuance in their voting patterns.
That is true too.
Another thing to look at. Majority of the
that plays to the advantage of Tinubu by default. So default settings are already favoring Tinubu.
Sorry, hold on for Larry. So Larry made that comment, and then from there we move the mic on to you, Hassan. Or let's what piece is there, Larry.
Yeah. So majority of the governors in the north are second-term governors. And when you see second-term governors, they always want to hold their structures. If you go from all the states in the north, that's why it's a little bit difficult, right, for Atiku to be able to have that kind of votes, because these guys have the money. And if you look at Atiku, look at Tinubu, right, in terms of their interest, they would rather prefer to go for a Tinubu that has a 4 years and they can still continue their loyalty than going for an Atiku. So what you will see in 2027, Tinubu might not really spend that money that much in the north. You have these gladiators, those small gladiators that are governors that also want to be their own. They need their successor They want to ensure that they put their people in, they will spend that money. So it's going to be difficult. Looking at the fact that people, a Tinubu without power and a Tinubu with power, it's in 2027, you see more of a Tinubu with power.
Two different animals.
And those are different people that people do not really understand. Tinubu with power.
Different animals.
So, but man, it's okay like that.
You see, let's sorry, 1 second. Let's not conclude yet. Yeah, really, if you conduct an election today or tomorrow, I will confidently tell you Tinubu will win. But with what I'm seeing coming, anything can happen. A lot of things. I think a lot of things we happen before end of the year. Like we were talking, the first one is the VP. Is Tinubu willing to change the VP? That's it. Don't underrate Atiku. I'm telling you, don't. You might even the North have vote. They have. You don't even know where they are gonna go until the very end. Even 2023, I kept analyzing. I was telling people, if this happen, if the governor decide to go against Tinubu, if Kwankwaso decide to switch alliance and support Atiku or support Tinubu, these are variables that can actually change the election overnight. I'm telling you. So a lot will happen. Thank you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. I agree with you. Actually, I think we're still in anticipation of about 3 variables still that will reshape the permutations. Kwankwaso, one of the variables, though not as impactful as it previously could have been, but certainly we're still expecting at least 3 seismic moves that will reshape the calibration. We go on, move the mic on to Hassan. On our way to Hassan, can we implore people that have not yet clicked on like and subscribe, please do. The numbers are not looking like they should look. So if you have not liked or subscribed, please do us that solid and like and subscribe. So Hassan, that thing that you were positing, that conundrum somewhat, you see, what I theorize about the Southeast is that the Southeast, they can be very ethnic sometimes. And we look at people like Dave Omaki, Soludo, etc., and we say, why don't they go for people like this rather than somebody like Peter Obi? I feel that they go for people like Peter Obi, especially because it's very Igbo. It's a real hardened Igbo guy, as Igbo. So they like it like that. They don't want a Nigerian nice Igbo. They just want an Igbo, which is what you might suggest that Peter Obi is, if that makes sense. But
yes, yeah, it does make sense, and but then it points to a stunted understanding of political reality in a heterogeneous society where power is obviously negotiated, so that is like a self-defeating ideology, because or say what you want about Atiku, he comes off as a true Nigerian in the sense that he mingles and adapts to whichever part of Nigeria he is. He understands the nuances and the cultures, and so you cannot put that kind of person side by side with Peter Obi, for God's sake, whose whole I doubt Peter Obi's worldview is developed enough, to handle even controlling the Southeast itself. I think that is too much for him. That is too much for him. That is just what I think from outside looking in. But look at even Osita Chidoka, for example. You'd say that guy does not even have a lot of political capital, but he is more balanced, more nuanced, more understanding of what the Nigerian reality. But these kind of people, they never make any headway, amongst their people. And it's stunted. Their political evolution is stunted, probably because of the unfortunate things that happened during the Civil War and all that. Probably, maybe there is something deeper. I don't want to go into that. Not to.
Let me add something to what you are saying, right? So
Yeah.
one man, you said it very correctly. The mistake some of our tribes are having. Let me tell you clearly: there is no tribe in Nigeria. There is no region in Nigeria that can choose a president for Nigerians. This is what people are not understanding. Buhari tried it. He had support from the north 3 times. He lost. Until form alliance with the south. When the Yorubas during Obasanjo and Lufalaye, the Yorubas support to Lufalaye, they saw what happened. Nigeria made
excellent point. Excellent point.
When it comes to that, when you have this discussion, people are emotional. See, me, I personally, I don't have issue with anybody becoming president. I think Nigeria are gonna choose a president from Southeast at the right time. He will be president for Nigeria, not for a region. This is
that's very true. The very nature of the very nature of our voting laws, actually ensures that Nigeria has to choose you before you become president. And a lot of people do not understand that.
They don't know Nigeria. So you are regionalized. You are thinking of my tribe, my people, Omo Nawahala.
Now, your people will support you, but then you won't go anywhere. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. So if you don't build bridges, so while others are building bridges, you are bringing what do they call this machines that that destroy that are used in destroying buildings. This one that we hear. Bulldozers, so while others are building bridges, doing whatever they can to build bridges, your own approach is coming with bulldozers, and then you want to. How can you succeed, for God's sake? It doesn't make any sense in that way. But let's leave that aside and let's talk about Kwankwaso, one man. You see, if I were Kwankwaso, as it is right now, I will just sit this one out, right? And I will just observe. And I'll just observe and see. But I think what is happening with Kwankwaso, that a lot of the people have not, a lot of the speakers have not actually touched on. Some of you actually touched on it a little bit, is the fact that Kwankwaso is a staunch loyalist of Obasanjo. And so Obasanjo is pulling the strings of Kwankwaso. That is a fact. And if that is the case, then Kwankwaso is giving a significant part of his agency to Obasanjo's political calculations, which are now is archaic. It's archaic in the sense that while it may work 10 years ago, the realities have kind of changed now, that they do not actually they will not work as they used to work before. That's one.
But the tragedy, Hassan, is Baba is not seeing it that way, and I'm surprised because of his intellect.
The thing is,
sorry, Hassan. Only to pause you to agree with you. There's a lot of muscle memory in the politics of Nigeria. And we're seeing it with Kwankwaso as well. Kwankwaso still steals himself as the Kwankwaso that fought and defeated Ganduje and this all-powerful entity. And because Kano is so big an entity, so diverse, and so cosmopolitan and vibrant, he thinks Kano State permutates and translates into Nigeria, and the dynamism of politics has all over the last, pretty much from the last election till now, and even from 2019 till now, the dynamism
Yes,
of Nigeria
you can push it back to 2019. Yes,
it has changed completely.
yes,
So
yes, it
anybody
has.
that is still doing muscle memory, I am throwing agbada ruler. It's not throwing agbada now. You know, the internet made Goodluck Jonathan president. The Twitter,
Yeah.
so the youth energy has entered the lexicon. You know, there's an impatient push for change, for a recalibration, for a paradigm shift. All of these things, they are not whimsical, they are not fleeting, they are permanent. So don't from the muscles of 20 years ago still think you carry those muscles. So a lot of these people are muscle memory politicians who don't know that the landscape has sorry, carry on.
Yes, I totally agree to a significant point. And the thing is, Obasanjo. Oh, okay. There's this thing with human beings, and I don't think if most people fall into that trap, you know, when it's just like the story of Odysseus in the writings of Homer, you know, and how hubris can
sorry,
take over.
Sorry, Hassan. Give us 3 more minutes, just because the room continues to populate and people
Oh,
want it. So
okay, so okay, yeah. Let me be snappy. So, if in your life, for example, everything has come into place for you, like you are born with a silver spoon, all the things that you've wanted, even if those things are significantly difficult to get, you seem to get it on a platter of gold all the time. You've been success, it has been success after success after. At some point it begins to get into your head that maybe this thing is within me, maybe I'm just it's just natural to me, maybe I'm just divine, maybe I'm just, now when you fall into that trap of that hubris, then your end is coming very, very soon. Much like what's the name of that Senate president, that the governor of Ilorin, what's his name, sorry, Saraki, yes, yeah. If you look at his political career and his trajectory, his father actually gave him governor, served governor 2 times, went to the Senate, served the first time Senate, then the second time as Senate, became Senate president. So he was actually riding on a wave that he so much, like, he just felt like that there is nothing that, but when the reality hit him, when Abdurazak and APC took the kind of defeat that he up till now he has not recovered. So things like that happen to politicians, but I don't think Kwankwaso is that naive. I think Baba OBJ, probably, maybe there is an aspect of age and being kind of senile and not being in tune with reality. But I think what is happening with Ganduje is miscalculation, serious miscalculation. And instead of him to just sit back and observe, he's trying to make desperate attempts and still believing that his godfather hold some sway enough to push him to that VP slot. But I don't think it will happen. However, I don't think Ganduje's career is over it is not. I don't agree one bit that his career is over. Yes, he may be inconsequential for the next 4 years, but that man is going to make a comeback. They just like mycelium and fungus, that spores. He's a grassroots man. I believe you.
When are you coming to host your own show, Hassan? On this, your Greek philosophizing and all this, your French speaking from Kanuri something. Can you imagine that French philosophy with Kanuri?
Just rambling.
The world has not experienced that mix yet. French philosophy mixed with Kanuri.
Forget the Greeks. The Greeks are even they are just plagiarizers. All those actual, even the Odysseus and all that, they were actually Cushite Nubian stories taken from the Imhotep and Josa, and then some of them from the hinterland of.
Homer wrote all those things, and Homer predates the Nubian culture.
Hey, Baba, I will not argue this with you, Baba.
Let's not get to intellectual.
I will not argue this with you, Baba. I will not argue this with you
our audience
because
half of the people listening to us don't even have school cert.
I'm trained as an anthropologist. I'm telling you this now, Baba. I'm trained as an anthropologist. You don't want to get into that argument with me, but let's just leave that for now. Okay, so
okay, land it in a minute so we can move it on.
Yes, so right now is just a home run for Tinubu. Just as you said, it's only those variables. And as far as for the coup plotters, just get it done with. If it is hanging, hang them. If it is firing, fire them. Punishment exists for a reason. For crime and punishment, they are the yin and yangs of the balance, of the cosmos. So, especially for things as grievous as this. So let me just leave it at that. And I hope Tinubu finds the wisdom to navigate these perilous times that we are of great power competition over the resources of this country. But
you guys,
may God help us.
You guys you are shackling him somewhat now with your domestic jingoism. But let me move on from you. Let me take it in the direction of Let me take it in the direction of rational mind, and let us be a little bit more rigid with the timing, because we still got Comrade Omori, and John joins us as well. So we get to hear from John too. But first we hear from Rational Mind. 5 minutes. Rational Mind.
So now definitely we have to put our timing now. When other people spoke more than 10, 15,
look at that. You complain.
Rational Mind is always complaining.
Yeah,
I say God know what they do. We don't make a woman. Can you imagine Rational Mind as a woman?
That will be leaning or obedient.
It will be more high maintenance than that.
Suddenly you want to stick to time when other people spoke for like 20, 30 minutes. Like, what are we doing here? So you know what, man? Right. I'm in the shower. Just go to the next person. I've got the next person. I'll take over. I'm in the shower.
All right. Okay, we'll come to you momentarily then. Let's go to John then, who joins us. So John, floor is yours. We're talking about the permutation of Nigerian politics, as ever is the case, and what is being permutated now is Kwankwaso looking for a pathway to join the ADC, and the only conditionality is put into it is if Obi gets the ticket. So is it not desperate times for a man from Kano? On mute, John. On mute. You're still muted. On mute. We can't hear you. We can see you speaking. On mute. Click on the microphone thing. On mute.
Yeah,
there you
I've done that. I've done that.
Okay. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Good to have you.
Okay. Good evening, one man. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your platform. I'm always excited each time I listen to your analysis, and it has to do with, your Tunumbu man, and a lot of people who come say are Tunumbu's people. But that's fine. It's all politics.
Mr. John,
Well,
have you subscribed and click the like button,
why
please?
not? More
Good.
than 1 year
Thank
ago, I've
you.
done that. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, bye-bye. Well, the question I want to ask everyone on this platform today, before I ask that question, is this is what I want to say. The APC government has gotten almost 32 states, right? 32 governors. Am I correct? Either 32 or 31.
Yeah, I think it's 31, but roughly they control all the states
With
essentially.
Abuja,
Good.
you can say 32.
Okay, maybe with Abuja, as you rightly said, Hassan. Now, why are they afraid of electronic voting? Why are they still afraid of that? If I may ask you these questions. If
Do you think we have the infrastructure?
APC have gotten up to 31 and Abuja, as you rightly said, Hassan, why is this so difficult for them to pass both the Senate? The Senate is, the APC has over 90% of the Senate now. Why is this still so difficult for them to pass that electoral reform?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah, answer me, Baba. Yeah. Why is it so difficult?
John, you see, I think we are still not getting the angle of this electronic voting correctly. I think we need to be enlightened. The IREV that is at issue since 2023, it's a viewing portal. Because people are thinking that the moment you go to the polling booth and do the electronic voting through the beavers, automatically it goes to the IREV. No, sir. No.
So, Baba,
no,
before
let
you
me
continue,
explain it again, because I sense that we don't have the grip of this thing, and the government or the INEC is not doing a good job of it. It is the beavers goes to INEC collation center. It is there they punch it into IREV after verification. So the IREV is quasi or semi, how do I put it, transferred manually. It's not automatic. I don't know whether you understand what I'm trying to say.
No, Baba. I do
All
not
right.
agree. I do not
back
agree
to you,
with
John.
you.
Okay, carry on.
But John,
I do not
just
agree
to
with you on that.
just to add, let me add this, and then you take it along. The country doesn't even have we don't even have the infrastructure for electronic voting. But carry on.
Okay. Well, we shouldn't be economical with the truth. If other smaller countries can do that perfectly, we can do even better. Nigerians are the most wonderful intellectual people living on earth.
Which other smaller countries are doing electronic voting at the moment?
Ghana is doing it.
No,
Sierra
sir.
Leone does
That's
it.
not true.
Senegal did it.
Ghana is not doing that. That's a lie. That's a lie. Those are flat lies.
Excuse me. No. You don't want us to be perfect in whatever we want to do. And that's why we're still
No. I just asked you a simple question. You mentioned 4 countries and you lied about 4 of them.
Even if Ghana or any other countries, smaller countries, have not done it, why not we Nigeria do it better?
Okay,
because there are risks, inherent risks. Hold on, Baba. Just 1 second.
You guys are just giving excuses. Okay,
hold on, Baba. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Because there are inherent risks, serious risk.
There's no
that
risk, my
people
brother.
advance. There is a big risk. Hold on, give me just 30 seconds. There's a very big risk. So many advanced countries are not even doing it. They are using paper trail, ballot trail that can be counted and recanted. I'm not mentioning names, but you just mentioned 4 countries and you were not very sure of your facts. So the risk that anybody can sabotage, can breach, they can, what do they call this thing now? What's the language for it? anything. So if the risk is there at this stage, something that can completely collapse the system, why are we? Maybe we'll get there in the future. We are making steady progress. The beavers, the viewing program, the whatever, the verification, it's gradual but steady. We just want to jump to electronic that somebody can hack into and make a mess of the whole system overnight. This idea that election is not free, fair, and perfect until it goes my way, it is not the attitude that is going to get us anywhere. But all the countries you mentioned, you are not very sure of your facts.
All right, okay, thank you. So in that case, we have to continue manually, right? That's what you want to say. They'll say the manual is better than the electronics.
Mr. John, no.
It's more
We are not
secure, is what
manual.
they're
The
saying.
beavers is also
because what we are still doing, we are still I mean, doing the electronic, I mean, the voting pattern manually. It's just a written note. Like, okay,
no.
this place. That's what we've still been doing.
What's the beavers for?
Put it
What's
in
the function
beavers.
of the beavers?
Okay.
What's the big function of the beavers?
You tell me, because the beavers will record and still they will still go to a paperwork and write. Party has this number of voting.
Okay, the beavers is for accreditation to verify that the person who is voting is actually the owner of the card, duly registered. The moment they thumbprint you and accredit you, already you are a voter. Already. So they you go and put your paper in the box after thumbprinting. So the function of the beavers is to now say, in this polling booth, 100 people voted. So when they now start counting in the evening, in that particular polling booth, once the beavers record 100 voters and they find 101 papers there, according to the law, the voting in that polling booth is null and void. Null and void.
Mr. John, can I interject you? Can I ask something?
All right.
Okay.
Let the guy have a bit of flow. Okay. Just
Okay.
say.
Okay.
The
banking system, the banking and digital system is working in Nigeria, right?
Very well.
Is working in Nigeria.
Mr. John, can I ask something to what you're saying?
Have you factored? Have you factored in the amount we lose to fraud?
Somebody wanted to say something. Somebody wanted to say something.
Yeah, Mr. John. Mr. John.
Yes, sir.
Don't argue with people that pretend, not to know what is going on. The problem we have at the moment is not even the level of technology we have attained in or the level of innovation we have attained in our electoral process will have been enough to do the needful. But the willingness is not there. People are what we are dealing with principalities and powers in the high places. We are dealing with insincerity in the high places. We pretend not to know what is going on because it favors us at the moment. Let me tell you what happened in Edo State. The little advancement, the little innovations they have even made, if they have followed it to the latter in Edo State, there will have been no issue. At a point, they got to a point, they abandoned the arrangement of grant and started doing, they started doing something that was not, no word can be strong enough to define what they did in Edo. They abandoned the arrangement and they went ballistic against the people, against the will of the people. So no matter the level of arrangement you're talking about, electronic or otherwise, they are not sincere with the system. Insincerity with the system is the greatest problem, not the level of technology.
All right, John still has the floor, guys. Let him have
John, don't belabor yourself over the level of technology, electronic. They are not sincere. They are not sincere. They won't follow. They won't follow the system.
Hold on. You come in after John, but John still has the floor. So let him have a bit of a flow.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, 1
5 minutes. Just so that we can get the fullness of your thoughts.
Thank you, one man. The truth of that, what I'm trying to say here is that we're economical with the truth. Like I said earlier, if the APC government has acquired up to 32 states or 31 or 32, I don't think they should be afraid of, giving us free and fair election, one man. At least for once, everyone is shouting APC, all Rivers, almost all the whole states. So it requires of this government to give us free and fair election. And if they win, fine, we will agree to that. Now coming to Kwankwaso, putting pressure on Atiku, everyone has their own interest. Peter Obi has interest, Atiku has interest. Likewise, our president, Tinubu, has his own interest and his people. So for me, I don't see anything wrong. And I don't see anything wrong Obasanjo trying to play a fatherly role by advocating for Kwankwaso to pair with Peter Obi. Is a good step in the right direction. It depends on how they play the politics. It depends on how Kwankwaso is well known in the North. If they can do it, fine and good. If it fails, it's still okay. It's an interest. So I don't see anything wrong. And another thing here is that we are talking about, the Southeast do not know how to align with others. I don't think you're being fair to that. Remember, if I may say, during the time of Ekweme, they formed this party, PDP. And at the end of the day, they couldn't align with the Southeast. They gave it to the Southwest. It has been between Southwest and North. It has been between Southwest and North. And it has to do with, I don't know, maybe it has to do with maybe they don't trust the Southeasterners. So for me, I don't think it's right because all along, the Southeast have been playing a good role by supporting, particular candidate. But when it comes to their turn, the Southwest and the North will not want to align with the Southeasterners. And it doesn't, because we have people like Rocha Sokorocha align with the North and even with the Southwest, but still they wouldn't allow them to move forward. So I just want to believe that it has to do with, we don't really like this set of people. But if anything changes in the future, fine. But I still want to advocate that, please, one man, we should be talking about free and fair election. In this platform, we have wonderful people. We need to have people who must tell us the truth. We're old enough to leave a legacy of being truthful to ourselves. So each time I listen to everyone, I learned a lot of things from our elders, my younger ones too, as well. But
John, let me hold you to the spot that you just left there. Do you understand? Why do you think people are a bit reticent about an Igbo president? What do you think their apprehension is about?
I think it has to be trust and ethnicity and religion. That's it. The Northerners trust the Westerners. The Southwesterners based on their ethnicity background and their religion. Because if you go to the Southwest, I think almost about 50% they have this religion affiliation with the North. And when you go to the northern part has almost about 60% of a particular religion. You understand? So, based on also, we fought a war. And we are not being trusted as a result of that war. So up to today...
Is that what you think? Just on that religion thing, I think if you look through the annals of history, we probably have, maybe we've just had slightly more Muslim presidents, but we've had a good complement of Christians. Guyi Rosi, Gowon, Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan. So religion plays a role, but it can be navigated. But I don't think people object to to having a Southeastern president. I don't. Personally, I don't. I think people object to having a particular type of Southeastern president, one that is too ethnic, which is
No, one
somebody
man.
like
Let's
Peter Obi. Yeah.
one man. If I may come in,
man
please.
one man. Everything about life is about ethnicity and tribalism. Whether the Southeast, whether the North, whether the Southwest, we live a life of tribalism. There's no doubt about that.
Can I
But
say
the point
something?
here is that
Sorry, my friend, no vex. Woman, you said is Buhari not ethnic? Was it not ethnic? He ran 3 times. Only the Northerners voted for him overwhelmingly. What do you talk about?
Yes, but Buhari carries weight now. Buhari carries weight now. And the North carries weight. The Southeast doesn't carry weight.
Don't do this your side or whatever. You're talking about being ethnic. There's no leader in Nigeria that is not ethnic. Tinubu was ethnic. When he went to your Abeokuta there, what did he say? Yoruba local. He did not say that. Tabade say Yoruba. Emi local. Is that not what he said? So what are we talking about? We'd like to do this. Let's stop this. Let's admit that every leader.
Buhari's antecedents as former head of state actually is the thing.
I'm still talking, please. Let me land, please. I beg you, please.
No, just a little bit of correction.
No, there's nothing to correct. You're not correcting anything.
You're right about Tinubu, not Buhari.
So don't give me that. I'm right about Tinubu. I'm also right about your Buhari is an ethnic jingoist. He's a bigot. So don't give me that crap. My point is this: that
we saw his administration now, full and
every leader from Buhari, especially this APC people, we've always been tribal. So
it's more nuanced that what you guys are. It's too simplistic.
Why can't you cut Obi a slack if his own ethnic group are routing for him? Because people come here, you do this a lot, like, oh, his people are too vociferous. They're too this. Why would they? But the Northerners not vociferous for Bubu 3 times. Even the last election that brought him in 2015 was it the same thing? What are we talking about? Let's cut out this ethnic thing that we always like to do here. Let us face the fact. The leaders are
okay. Let's examine. John, let's examine this. Let's create scenarios. To examine this with the fact of ground.
Hold on. John still has the mic. So don't take it too far away from him.
So that's why I'm taking permission from him.
Just want to give an example to dispel this thing once and for all.
Baba wanted to say something. Baba, okay.
Okay, Baba, go ahead.
Thank you very much. You see, looking at this problem, there is no doubt about tribalism. If all over the world, it could be in form of black or white, it could be in form of blue or brown. The thing in our problem is in the electoral law. That electoral law makes sure that no particular ethnic group can single-handedly vote herself to power. Say highest number of votes. Besides that, you must get 25% of the vote in at least 24 states. Therein lies the difficulty. That's why to attain the presidency of Nigeria requires very hard work. Very hard work. It makes it that you have to reach out to other people well in advance by having a handshake, by introducing yourself to them, let them know you. Even in the model for democracy in the US here, it's not a pass for anybody. That is what the electoral law says. So you can't win with your own people. Buhari with his 12 million consistent votes, did he win? He did not win. So if you have somebody from the Southeast, for instance, if he gets the vote of his people like Obi did in 2023, nobody is quarreling with that. But that is 5 states. Then he needs to win 25% of 20 other states and also get the highest number of votes. Therein lies the problem and difficulty. So it's a hard work you have to put in a lot of guts and sweat.
I agree with you, Baba, that someone should work hard. But with work, your hard working alone cannot even give you that votes because of acceptance by some elites. Like
No,
what?
for instance, Tinubu did not get even up to 60%. Obi got
I still want
a lot of votes in the Southwest.
I still want us to talk about.
All right, John, 3 more minutes and then we move the
Okay.
mic. 3 more minutes.
All right, sir. I still really want us to push for a free and fair election. Why I'm saying this is because of the future. I need Nigeria to stabilize. When we don't do free and fair election, like for example, people are arguing the Tinubu win the 2023 election, you can never tell whether he won it or not. So likewise to 2027 that is coming, I will be so happy if Tinubu wins a fair and free election. I'll be very happy.
This speaker, can I ask you one thing? What is your own yardstick for measuring free and fair election?
The yardstick is, take example like my brother who just spoke about Edo State. Take the yardstick of what happened in Rivers State during 2023 general election. So there are a lot of things that has gotten wrong in this establishment of free and fair elections. So we should do it correctly.
Do you think,
like I asked a question, if the banking system is working in Nigeria, why wouldn't electoral reform or why wouldn't electronically work in Nigeria concerning election?
Yeah. Do you think there can ever be any election anywhere that will not be disputed?
At least to a minimum. To a minimum. Not the one that will be disputed in a very extreme. So one man, that's what I'm trying to advocate. Please, let's try and make sure that we talked about it all the time. It will help us, we this generation and our future generation. Thank you so much. I'm here. I will be listening to you guys. Thank you. God bless you.
All right, excellent. Well put, John. So, John, join us more frequently. It's just for the balancing of the conversation.
I always join, but I don't come in. I always
no. Come in is what I mean. So that so that they can be. What we want is a balanced conversation. So that's
exactly.
John there advocating for free and
voters
fair
reform,
election. Yes, electronic voting. So I'm not quite sure that anybody is against free.
You know, our APC now, they have that one state, so they shouldn't be afraid anymore. They should just do it free and fair.
Well, Jonathan have about 28. He didn't win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jonathan didn't want to win. He wanted to make it free and fair. Because if he wanted to have won, he would have won it.
All right, thank you, John. We'll move from John to rational mind.
Let me just chip in one word before.
We'll take that comment. Just 1 second, Bishop. We'll move from John to rational mind. On our way to rational mind, we take Bishop's comment. On our way to Bishop's comment, we'll implore people to please like and subscribe. The numbers are not looking good. Bishop, chip in that thing, and then we'll go into rational mind. Bishop.
Yeah, it's just to say that it's painful when the yardstick or the parameter for measuring when an election is free, fair, and credible is only when a candidate wins. I keep insisting that our last election was an improvement, a great improvement. It is not where it ought to be. If people know the amount of money in 2024, 2023, bank industries in Nigeria, electronic banking, whatever, we lost over 50 billion naira. Over 50 billion to bank fraud.
70 exactly.
Okay, thank you. So if we're just saying that, because the election did not go away, the election was very improved, and it is on record that Peter Obi did not go to the court to say that he won. He was only looking for a way to disqualify the other candidates. There was no single shred of evidence that he brought that, I won. Then we are pointing at Benin, Edo, and Rivers State. We know what happened in other core southeastern states where the candidate was getting 91%. But it's okay. I pray that Nigeria gets where all of us want it to be.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Bishop. And I endorse what Bishop just said there. I think the last election was the best. You know, that last election was the one that, in all of our history, that's the election that represents the most the will of the people. I don't think there's anything that we have done that's better than that. But we go on from John to Rational Mind if it's ready for us. If it's still not, then we go to Comrade Omoruye. We're being somewhat rigid with the time. Rational Mind, floor shows.
Yeah, now we're rigid with the time, right? Well, man, I know you.
No, I would say that just to caution that. You know, my problem is people
okay.
waiting. So I don't want people to
it's okay. I totally get it. Yeah.
You know, I'll get fed up and leave.
Yeah. I
but encourage them to like and subscribe. But
yeah,
the
most definitely. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that too. So thanks for the invite, one man, and I truly salute to everybody here on this platform tonight. My time, and we want to please encourage our listeners from home, wherever you're listening to us, to please like and you subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. It helps this platform to get that reach. Also, we're approaching the 2027 election. There's so much that's going to be discussed here that a lot of us will learn from, and probably will be able to make an informed decision. People like myself, other people come here, they want to route for their candidates of their choice. So we please implore you to do that. Thank you, one man, again. So the topic we have, I think, first of all, I want to address certain things that some certain people say here. Yes, in Africa, we have, in Kenya, they used electronic voting in Kenya. Namibia, they use electronic voting. That's by Smartmatic. Go on their website, you see it. Ghana use Diabold, a form of electronic voting. So I don't know what some people are talking about here. When somebody come here, tell us that we need to use that. For the fact that INEC asked for over 300 billion naira was given to them to upgrade their system. They brought about the IREV issue. They knew that they want to make an improvement. Probably just trying to give us an impression that they are trying to make an improvement in the electoral voting system. And then they just did the opposite. At least give an impression, give that how do I say that facade of we're trying to improve it, but then we know what happened. So what happened to the IREV? What was the purpose of the IREV? IREV was to show the coming in of results in real time so that we can see, so that we can avoid this mago that somebody will say, okay, we not upload it in time, and then they go falsify the result, and then it starts bringing up the result later. Right there at the collation center, at the center where you're voting, they take a picture of that, of the whatever form they call it, that shows who won, who will get the highest vote in that voting station. But we saw the whole thing was thwarted. Just midway through that election, they shut down the IREV. Why was it shut down? There was nothing. They were just asking, they were just saying that, some people were trying to attack it. What are you talking about? Amazon hosts that server. You need to hack Amazon server for you to be able to change anything from there. And Amazon has the top-notch, security experts when it comes to internet and what do you call them? IT guys in the world. They have the best. So how could you say you want to tamper with that without having to tamper with Amazon server? I don't get it. But here we go. They gave us cock and bull story, this, and then we just went with it, and then we just saw all kinds of results manually coming in, and then we saw the whole falsification of the results. All kinds of results were just springing up here and there, and then we saw that Tinubu was just declared the winner. So go to Kenya. Kenya imploded.
Please, can I interject?
Go on, please.
Good. The Kenya example you used, I don't know whether you are up to date. It was absolutely rejected because the test run failed woefully. Now, that's on the side. This mathematics in Kenya was rejected, but that's that side. I did not know that we'll still be discussing 2023 elections. I thought that is done and dusted. All the things you said there are things that have been said before. That the IREF was a viewing portal, and that the election, the result was delayed, and that it was not uploaded in return. The question is, the ones that they gave to all the party agents, were there enough evidence to show that what was eventually uploaded was different, was substantially different from what they gave to all the agents? Were there places that the votes were reduced? Were there places that they did not capture? I never believe I will be going back to this argument, because I believe it has been dealt with over and over and over again. What I said is, and I keep repeating it, the election was an improvement over the past election in that it was able to reduce and eliminate ghost voters, where people would just sit down and write results. I saw it real time in 2015. And that was eliminated substantially. Are we where we want to be? No. But it was improved. The fact that some people did not win, and they went to court, 12 justices, 5 at the appeal, 7 at the Supreme. Not a single person dissented. And there was no single point. And the justices of the Supreme Court said this was the most irresponsible, most watering, most useless election petition that had been brought. I thought I should have laid that to rest. IREF might not be perfect at the moment, but it was a great improvement. So my thinking is that maybe we should just look at how we can get better, and not to be crying over spacemen of already 3 years. It's already stale. All these things we are hearing. I'm making reference to what I said. Go back and read about this mathematics in Kenya. It was rejected because the test run failed abysmally.
Okay, can you give us give one man that link to that what you said where you saw it, but I don't know what you're talking about. Was rejected. What was it rejected? What are you talking about, my friend? Tell me that it was rejected. Where is that information? I'm just hearing that from you for the first time. So give one man that.
I won't. I won't go and do your search. What should I mind?
No, don't give me that. You see, this is
go and do your search.
Here. The other time, when somebody was saying to you here, you asked the question. Tell me in Africa, where did they use it? Maybe the guy could not mention. I'm giving you now, and you're telling me that.
He mentioned 4 countries, and I said the countries.
Even Ghana, you said they used it. They used it.
Look, we used that. It can be argued that we use electronic too in Nigeria because the registration was electronic. Hold on, don't be saying common. We have had this argument before. Don't be saying common like you're talking to your boy. Hold on, we have this part. I'm coming. Let's have this function. The election, even our own.
Somebody's talking to you as a boy.
Even our
having
own.
a conversation with you. Please understand that.
I'm having a conversation.
So
I'm having a conversation too. Even our own too. Don't digress. Oh God.
No, you are the one digressing. You are the one digressing.
Even our own. I'm not digressing. No, I did not digress.
I'm calling you boy. You know what? Let me just.
I did not say you called me boy. I did not say you called me boy. I said don't be saying this common something. No, that's not what I said. I said don't say me common. You are not talking to a boy now. Obviously, I'm not. Maybe you've talked to other boys. What I'm saying is this: even our own registration and the political process has elements of electronic in it. A lot of it has electronic.
I agree with you. Let me move on. Let me move on. You've said it before.
So the one of the Ghana you are talking, were they voting with voting machine?
No. Hold on. I get you. I get what you're saying. You said it before, and I think I don't want you to repeat it because of my time. Yes, we did use a form of electronic voting. The BVAS was some kind of digital electronic voting. You'll be accredited with the BVAS. But we're saying we want this result to be uploaded so that we can see them, so that no manipulation will be done midway. That's what we're saying. So I don't know what is hard about that. Because if the people who conceptualize that from the beginning, that there should be an IREF, what is the point? What is the basis for the IREF? They use billions of dollars. I mean, well, maybe billions of dollars, but probably that's what they're using, getting that whole thing set up. Because they could give them 300 billion naira back then when naira was like about 700 naira. That tells you how much that could have been in dollars. At the end of the day, it's just useless. So what's the point? if we can't use what is on the IREV as a basis to judge the fairness of that election, what are we doing then? And then some people come here, you're making this, you flip it here, you flip it there, you do this spinning and spinning. I just don't get it. If APC is sure, like somebody said here, they have 30-something governors. If they're sure, let them say, okay, we're going to do a free and fair election. We're going to be real time. We're going to be seeing it. No manipulation. We'll get the top experts in IT security to come and man that what's it called, our server for us, so that we can see if Tinubu really won, he's going to win this election. But no, they will never do that. They know, because they have something off their sleeve. That's why they're G3. They just, kind of like forcing other governors to join their ranks, because they know that they cannot win the election in a normal, free and fair election. Let me just put that aside. We can argue that anyhow we want to argue it. Now let me go to Kwankwaso woman. Of course, I know, like somebody rightly said, and I agree with that person, saying that, I think Kwankwaso's vote has been decimated. Kind of, yeah, I agree with that, because with your governor gone, which is the person who stands, who represents your party, and now merging with the APC, who also was a formidable opponent in that state, even though they owned that state before you people kicked them out. They had a chunk of that vote. Now, I see that mathematics there that some people might want to be throwing around that, okay, I think Kwankwaso has been relegated to maybe 20% or 30% of the votes at the end of the day, which makes sense without mathematics. But in this election that is coming, it's going to be Nigerians against APC government. That is how it's going to play out. That is why these people will never allow an electronic voting system that will make us to see this election tabulation in real time. If they can stop that, stick with that, their beavers, they want to stick that to it. They can always manipulate the election from there. They can still stop ballot pool. It's still possible. So my point is this: is that what are they afraid of? What is APC afraid of? They have 30-something governors already. We only have about 4 or 5 governors remaining for them to not join their ranks. So what are we talking about? So my point is this: I know I don't know what political weight that this guy is bringing besides KB and Kano, that it seems to have more of like a little bit of popularity. And I want to speak to something about ADC. This ADC, I've always said it on this platform here that my obedient people, and because I'm not obedient, I consider myself as leaning. I lean towards Obi. I've always said to them here on this platform that people should shut up and stop doing this thing of this, it is Obi or nothing. To stop that. It's not helping. Because APC also, they have moles among you who are pretending to be obedient. Some of them come here on this platform. Yeah, I voted for Obi the last time. I will not vote for Obi again. I will never vote for him if you never do this, if you never do that. See, come on. It's either you are dedicated to a cause or you're not dedicated to a cause. It's not about Obi. It's about that cause. We want to see a new kind of Nigeria, a new rebranded Nigeria. If Obi wants to champion it, however he wants to champion it. But some people come here, they tell us they will never vote for him because if he join Atiku, if he join ADC, if he become deputy. I've said it to my obedient. Please let us stop this so crap of me to say, it's either Obi or nothing. If you people knows that you want Obi to be the candidate, all of you flood into ADC, get the membership card, and try doing your underground work for your own candidate, for your own delegates that will vote for him. That's what you should be doing, rather than go on internet and just be making noise like mad people. So my point is this, but I know they're not really the real true obedient that are doing all this. It is the Tinubu moles that has been sent into obedience, so as to cause this chaos, so as to divide that vote. We need that one formidable opposition to come, which is going to be the blending of maybe criminals too or whatever. I don't care at this point, because one thing that Nigeria is so corrupt that you can hardly see any of the leaders that are not corrupt among them. But if you can have somebody to champion that cause, that has a little bit of, white wool kind of personality or antecedent, why not? Let him champion the cause. So my point is this: Obedience needs to stop this crap. If Obi doesn't get that ticket, my advice to him is just go into oblivion. Just leave the whole thing. Leave it. Let Atiku and Tinubu slug it out then. If Atiku wins that election, because if he deputizes Atiku, it's already a dent to that ticket, because already there are some obedients who are pretending to be obedient, who will use that against them and say, yeah, you see, we're not going to vote for you. And I probably, there's substance to that because it is the turn of the South. That's what we keep saying. Southerners has to hold this for at least for another 4 years. But if Obi now becomes deputy, then another full animal coming in. I know that's, but for me, it would have been better if Obi had shut down that rhetoric from the beginning. That, guys, you know what? Either I become a deputy or I become, I don't even contest in that election. Let us support whoever emerges in ADC. That way, you know, if it happens that somebody, maybe Atiku or whoever gets a ticket, they can support them. Because you see, this rhetoric is, for me, I see so many things playing on the side of Tinubu with this election. But it's only if only the ADC cannot get their cars, their shit get their crap together. Maybe they will be able to meet with. So now let me say this quickly. Another thing I want to say is that I want to advise the ADC. One thing that APC is good at doing is having keyboard warriors. Many of them, they are online, and even some of them, they are here with us. They just throw out narratives out there. I think, and I know they really, maybe the reason why they could not do that, because they don't have money. ADC doesn't have the money. They don't have the war chest that APC has. Imagine APC controlling 30-something states governors. They control the federal government. They control the treasury. Everything is in the hands of the APC. And these are just people coming together, maybe a bunch of criminals too who have stolen money in a little way. They want to and I'm sure they're not so dumb to have to use all the money they stole to come and campaign in one party that they don't even know if it's going to move forward or not. So what I think they need to do is that maybe they need to start hiring some guys who probably are dedicated to the cause and start paying them, or kind of like giving them some kind of to go out there and sell some kind of narrative, spin the narrative like APC is doing. We'll match them like for like, because the way APC is going about this whole thing, it's certain that the way they're going about it, not as if they can win the election in a free and fair election, but they're going to manipulate it. And I see that with all these narratives and all this crap about the governors defecting and all of that, they'll use that to their advantage. So you need to now start laundering the image of ADC. And another thing I want them to do is to quickly do their primaries. You need to do that primary so that we know where we're going, so that whoever emerges now can start campaigning, can start doing town hall meetings, do that groundwork. Because if they wait till June, like they're saying, because I had this guy, Bolaji Abdullah, when he was saying it, I was like, people, are you serious like this? June. So from June, and then we're hearing so that they might move the election into this year, maybe by late of November or December. So if they do that, then you people are effed. Because how long is it going to take you people to start doing your groundwork, reconciliation, people that are aggrieved, who never had a ticket, you beg them to stay with the agency. How are you going to do all of this? And I know this is what Tinubu is capitalizing on. So, woman, I think that's all I have to say. For me, it's just we just need to understand that APC knows they cannot win a free and fair election. They cannot. Because if they know, at least they've done a lot with all their governors and everything. Just let us see the IRF done, put in place, and we're going to use it by force and see the result trickle in real time. But I mean, of course, am I going to expect you to do that? No, you never do that. One man, leave it at that. Thank you.
One man, may I contribute, please?
Yeah. Before you contribute, Baba, I think Larry wants to speak to us on the screen. So,
Yeah.
so Larry, just give
so
us
Rational
the
Man, we just did a little bit. I did a little bit of fact check. So Kenya is not doing more than what we're doing. Kenya
exactly.
Is currently
same thing Ghana.
Manual, like we're doing. The only thing Kenya is doing with manual, it's more of verification. The same thing we're doing with what's that thing that we're using for verification? That's what
Beavers.
Beavers. So as our 2021 man, if you go down to 2022 election on what you're showing, go down, it will tell you what happened in 2022 election.
Tell me when I get there.
Yeah, just keep going till you get to 2022 election.
Yeah, that's it there.
Yeah. So if you can look at, okay, go down a little bit more.
Are you the one that highlighted it?
No. I wasn't. Go down a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, look at this.
Is it the manual register just in time, are we?
Yeah.
It says the IEBC had initially intended to rely solely on the inbuilt biometric voter register stored in the tablet. However, after a successful legal challenge, just days before the 2022 elections, Kenya's High Court intervened and ordered their INEC to also distribute a printed register, as it found that the INEC's decision is not INEC, I'm just using INEC as a, the INEC's decision to remove a printed register unconstitutional and not in accordance with the backup provisions passed by Parliament, etc. So what are we looking at?
Yeah, the inclusion of manual register.
The inclusion of manual register turned out to be essential. On election day, the INEC reported that KIEMS kits failure necessitated resort to manual register in 238 polling stations, etc., etc. So give us the summary of it.
So basically in Kenya, you know, in 2013 election, there were accusations of hacking, right? So in 2022, they even went to court, and the court basically ruled that they should resort back to the manual process of doing things. So basically what they did in 2022 was to do the verification, the same thing we're doing with Beavers. They did that electronically. They now went in and printed manual voters, they did manual voting, not electronic. That's what I just want to bring out.
Okay, so hold on. So one man, I wish I could, because I'm using two devices here. Because this device, if I should switch from this page, I might lose you. I might lose you guys. So I mean, lose the platform. So here, according to Smartmatic, here it says here, because they have different countries where they deploy their services. Now for Kenya here, they said here, it says thanks to the technology provided by the Smartmatic, Kenya became the first country in Africa to publish more than 99% reports of tally reports in real time on election day. I understand whatever, I know.
You are getting it wrong. You are getting it wrong.
No, I'm not getting it wrong. What am I getting wrong? What am I getting wrong?
You said what you just read now. You said publishing, right?
Okay.
Publishing real time is different from electronic voting.
Oh.
Yes.
You see, just like somebody. Hold on. You see, Larry, I know you are more learned than all this. You don't like this APC.
Publishing. Let's be candid. Let's be factual.
Okay,
right?
cool.
Well,
do you think Larry has been eating too much agbado? Is this?
No. You know, I like to brag. Larry, please just hold on if you don't mind. See, you know, I like to brag very well. If there's anybody that is experienced in all those electoral processes, I think I'm one of them. After being tabulator for the computer, at least for my province and my city. So I can tell you. See,
good, because I was going to bring you in actually, Ola, to define upload and real time as a computer engineer.
So the thing is this: there is no country in the world today, I say it, and please fact check me, that carries out full electronic voting. The one that is very close is Estonia because of the way they do, but it's still not absolute. It's just close. See, what they do is this: verification, verifying through electronics means is a key thing there to make sure you are who you call yourself, that you are not bringing foreigners to come and vote for you. Then the one we do in Canada here, we have what we call tabulators, which are computers. So in that tabulators, we still have manual box. So what the tabulator does is this: you feed in the paper, the ballot paper, it captures and puts it in the memory and sort according to the party or according to the candidates, and drop the ballot paper in the box. And that box, we used to see the box. So when we say electronic voting here, you understand, people should understand that it's not a complete process that, oh, you sit down at your home, you just vote on your phone and everything published online. No, sir. It's not like that. Even when you say real time, sometimes too, you have to define that real time. At what point? Is it where you are voting immediately or at the collation center? That as you are collating, you are just dropping it online. Hold on. Say no. You can't argue. You can't argue
no,
this.
Don't give me that.
Don't
give me that. I can't argue this. Don't give me that.
I say you can't.
No, I can't. I can and I will. I can and I will.
You don't know.
Don't give me that. Your expertise.
You know I like to black.
No. Don't give me this.
Don't go there. See,
can you wrap up so I can? Can you wrap up so I can?
We are talking about it. It's just a repository. IREF is just a repository.
Yeah,
it's just a repository. And if you want to know, it's just what you are going to make reference to.
You upload to IREF.
Historical data.
Okay, all right.
Take IREF as historical data.
Okay. So now,
don't see at that center, you know, counting is done real time at that center when you finish voting, and all the agents will have copy of those results. It is the duty of those people, if you really want them now to snap the result and post to Facebook and post to everywhere, good for you. You understand? But the lies that we get in Nigeria is this. Let me tell you one thing. Even if everything goes from using your credit card, using your passport to vote, I still believe you. Trust our people. They will come and tell you story of how the thing was hacked along the line. And they will even convince you and give you story. So election, no matter what, no matter how credible it is in Nigeria, for the losers, it will never be credible. So all these your processes of electoral process you want to define. You understand?
In one word,
I don't even know the architecture you are following.
All the you just said now is so we should just push it aside and just continue with the madness that we're running.
2023 election in Nigeria has been the best so far.
When people like yourself come here, you make the kind of, you're an IT guy and you do all this, like the other day, somebody was asking me, what's the difference between devaluation and depreciation? I was like, don't show people you don't know.
Don't let us go to that place.
All right, let's not open that up because our comrade Omori is also waiting as well.
There's a reason why I said that. I'm not going to open it up. I'm not opening it up. My point is why I've said that is just, see, this I've never seen in my life until this Oloibroku APC people came in. I mean, I'm not disrespect to anybody here who is APC. I mean, the way they just spin narrative, they just go look for high-sounding words and they will just spin it. How do you get depreciation if your money is not devalued?
Don't go to that place. Stay with election now. Stay with election.
What are we saying with nine? Okay, yeah. Let me just stay with the election. I'm sorry for that. Take that back. So now talking about this, you're telling me real time. In real time, what are we talking about? Well, of course, we know that when you have to vote, it is a process. When you do your accreditation, they take your picture of because I think they have this face recognition thing. If it doesn't match, it's what they have on the beavers or whatever. I don't know how they do it. If it doesn't match, it means you're not a candidate. I mean, you're not a voter in that ward. You're an imposter. Maybe your thumbprint doesn't match what they have on their system. It means you're not supposed to vote. So that's what we understand. That's an aspect of the electronic voting. Then it is one aspect of the electronic voting. But when they vote, either they thumbprint manually on that form, they count it. Whoever scored the highest. Everybody, all the agents, who were there, they see them, they count it, and then they put the numbers there. APC, 300, ADC, 1, put it there. We see it, and they take a picture of it, boom. Everything gets loaded into the cloud. Fine. We're good with that. We are good with that. So that's what we're saying here. And what is so hard to
understand?
Is that not what we are doing in Nigeria?
What people are saying, my understanding of what people seem to be pushing for is that at the point of casting your vote, it will register immediately on
Nobody ever said that. No, woman, you see, this is what we're doing here. We like to spin this thing around like
no, I'm saying that's my understanding. You can correct me now.
Everybody understands that you have to be accredited for us with the beavers to show that you are a voter, an eligible voter in that ward, in that center, before you can cast any vote. So, and mind you, keep in mind, as you are taking everybody who appears, if people doesn't appear, it will tell you, the beavers will tell you that, okay, if we have 300 people in this center that were supposed to vote, only 200 people showed up, and these people were accredited. It only marked 200. How did this guy won his election tribunal? It was not because he was able to prove that these beavers, it shows that on these beavers, these are the number of people that turned up, even though there were this number of people that registered in that ward. That was how I was able to prove it. So if they have excess, like what they did in Edo State, that despite all the evidence that were provided to them, they still gave it to this the Obolo governor there. I mean, what are we talking about? So my point is this: we besides the accreditation, we want the result transferred into the cloud in real time so that we can see it. In real time here doesn't mean instantly, but let it go into the cloud and then we can see it appear, because we know, this is electronics. It might be slow. It might have its own score for head. So at some point, but my point is this: is that we want that to be done. So that at the end of the day, all this one that Adola is saying that even though they do it that way, we still complain. What are you talking about? When people don't want to do anything good, this is how you just brandish all kinds of reasons. Find one reason not to want to do something right. I leave it at that one.
No, what you are doing is not process. It's just a tiring excuse.
One man, can I have my 1 minute, please?
Yeah, you can have your 1 minute, but Ola will take charge. The only super chatter from was Hassan. I think everybody, what's happening to the super chat is gone. But if you can't super chat, at least please like and subscribe. The numbers are not looking like they should look. So like and subscribe. Comrade Omoruri has the floor after the interjections. Comrade has waited long enough. After Comrade Omoruri, Ola, thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Baba, have your minute.
Yeah, so this for you, comrade, actually, just to contribute to what you talked about, the Edo thing. The law says if the Beaver's accreditation in a particular place is 100 voters, as they will count the ballot papers. If it's 101, the law says cancel that election in that polling.
I've not even spoken. Why are you preempting me? Let me have my submission.
No, I want you to factor it.
I'm coming to that. Nobody can be more Catholic than the Pope here. Nobody can.
No, I want you to factor it in. Let me finish now.
No. Don't tell me what happened, Edo. Let us not play this game.
Okay, let me talk to the air. Sorry. Let me talk to. You pass 1 minute, I will use.
Whatever. If you want to talk
generally, I'm not taking your permission. They gave me 1 minute. Ola, can you help? Sorry, I called your name.
Baba, in case I'm not available, sir, if you don't mind, sir, you can just help me organize.
No, I'll be leaving too in another 30 minutes.
Okay, yes, I'm here, but in case you didn't hear my voice.
Okay, I will just be here for another 30 minutes. I'm feeling sleepy. So that is what it mitigates against the previous system where people snatch boxes. The law even says now that if they snatch any box, that polling booth from where they snatch the box will be cancelled. So the rigging actually now comes from voters buying. That is why the first item on the list of what is before the National Assembly right now is about what they do concerning voters buying, how to prosecute, apprehend people. It's very difficult to rig, particularly if every party, every candidate have their representative, their agent at the polling unit. We've overflogged this issue before. It is the responsibility of the contestant to have an agent there to oversee what is happening in every polling unit, 774 of them. I mean, 774 local government. So you have your papers as backup. And when they say upload means manual process from one thing to the other. I'm not a computer expert. I explained it here. And when they say real time, it's like from Beaver straight to IREV. It doesn't work that way anywhere in the world. Even the most civilized system in the world doesn't operate that way because they have to verify. That is the system. So we don't think we are part of the world and we shouldn't expect anything automatic. We were here when people were carrying portfolio and boasting actually, if one man can search and bring out these people, saying, oh, they are going to Nigeria, there's an election, and they will be brandishing their briefcase, saying that it contains one system or the other and things like that. What were they saying? The interpretation was, oh, they are coming to hack the system. So I think we should just even drop this 2023 thing and focus on 2027. Thank you.
Can I have my submission now?
Thank you, Baba. Yeah, Comrade Omori, you please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I think sometimes I just feel, I don't know if John is still here or John, if you are listening to me, this is an opportunity to clear the air on the vital issues you raised. The first one is you were trying to talk about improving on the electoral system. I think the system we have at the moment might not be the best in the world, but it's enough. It will have been enough for us to get what we want. It's better than what some other people are using in other countries. But the problem is not with the system. I'm taken aback sometimes when people blame democracy. The people are always looking for excuses. They blame the colonial masters, the colonialists. They lead the colonialists, they blame democracy. Democracy is not for Africa. They're always looking for excuses. I think the problem is not about the system. It's not about the electoral system. It's not about democracy. It's all about the operators. It's all about the desperados we have as leaders. It's all about the powers and principalities, like I said earlier. We might not be where we want to be, but we're not where we used to be. They don't ring election by hijacking ballot boxes anymore. Nobody should come here and want to quote the law for us. We don't know what is going on. Like I said earlier, if the law we have on ground, the electoral system, was allowed to take place in Edo, we would have had the best of election. Even the Oba of Benin that said he consulted his ancestors to bring this idiot, this imbecile, this moron, called Kwankwaso as a governor, lost election in his own palace unit. He could not defeat the opposition, even in the polling unit in the palace. So we have 3 local governments in Edo South that will cover both Edo North and Edo Central. But what did they do? They abandoned the system, the electoral system. So if you think electoral system is the problem, I don't know what to tell you. Electoral system is not the problem. They abandoned the entire system. It was such a way that you have the voting at the polling units. You have you from there to the ward collation to local government. When they discovered that it was not favoring them, there was no way they could beat what was on ground. There was no way they could beat Edo people. It was to show that it was a vengeance mission against the Edo people. They abandoned that arrangement. They have to order them to come from local government to the state collection center without knowing the result at the local government level that was supposed to be transferred. Each local government was supposed to bring their results to the state collection center. They have to go there with security apparatus, with security operatives, dealt with the agent, dealt with the governor. Governor was supposed to wake up at the middle of the night, at the glare of the, everybody was looking at the governor like a baby. They sat him down. Tony Kabaka was almost slapping the governor to humiliate him. Somebody's talking about system. It's not about the system. It's not about the evil operators. We are not sincere people at all. You know what? I'm not surprised. The evil reign will beat everybody at one point or the other. The same people that were telling us when they were in PDP, that were boasting with either our way or the highway, the same people that were telling us in opposition then to go to blazes if we don't want to comply with the PDP system, the same way the people that were telling us PDP share the money, either PDP or nowhere, today they are the one crying. We are not very sincere people. Most of us are worse than the rulers we blame. So this is why sometimes I used to, belong to the group that feel with one good leader someday could just turn things around and Nigeria will be a better place. I'm beginning to doubt my position right now. That was the opinion I had before I turned 15 till when I was about 45 or thereabouts. But for the past 5 years, I'm beginning to change my mind that no single leader, no individual, if you don't change our ways as a people, we are all wicked people. We are very, very insincere. When it favors us, we don't see anything wrong. When it doesn't favor us, we want to bring out the system. So the same people today that are crying blue mother, they are the same people that were PDP and joined it when Obasanjo was saying it's a do or die affair. So we're not very sincere people. We see the truth. We want to do everything to manipulate the truth. John, if you're still hearing me, I'm answering you. No matter the system we bring. See, there is one thing that is very vital about the human factor. In all the factors of production you have, the difference between the human factor, why the human factor is unique, is the ability to control the other factors. No matter the electoral system, the electric system you bring into play, the human factor is vital because he has to coordinate every other thing. This computer you talk about is garbage in, garbage out. Whatever you feed in is what it's going to give to you back. So if the evil politicians in Nigeria want to manipulate any system, bring them to America, they will ring an American election. So if John, if you are still listening to me, listen to me carefully. It's not really about the system. I'm not against improvement upon what we have right now. But no matter the system you have, before the election, when Tinubu was not yet the president, he came to Edo, he was talking to Edo people as if we are his slaves. Don't vote for Obaseki. When they were fighting for democracy indeed, Obaseki was nowhere to be found. As if he's from Edo, as if he's from Benin, as if he's from Eboma, as if he's from Auchi. Who is Tinubu to tell Edo people who to vote for? We don't believe in the Babasokwe politics in Edo State. So what he did in the last gubernatorial election in Edo was not election, but Tinubu was on a vengeance mission. It wasn't, the contest wasn't between APC, PDP, or what. The contest was between Obaseki and Tinubu. The contest wasn't between Okpemolo and Igodaro. You don't match them. You cannot put Okpemolo where people like Igodaros are contesting for election. And those people knew this. And they knew what they wanted. But Tinubu felt otherwise. So let's not purposely come here to manipulate us as if we don't know the law, we don't know the system, or we don't know what is going on. We see the truth and sometimes we bend our mind just because we want to change the narrative to our own favor. Enough of that. Let nobody tell us the system. There's nothing wrong with the system. The operators are the evil people. They are the demons we have in our electoral system, not the system. No matter the system you bring to Nigeria, if you are not willing to change our ways, if we are not sincere, we don't have the sincerity or purpose, we go nowhere. No system can work in Nigeria because they will manipulate it. They have gone from the level of a ballot statue to institutional ringing. That is what is happening. I rest it there. The other one I want to correct you, John, if you still listen to me. You made a very good analysis as per the reason why people are not collaborating with the Southeasterners. But I want to correct what you narrow it to ethnic, tribal, and religion issue. You might be correct. Those are part of the issues. But then I want to take your mind back to from the Republic after we had our independence in 1960. And we had the Republican Constitution in 1963. From 1964, general election, through the first, second, third Republic, the collaboration was actually between the North and the Southeast.
Yeah.
Right from when there was election in 1964, and no particular party could have enough votes to form the government at the center. There was a need for collaboration. What does he do? He collaborated with Sadana Sokoto, MPC, Northern People's Congress. From that time till 1999, when Abiola paid the supreme price, paid with his life, paid with his blood, his business, his wife, and everything, that was what actually changed the trajectory. But that collaboration, what the Southeast was able to do with their collaboration with the North, is a different discussion for another day. Don't come here and tell me they don't want to collaborate with the North. Now, if you look even between Ekweme again and who was the flag bearer and Shagari, it was also collaboration between the North and the East. So what happened was, because of the blood of Abiola that was shed by way of June 12th, that was why the trajectory changed just in 1999. So you don't come here and tell me they don't want to collaborate with the Southeast. What we were able to do with that negotiation, what you people were negotiating with the North is what I cannot tell because I was not part of that negotiation. So I want to move on to the last one, rational mind raised, the point of obedience, obey or not. Rational mind, I want to say, I got my heart for you. Kudos to the first time I've seen obedience that is so sincere. I mean, you can courageous enough to tell obedient that you don't play politics by threat. You don't play politics by coercion. You play politics by trying to convince other people. You know, you negotiate with other people. You try to you know, convince them and make them understand why they should work with you. You talk of if you talk of the sacrifice the likes of Tinubu and other people made to make that major work in 2014, 2015, you will just come to the conclusion that we don't have opposition, or they are indirectly working for Tinubu re-election. If there is no natural consequences or foreign intervention or through America or Donald Trump against Tinubu, I think it's not as good as declaring him the winner against the will of the Nigerian people because the opposition is not ready. How you come into a merger with somebody, you telling them Obi or not, instead of saying whoever wins, even when you have Obi in mind, there's no crime. It's your inalienable right to support any candidate. But when you come with threats, not just threats in your own party, not even Showore can talk the way the obedience are talking. Showore that has been able to form his own party, fought for his own party when it was taken for him, cannot even talk like that in a political room with other people. He will succeed in driving other people away. You are the one that cannot form anything. You want everything on a platter of gold. You want everything to be given to you. You want everything to be handed over to you. You come in to meet people. At the beginning, I told them, Obi is making a blunder. Going to ADC is not the best decision for Obi. They were busy telling me to face my show with it. They were busy telling me who am I to tell Obi what to do. When you assume that your leader, your principal knows it all, your principal is infallible, your principal is indispensable, your principal can never make a mistake, you are nothing but a sycophant. People I want around Obi, they are the people like Rational Mind who believe that Obi is dealing with a lot and is overwhelmed with a lot of issues and is dealing with a political mafia who is 100 years ahead of him, 100 miles ahead of him, that he needs support. He needs a think tank that will be able to give him the political direction to be able to navigate his way. Not the people that feel whatever decision he takes, we give them the presidency. I think he has a lot of activists and mob around him. What he needs right now, I know that everybody is important. Even the madman is important. The activist is important. The public support is important. But what he needs most at this moment, not the ashes of this world, not the mama peace of this world, who are singing on the street, on the internet that either will be or nothing. That is very necessary. Like the Obama's movement. But what he needs right now, the only three options we have is one, for Obi to emerge, is one. Where they will come together and say, we are endorsing you. That one is very far from what I'm seeing right now from ADC. It's very far. The other one is a direct system of nomination. That one is also very far. The last time we had that one was on Sean A4. It's not going to be possible where the likes of Atiku and Amechi are standing, even when you even go for direct nomination. Most of these people saying obedient or nothing will not be there. So the last one that is more feasible is the indirect system. That one, we don't need any prophet. Don't have to wake up TP Joshua from the grave. That one is going to be dollarized. So this is not the first step. I told them, if you don't know where you're coming from, you might not probably don't know where you're going to end up. If the future they say belongs to those who see possibility before they become obvious. Atiku, apart from 1 or 2 times, has never failed any primaries. If there was a time Wike wanted to be smart, he took BDP primaries to Port Harcourt. Atiku still defeated Wike and all his plan at his backyard in Port Harcourt. So you go into a collaboration. They told me about 3-4 months ago that they have already endorsed Obi, that Obi is so foolish. Before he went into such a merger, they have already assured him. Now they are coming to the realization that nobody has assured him. You cannot call people yesterday a structure of criminals, you're going to meet them thinking that they are forgiving you. Nigerian politicians, not even only Nigeria. Let me land my point. I'm almost done. Politicians all over the world do not forgive like that. Not even in Nigeria. No, Obi will not be forgiven. Somebody also told me about 2 weeks ago that Atiku has nothing against Obi. That he calls Atiku his brother. Those are political gimmicks. If there's anybody Atiku sees today as his greatest stumbling block against him in 2023, it's not even Tinubu, it was Obi. They have not forgiven him. So there is no pathway. They are not thinking of a takedown that will show them a pathway to presidency. I want to believe the obedient movement, they have the support, but they are not doing anything meaningful or formidable with the movement. I rest my case.
Ola will not speak today or tomorrow.
No, speak. Speak. I'm where I am. So,
I want to ask a question. I was the first person to say I wanted to interject, Omori. So, Mr. Omori, I heard a lot of the things you said. You made a very valid point in some of the things you said, most of the things you said, rather. So, but my question is this: going back to this Obi thing with, because some people I've been hearing this story about, Obi thought they promised him that you guys said they promised Obi a ticket in ADC. Where did you people get that information from? Are you still there?
Is that question for me?
It's for you.
Comrade Omori, if you can just make that turn within 1 minute so that AY
Yeah, it's not even up to 1 minute. It's not even to 1 minute. I got it from, when he was making move, I said this was a wrong political calculation. If there's any blunder Obi was making, this would be the greatest blunder he has ever made. They said no, it was already prearranged, that Obi is not foolish. Obi knows what he's doing, that the ticket was short for him. I heard it from Obedient. I can give you up to 5 names. Well-educated people. But when it comes to politics, they are zero when it comes to political strategies. Do I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thanks.
Okay. AY.
Yeah, I supported Comrade Omori on that. I've also heard people say that. Actually, I just want to say something about what Comrade Omori said. Comrade Omori actually is somebody when he's speaking, most time he's speaking my mind. But on the issue of Edo, that is where I actually have a very big disagreement with him. That election, definitely nobody can categorically say Nigeria elections are free and fair. We know that it's a problem that I personally believe we strongly have to do something about our electoral system. I think that's what is really causing the problem. But however, as regard the governor, I really have serious issue with Omori on this. The former governor of Edo State, in my opinion, for 8 years, that guy was useless. The governor of Edo State have now, for some reason, I don't know where people are getting a lot of information. I just got back from Edo probably like 2-3 months ago. The governor is working. He's doing a lot of work in all the senatorial district. I saw it it's not from my senatorial district, it's from Memorial Senatorial District. The governor is working. You got to give him some credit. I don't think insulting the governor is the way to go. I think for me, I believe any government that coming, you have to give him support. The governor of Edo State, I'm saying it here and right now, the governor is doing a lot of work as regard the infrastructure, which Obaseki refused to do for 8 years.
Can you mention some of those infrastructure for us so that we know?
So the Ramat Road
is not
and
only
the Ekpoma Road.
Not only not only that, he's doing a lot of work. I will tell you, give you few.
The Ekpoma Road is a federal project, if I may correct you.
Hold on.
Yeah, but he's the one doing it. He's the one building the bridge there now.
Two flyover going on in Benin.
Is that a priority? Do we even need those flyovers where they are? Are they supposed to be priority at this time?
Omori, hold on. I want us to have this discussion. We are both from the state. I want us to have this discussion. In Edo
The ones wicked built in Port Harcourt, what are they doing with them?
Hold on
Let someone
now.
speak
You
now.
hold on. In Edo North, I can count up to 10 roads is doing in Edo North. There is a major market. If you go to Edo North, if you go to Auchi, as of the popular Uzare market, it's rebuilding the whole market. It dropped down all the shops. It's rebuilding that whole market. That alone, the vote coming from that area, if you conduct an election today, is returning back. That area will vote for him. This is a fact. In Edo Central, where he come from, you are from there. In his village, he's building a school currently. He's building roads in his community. A lot of roads. Those are major projects. You are from that region. You ask questions. Because I know you are somebody that is upright. I know you can speak truth to issue. In Benin, a lot of roads are going on, apart from the major flyover you see, about 2 flyovers. The Edo State City Transport, what they call it, Edo whatever. He has revamped that.
I think this month, February, they will do Edo Air.
Yeah.
The airline.
Okay, I don't want to deal with the airline first.
Another misplacement of priority.
Hold on.
But go on. You go on.
Omori, hold on. These are issues. Then when it comes to issue of unity of the state, the governor has been able to pull the state back together. Of the so-called Obaseki for 8 years, I can tell you Omori will not be able to measure 3 major projects he did in Edo State. Apart from that, Obaseki, first tenure, he was complaining they were collecting money. He did give Edo people job. Nothing was done. He was fighting everybody in the state. He caused division in the state between the Benin, the Esa, and the Edo North. That is not how to manage a state. You have to listen to the people and work with them. Currently, even the current governor is not collecting money from market women. The market that were born in Benin, that Obaseki promised he was going to rebuild, Obaseki did not rebuild any of the market. Omodo Okpewolo is building one of the market right now in Benin. Go and confirm this information. So I don't want, see, I'm not in support. I'm not gonna, nobody I'm benefiting from. I'm not benefiting from the governor. I'm the benefit from Obaseki. But we got to try to speak truth to these issues. When somebody is doing well, I'm of the opinion, give him credit. So this is just 1 year in office. So let's give it time. By the time the governor is messing up, it's not working, I will come here, I will speak against him. It's not paying me. I don't have a family member that is working with him. I will do that. Thank you.
Ewa, can I just sit there for 1 minute?
Sure, I'm here.
All right. I'm an advocate of Obaseki. I'm not even a supporter of Obaseki. But I want to remind you that the last gubernatorial election in Edo State, Obaseki wasn't on the ballot. I made mention of Astrid Vidalo and Okpebolo, number 1. Number 2, you said if you ask me to mention 3 projects of Obaseki, okay, I won't be able to. I can mention more than 20 for you. But I wasn't even dwelling on what they achieved.
Just 3 major projects. Just mention 3 for me. 20 is too much. Please.
Okay.
Let everybody hear.
Okay. The Oshama Power project, the private power
is a private project. Does not belong to
he facilitated it. The government. Let me land. You asked me a question. Let me land.
Go ahead.
The business of a government is the creation of enabling environment for business to thrive. Number 1, you brought life and people that were brought in.
Dangote, it does petroleum refinery. Let's give it to Lagos State Governor. Why not? What about that?
No. They have a stake in it. They just have a stake in it.
What is the percentage of Edo in it?
Yeah, that's about that. If I want to go into that statistics, but you just admitted that they have a stake in it.
Power plant.
You don't even allow me. I just mentioned one and you started argument. So there's no point. I won't mention any other thing. I'm not here to defend. No. I'm not here. I didn't mention. No. I'm not going to go further because you already made up your mind. Basic foundation, Obaseki laid, Okpebholo has come to destroy everything. If there's anyone that is closer to me, you mentioned in your own word, there is Okpebholo. Okpebholo is closer to me because we are from the same senatorial district. So by relationship, Okpebholo is far closer to me than Obaseki. So I don't even have any of their numbers. I wasn't dwelling on what they have achieved or what they're going to achieve. I was talking about the process that brought them to power because people were here to manipulate us, to want to tell us what happened in those states, in our own state, as if we don't know much about what happened in our state. I rest my case.
Let
me add something, please.
Can I just say something?
Okay, go ahead, Larry.
You see, Mr. Mori, you are not being truthful. And why I said you are not being truthful, I listened to everything you said, right? Obviously, you are a top Obaseki fan, and you are an Igodalo fan.
It looks so.
Top Obaseki fan in what form?
Wait, let us talk.
If it's your state, if it's your classroom, will you make Okpebholo a class monitor in your classroom?
Wait now, bro. You said your own now.
In my days, Okpebholo was not qualified to be a class monitor. In my days, a class monitor was qualified enough to be able to write the names of people, noise makers in the class.
You are shutting others up now. Let them speak.
Can you let us speak?
Larry, please continue.
You spoken. You called him an imbecile.
It's okay now. Just go ahead.
If my father is a moron, if my father is an idiot, I'll call my father an idiot. If my father is a madman, I'll call him a madman. If I call him otherwise, it doesn't change anything because he's a madman.
Okay.
Let people speak now.
Can we hear the other? Can we please hear the other?
You can call your father anything. Now, for me as an outsider, because sometimes it's always easy to hear people come here, rant and everything. I've been watching Edo State closely, and I've been watching what has been happening in Edo. What I've seen in Edo is the fact that a lot of roads are being built in Edo presently. They have a lot of road projects.
That's a fact. I was in Edo. I just came back.
So for me,
a lot of it was built. What was built?
A lot of road projects are going on in Edo presently.
Measure the roads. They don't have names. The only way you measure was a federal project. Measure them.
I don't like to shout. Can you let us speak? You've been speaking all through.
You can't just say, Blackheads road, a lot of roads. Measure the roads.
I will give you the list. I will bring the list for you, Omori. I know Omori is aware of the roads. He said Omori is aware. I can tell you 100%.
Please, now we beg you.
Even the one to my father's farm is being tied right now as we speak.
Even the road that goes to Obaseki village, the current governor is building it. Obaseki refused to build it. That's a fact. Go and confirm. I'm not going to come here and speak what is not correct.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, let me quickly say this, right? You hear what he mentioned now. When you hear them, the Obaseki supporter, they mention Osiomo power plant. There is modular refinery. There is an hotel. What is it called? That is
Madison Hotel.
Hotel. He put Edo State money on it, but Edo State they don't hold any part of that hotel.
They owe a lot. The case is in court. Don't come here alive. Hold on. I don't want us to go into all that. The case is in court.
The museum is building. It gave 4 billion of Edo money. Edo State they don't hold, and the land that belongs to Edo people. That is what how many billion.
Do you know the advantage of that museum? When you are more than this, man. Don't play that over nonsense politics here. You are more than this. You know the advantage of that museum.
Larry, look, people that are speaking here.
Can I quickly?
Sorry, let me finish 1 minute. If you know the atrocity of Obaseki committed in Edo, you will weep. As we speak, tell Obaseki to go to his local government and contest for councillor if he can win. He's even scared to come to Benin, where he's from.
So that you guys can kill him. So you can kill him, right? So that the Kabakas of this one can use himself for pepper soup. How about Benin waiting for him to fry him and eat him raw?
Omori, I don't want to have
well, you're more than this. You know what is happening. Let's not come here and watch our dirty little public. You know what is going on. I hate this dirty politics. I hate this kind of dirty politics.
Hold on.
Hold on,
Even
Comrade
Lucky-
Omoruyi.
even
When
Lucky-
you were speaking, I don't think
Yeah.
people interrupt you in a disruptive
Ola,
manner.
look at it. Ola, look
Why
at
are people
it.
lying? We don't need to lie.
Ola, look at it. Ola, look at it. Even Lucky Bene the other, all Edo agree he did not was in Benin, is in Edo. Oshomole controlled the vote of Edo North till today because of the work he did. The only reason why Oshomole is not controlling the vote of the whole of Edo is because we don't speak the same language. So these are facts. You have a governor that just finished. He went to abroad, do it at home, home meeting. If you know the atrocity, this man did nothing. I'm telling you, I don't.
He didn't commit any atrocity. He's traditional power also.
Okay, let me
Hey, well,
finish this one.
you want us to discuss?
Let
You want us to discuss this? Want us to go into this? Don't go into that traditional nonsense.
Hello.
Sorry. One more second.
Don't go into that traditional nonsense.
See,
I think. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. See, Comrade Omoruyi, please let us have this, mutual, discussion, and don't let us be disruptive. So, because we could see that when you were giving your opinion, nobody was interrupting you in a disruptive manner, just like I said the other time. That just allow people to land their points. Irrespective of how the level of love you have for your person.
I put something in the chat.
See, Ola, I'm not a supporter of this government. I'm a supporter of Edo people. See, all of you here, I know you have.
You sure sound like it now. You sure sound like a supporter.
Listen.
Hey, well, can I ask one question? Was Ali a bad governor? Was Ali a bad governor? Why was he stepped out of Benin? Let's not go into this. He wants us to come and wash our dirty limit. Let me open this thing. Let's go into this place. Where was Oba? Why did Oba give Benin?
Allah, Abi, whoever is
Ali out of Benin.
So that we can go.
Was Ali a bad governor?
Amori, you are being disruptive. What's going on now? They're trying to like
exactly.
Can we just have a little bit digression? I mean, can we just move away from that? Cool. Have our little input, and let's see if we can just wrap it up.
Okay, sir. Bishop, if AY grants you permission, just go ahead.
Thank you. AY, please, if you just let me. I want to take us back. I was thinking that we're going to discuss the politics of 2027 as it relates to where we started. I don't know how we ended up with this Edo brouhaha. But I wanted to point out something when some people brought up the issue of OBJ and Kwankwaso, trying to matchmake Kwankwaso and OBJ. And Peter Obi. The same Peter Obi that Kwankwaso rejected in the last run-up to the last election. And OPJ has an antecedent that is not very lofty, that is not very bright about choosing leaders and successors for Nigeria. He has not fared very well. I mean, if you want to go back in time, as a military head of state, Shagari knew how it ended. Yaradua, Jonathan, he supported what have you. So if OBJ is recommending, is giving us prescription now about whatever he's bringing together, all we need to do is to look at his antecedent, how the ones that he gave us before, how did they fare? So if we are going to do permutations and we are going to subject them to rigorous scrutiny, that is the candidates. And we are using OBJ's approval or what do they call it, endorsement of the candidature or candidacy of Peter Obi with Kwankwaso. For me, rather than see it as a plus, I would rather see it as a minus. Because of the things, the way he has, I don't know whether it is about his judgment or his brashness or whatever. Highly revered and respected, more lucky, far more luckier than an average individual deserves. But I don't think he's using his goodwill very well. Now, agreed, and all of us have a stake. We have different stakes in politics, and it shows. So we see a candidate from the view of whether I like him or I don't like him. And that's exactly what is playing out in this argument you're listening to. There is no doubt. I don't know Comrade Omori, but obviously he has an axe to grind with Ogbebolo. And definitely he prefers, he likes Obaseki and the Obaseki choosing successor, the one that did not take it. I've forgotten his name. So obviously, and many times our personal interest beclouds us from election took place. It has ended. A candidate has emerged. The day that candidate emerged, he is no longer a candidate of the election. He is the elected governor. The reasonable thing is for everybody, whether you like him or the party, to put the interest of the state, whatever decision is going to take, let it be in the best interest of the state so that the state can benefit. But we carry on the acrimony that leads up to the election, and we don't let it to end until the tenure runs out. We are never going to develop this way. We are never going to. It's unfortunate, but that is the truth. Immediately election comes and election is over, I think governance should take over. We spend long time in litigation. Even after the litigation, we still don't accept the fact that the election had been done and dusted. Let governance, and we still continue bickering. I had my friend said earlier on that the coming election is going to be between Nigerians and the APC. It has become like a common thing that everybody is saying that, oh, it's against the people. And I began to wonder, who are the people in the APC? Are they aliens? Are they from another planet? Are they animals? Are they not human beings? Are they not Nigerians? A party that has the control of 30 states, I'm not envying them. I'm not saying I'm boasting about it. But it's an illusion to begin to say the election is going to be between Nigerians and APC. I mean, we saw what what's his name pulled yesterday in Rivers. We saw what Wike was able to pull. We saw what Abba Yusuf was able to pull in Kano today in the, what do they call this one? The street march. What do they call it? The parade he had today. Because Kwankwaso did this a few days ago, and he is doing this so now, whether or whether not. A point will come that we have to agree. Two agents will contest. One will be accepted and one will be rejected. And we can even have the case of the best and the worst contest. And people will choose the worst. They did it to Jesus Christ. And if they have chosen him and they have chosen him, so be it. So I think we need to develop our election. We need to mature up. When the election don't come, we don't go. We don't go with that. No politician has given me one oboe. I have donated money to elections and people contest the election. And I can boldly say I have not benefited anything personally because I just want Nigeria to progress. And many times my preferred candidates don't even win election. But I don't hate them because they don't win. I'm waiting for the next election because if it is my state or my constituency that I hate a particular candidate does not mean that I don't want that candidate to succeed. Unfortunately, that is what is really in Nigeria now. Once the candidate that wins is not our preferred candidate, we just want the candidate to fail at all costs. That is not patriotism. That is taking it a little bit extreme. Election should be conducted in the spirit of sportsmanship. When you win and when you lose, you congratulate the winner and you move on. If you can contribute, if you don't want to contribute, go and stay on the sideline. When there is next opportunity to contest, throw your heart into the ring again. That is how it's supposed to be. I hope that we are going to learn and that the next election is not going to be as contentious. And when I mean contentious, not that people will not contest, but when it is done, it is done. When you contest an election, you lost at the election, you lost at the tribunal, you lost at the Supreme Court, and so people are still claiming that the election was stolen. 12 justices gave a verdict, not even one dissenting, and people are still saying, oh, the election. If election is fair the only day that you win, then you are not a sport person, you are not a sportsman, and you are not patriotic. I pray that we'll move ahead and we get better with our election and with how we continue to rule our country. Most times, the best we know always be the ones that we rule. I don't think that Americans are saying that it's the best of their best that is ruling America today, but America will see when occasional arises, they will still come together and say, look, America first. Hopefully one day, every one of us will be able to come together and say, Nigeria first. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God continue to bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Bishop. AY, do you want to come back to your point?
Yeah, so to finish my point, right? You see, the Edo State election, right? The PDP governor, Aswe Godalo, Aswe was a very competent man. I really like him. But when Omoriye said this is not about Obaseki, actually it was about Obaseki. Obaseki was the problem of Aswe. Obaseki was not happy. He did not help Aswe in that election. So you have an election where 99% of Edo State politicians from across party, they were in one party, were supporting APC candidate because of the kind of human being Obaseki was to Edo people. So that election definitely will be difficult down to his deputy governor. So these were issues in that election. But election is over, like somebody rightly said. When it comes to governance, I will support the government in power. This is my position. That's why even Tinubu, you hear, if Tinubu do something good, I will praise him. Even when people are accusing me, if the day he's gonna do, but I will attack him. Ola, you are here, attack Tinubu. I'm like, no, that's wrong. This is my position on Nigeria issues. So Edo State, the governor is currently working. If he's okay, I'll give you an example. The courtism in Edo State for the past, say, God know when, 20 years, every year, the number of people that are killed in Edo, especially in Benin, is alarming. Omorie is aware of this. When this governor came, even MBM building in Benin was put that was destroyed. Today, you dare not shoot any gun in Edo State in the name of courtism. He go to your house and pull it down. That was what stopped the court activities in Edo State. Benin was notorious for courtism, high-level courtism. Omori, this was the governor that was able to nip it in the bud. Yeah, let me quickly finish this. We have this a bit of kidnapping issue here and there, especially there is one that was going on in Ekpoma for the past couple of weeks. Yeah, you gotta give the governor support. To be honest, I have assessed this man. I'm watching him. I'm watching his activities. He's doing a lot for the people. Sincerely, he's doing. If you, all of you, we have friends from Edo State, call them, ask them genuinely, what do you think about this governor? So when people criticize, it's more like, it's APC, whatever. I tell you, if Lesotho people are praising, I told them on the damage today, Lesotho people are praising every day he's working. If Lesotho is decap to APC tomorrow, because some people don't like it, they will start criticizing him. This is what Nigeria do. It's a lot of sentiment. Maury, you can go ahead. I'm here with you, man. We are not fighting. We got to discuss.
No, you are my beloved brother. You know, I love you so much.
You know, I agree with you on a lot of things. Today we go argue. It's okay to argue.
I am not biased. You know, I play my politics. Sometimes people wonder, where do I belong? I don't really care, but I try as much as possible to be objective as I can. I have a question for you that will cover everything. I don't want us. There are things I don't want to reveal here, so it doesn't look as. So it doesn't look as if. So that it doesn't look as if we are coming to the market square to watch our dirty linen. I have one simple question for you. No, two. Okay. I will start by telling you, a courtis is living in your house. Maybe you have a house in your village or in Benin. Somebody was fingered to be a courtis. And you know the series of allegations they put in on people, innocent people. A policeman was killed in Benin. Over 100 people were arrested for. In fact, they are still arresting people till tomorrow if you commit anything against them. You know, so people were asking how many people were involved in the killing of that police? How many people actually pulled the trigger? That is on one side. Now, you have a house in Benin or Auchi. Somebody's coming his finger to be a Curtis in Benin. They're going to Auchi because he lives in your house to put your house there. And you come here to say that one on a platform like this. That is number one. Number two, I asked earlier, was Ali, from what you heard of Ali, I wouldn't know how old you were when Ali was the governor of the Dembele state. From what you heard, from what you read, from what your parents told you, was Ali a bad governor? If yes or no, did he deserve to be swept out of Benin? And why was he swept? Why were Benin people given broom to be swept out of Ali, a whole Professor Ali, that gave us a free education, free books, free food, free uniform, free everything? He consulted roads to our, farm settlement. He consulted roads to bushes to health schools, knowing that that is the only way you can enlighten the people. That no nation, no state can go beyond the intellectual capacity of his people. He built roads in every nook and cranny of the Benin state. Yet, a traditional ruler gave Benin women to sweep his leg out of Benin. Did he deserve that? If Ali did not deserve that, why are you talking of Obaseki being accused of? Do you know the accusation they had against Obaseki? His forefather, I'm coming. Ago Obaseki was the one that was responsible for the dethronement and the adoption of Obaverame from Benin to Calabar, which was wrong. So this is let's not go there, or else this place will not be able to finish this case till tomorrow morning. Let's not allow them to blindfold you with that traditional nonsense they play in Benin. You are too intelligent for that.
Let me answer the question. Professor Abrosali, undoubtedly, he was a very good governor. He was. Yeah, I know in the case of Ali, yeah, there are cases of, Nigeria with tribe and whatever, it's not from my side. They still come up. But Ali was a good governor. One, on the issue of the governor demolishing people's houses, of course, it has yielded result. But however, I agree with you on that. I don't think because a Curtis live in a house, maybe it's caught with a gun or whatever, you go demolish the house. This is very unfair. I think this is the time.
Why are you giving it to the governor as a credit?
No, I didn't give it as a credit. I said he has eradicated the issue of courtism in a
by the wrong methodology, by adopting, by punishing the wrong people for offenses they don't know anything about.
You are competent enough to be a governor. Sincerely, you can also write to the Edo State government. It's not a bad thing. I want to start doing those now. If I have some idea, I'll put them together, throw it to them. See, I agree with you on that. It's wrong to go and demolish out. But the issue of Obaseki, like you say, I don't want to even go there. Obaseki, he wronged Edo State. He wronged Benin people. He wronged Esa people. He wronged Esako people. Obaseki was a failure in Edo State. I will prove it any day. That man was a failure. Quote me anywhere. Obaseki influenced private companies. Some of them he invested in them. Edo State, and you put Edo State money, you turn them to be your private companies. Of course, he lost out. To be honest, we gotta be fair. The governor that is there now, as long as I keep working, I will keep praising him. I just want people to work for the common people. Yeah, if I come to Edo State, you build roads, I will be able to see a road where I'm gonna use my car to drive through. But I want people to be happy. But the man is trying. Sincerely, this is 1 year. When I look at some of the stuff he has done really well, to be honest. We got to be fair to him, Mr. Moriye. You can ask more questions the project he's doing in your senatorial district. I want a governor that will unite the people. That is why even
I should ask you a question on the project you're doing in my senatorial district. So you should know my senatorial district more than I do, right?
I'll give the project for you tomorrow here. I can look for them.
So you are asking me to ask you the question on the projects he's doing in my own senatorial district.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah,
can I say something?
AY, look into the chat. There's a link of all the projects there.
Okay, they put it here. I'm telling you.
AY, can I say something?
Yes,
Because
sir.
if
Yes,
we
sir.
allow the two of you to go, none of us will talk today. So
Yes,
I
sir.
think we should switch to another topic. But to briefly comment on what you guys have been saying, what I see is that after Obaseki, he has that 100% support from all Edolites all over the world. I remember that time that the slogan is Edo no be Lagos. Everybody
Exactly.
supported him. Yeah, everybody supported him. So in my brain, I asked myself, after so many years, why are people turning against him? Because for you to be a governor of a state, there must be a power broker in that state that will support you. A lot of big politicians are in your support. So what happened to all these people? Why are they not supporting you anymore? Are you picking a fight one by one with them? And to be frank with you, what we read during his time was that a lot of proposals, something they won't bring into fruition or something like that.
MOU.
MOU, thank you, MOU or something like that's what we had. And today, everybody can go online. Luckily for us, we're in the age of technology. We can see with our eyes what they are doing in each state of Nigeria. If you are interested, just go to YouTube.
The greatest problem of Obaseki, he did not share money for politicians. He placed them where they belong. He wanted to return power to the people. He wanted to return power to the people of Edo State. That was the greatest problem. He had problem with the traditional institution too. Simply simple.
Okay, I will quickly talk generally now. If you look about politics in Nigeria, no matter how you have the money, no matter what you are going to do, if you are not popular in that domain, in that district, in that community, in that state, there is no way, even if you want to rig, there is no way you are going to win. And when we are talking about politics is local in Nigeria, in the last election, all those people that report about it, they say all the political party rigged. How can you tell me that in a state like in the southeast of Nigeria, the vote is 94, 96, 97% Obi? Are we telling us that there is no party member that come from APC or the other PDP or whatever? So and one thing I don't like black people about is that when they lose, they will continue to complain. Yeah, I was rigged, I was this. Or if your candidate lost, then you can say, I was rigged, was that. No, they give the opportunity. You go to Court of Appeal, you cannot prove it. You also go to Supreme Court, you cannot prove that this is where I got the election result. Is it not from the Supreme Court that we now know that you don't have polling agents in more than 20,000 polling units?
Which court? The weakest court? Is it the weakest court or the other court you're talking about?
No. What I'm trying to tell you is very simple. What I'm trying to say is that we must learn the art of, to be frank, to tell the truth, politics is just a game, and you know the coin. You either win or you lose. Why is it that in Nigeria, when people lose, it's not they will not say, I was rigged out. Even when you are getting 1,000 votes and the winner got about 20,000 votes, you will say you go to court. For what reason? That clearly shows that the people does not want you. 1,000 votes to 20,000 votes. See the differences. I don't know why black people always do something, especially in Nigeria. That, when you lose, I was rigged out, I was this, I was that. Come on, everybody in the politics is local. In Nigeria today,
so people cannot complain when the system is subverted, when the system is twisted against the people.
No, what I'm trying to
I don't have an issue with Obemolo winning. I don't have an issue with Obaseki messing up chances. But the process is also as important as the final result.
Can you hold on? Obi was a former governor of Anambra for 8 years. And I remember that he was impeached several times, but he won at the court at the court. He also won the election. That time, the election was not rigged. Now that he came to the national limelight, at least he was a vice president to Atiku in 2019 again, 2015, is it 2019? Yeah, 2019 against Buhari. They lost. And when he came out now and he lost this election, that is when he now knows that everything was rigged against him. Come on, what can Showore do? Showore first time, he got 55,000 votes. The second time, he got 35,000 votes. He didn't cry that the election was rigged or whatever. So sometimes we need to sit down and tell ourselves the truth. If you are not popular in that state, there's no way you are going to rig any election. And politics is local. Anywhere in the world, they use one way or the other to sway voters to themselves. Even in the so-called American something, they have super delegate in the primary.
So in Edo, Beverly was more popular than Godani.
I don't let people complain too much when they lost. It's
Remy, let me tell you, you see that list they posted there. Edo North projects are not even there. There are more projects I cannot even see on that list. Apart from that, you see, Aswe Godalo, like I said, was experienced, educated, was a good man, in my opinion. Obaseki was his problem. Do you know Obaseki, how many projects Simon Mora, he deceived Edo, for example, the first month he came in, he was going to build Giggle Seaport. Memora don't understand it. He promised airport in Edo North. He deliberately lied to the people. He promised things he will not even attempt to even do them. People were hungry. People were hungry. So because of his failure, that was why Aswe was really punished. Most of the votes that helped Pueblo in this election came from Edo North, especially. The Benin people, most of them refused to vote. Usually,
so what happened in Ekpoboka or Edo and
let me finish this.
What happened in Edo South? Why you people? Why are you dodging the main issue?
Normally, that's
the
what I want to
we're talking about the system that brought him to power.
Let me.
He's already the governor. We're not campaigning.
Well, let's
talking about the system.
You are right, but what the issue I'm addressing today, when you are saying the governor is not working, does not know what he's doing. Let me tell you the worst you will know in Edo State. During Obaseki, you will hear Edo best. They tell you Edo best, Edo best. Edo is digitalized. Edo is up. But if you go to Edo schools, you will weep. Apart from what Oshomale did.
How was he able to move them from 30-something to the third or the second in the entire country?
Where is the report? Show us the report.
The report is there. WAEC and NECO. WAEC and NECO result.
Put the link here.
I don't have the link. The result is there. They got an award. They got an award for that.
Omoruye, you are.
Some people even came from other country and West African country to come and copy the system.
I don't like to argue with you. Omoruye, we agree on a lot of things. This issue is a major issue. Sometimes when you are speaking about it, I don't want to talk about it.
You don't know the root cause of Obaseki's problem. That's why you people are. That's why they deceiving you.
When it comes to this issue, you are not. That this is just the truth. He said Obaseki was a con man. This was the truth.
The ones you have there now, they are even more corny than Obaseki.
No.
You talk about courtesy. Who among this cabinet is not a courtesis? From the state chairman of PDP, Yara Terebe, to the governor, a deputy to Obaseki, Finishaibu, to all the people around, to the Kabaka. Everybody around the Pueblo, they are courtesis. If you want to eradicate courtesy, start from your cabinet. Charity begins at home.
Okay, Okpewolo is not a courtesis. Obaseki was.
He's a courtesis. He's a courtesis. You want me to tell you?
Obaseki, okay,
you want me to tell you where he belongs?
Obaseki was a courtesis too.
Which group?
He belongs to pirate. Obaseki is a pirate member.
Okpewolo too is a courtesis. What was he doing for Aneni? Let's not go there. Talking to somebody fighting a courtesy. Who is not a courtesis in the door? In this cabinet. The deputy there is now a courtesis. Shaibu is a courtesis. Kabaka is a courtesis.
We know.
Even the Oga in Edo is a courtesis. Their grand patron. Let's not go there, man. Let's not go by naked ourselves in the market square. That's my place.
Unfortunately, in the South especially, most of the elected officials, most time they are courtesis. I've said this thing. That's why. But when I saw the governor fighting this courtesy, I gave him a lot of credit.
He's not fighting anything. It's a political witch hunt against opposition. Go and look at the number of houses that were listed. That were listed for destruction.
MPM is a political party.
You don't know. Let me tell you what happened. Will you have time for me to tell you what happened? What they went for MPM? Do you know what Matthew do you recommend in Bini?
I know Matthew recommend. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know the House of Rep member Marcus Honorable from Ekpoma, Edo Central?
Yes.
Do you know the houses were listed for demolition?
That's true. I heard that.
Were they demolished? Were they demolished? Were they demolished?
They were not demolished.
Do you know why they were listed? Do you know why they were not demolished? I don't be baby politician. Maybe rest over there. I know. Let them not deceive you. You know American based. Me na home based. Me na grassroots.
Amarie,
Oh.
we then go and don't go play politics. So I'm serious. Be getting ready.
Me na home base. Hey, well, I not be American base. I be home base.
No, I be home base. I be
No.
home
You know,
boy.
you know, burger politician. You know, burger.
I be
When we live out there. No, man, not
no wahala.
my voice. Man, not disturb people too much.
No wahala.
So what is the topic? What is the topic of the day?
Ola, don't go sleep now.
No, I no sleep now. I just allow you to free flow because the I know people who they fight. So after you fight finish, I can bring topic if you want.
We know they fight too. I'm worried about my guy. Any day will forget.
In fact, I'm surprised that
we gotta tell ourselves the truth sometimes. It's okay like that.
You know, so you stay far away, so they deceive you. Now we know what to do.
I'm still trying to figure it out how Showerite is now Obasekite. So I don't know. So that means something don't change along the line. You know, anybody.
No, that shows objectivity.
Yeah. Without objectivity that doesn't work for objectivity that work for only Obaseki, that doesn't work for Tinubu. That doesn't work for.
I'm not speaking for Obaseki. Obaseki not my candidate too. I just say, you know.
Do you know how many kilojoule you just spent just defending Obaseki?
The process was wrong. I was speaking against the process that brought in Bebulu. I'm not campaigning. Elections are over. He's the governor. It's our governor. We can't change that.
Okay. So let's just survey your opinion. Is anybody still comfortable with this Nigerian system we are using, or should we just go back to 1963 constitution? Because
regional system.
Yeah, because the pre-independent constitution and 1963 constitutions, they are what Nigerians actually decided upon. Everything that came after was imposed. You understand? Especially the constitution. So now, part of the reason I'm talking about this is this: if Nigeria must stay together, we should find a way to remove anything religion out of that constitution. Sharia should be taken away because since they put Sharia in that constitution, the country has never remained the same. So that is showing imposition. Then if we go back to what we agreed upon up to 1963, don't you think that one is better for us as a country? At least to start with. Otherwise, we should just find a way to...
You see, I don't think it's about Sharia. I would explain to you. I'm a pro-regional system. The reason I started this campaign the last 1 year, when I saw what is going on, the thinking of Nigeria, especially the three major tribes, the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Hausa Fulani. That was why I started that campaign, because you see, Nigeria, I don't know if I want to say they don't love their country. You don't. What I found out online is the minority tribes in Nigeria. I don't know it because we are minority. They tend to love the country more, in my opinion. This is my personal opinion. So I'm thinking, when you regionalize the country, so Yoruba man will not complain of Igbo man will not complain of the Hausa man. I think the minority in the north, the middle belt, they can have their region. You can call that the north central cities. Probably cut more area, like cut along the Kaduna South. Just kind of look for a way to bring the minority together. Then in the south, obviously, the south is all minority. I feel they can work. In fact, if you want to break it down more, I don't mind. But as it is now, 6 geopolitical zone, I personally feel regionalizing the country, resource control, I think is going to help Nigeria more, even in terms of development. You know, it's going to be at a fast pace. Like, in terms of development. So everybody will sit up. Or if you are not doing that, the way we have the state now, let's look for a way to really make our local government independent in such a way that development will start from there, you know, in such a way that we have good electoral system where if somebody like Omoroye now make him local government chairman in his local government, these are my people, he's ready to work for them. If I have such system, even if I,
Omoroye will not work.
he
Just be
will. He
fighting.
will. I trust Omoroye. He will. So you can have what we have several something local government, right?
Omoroye, you don't run away. And I was just trying to bring him
I've been
in.
on internet. Maybe he will come back. So we can have competent hands. What we now see, we have more people that can come and really they are ready to work for the people, you know. I just want a way why Nigeria first we fast develop. The people, even though I also have this belief that even the people agitating, even when you, for me, even when you break a country, make a local government a country, people that love the vision will still go ahead and divide that local government because their think is they gotta look for some kind of division. Either they tell you, oh, this region of the city, oh, they don't do this, they region. So people will always look for a way to have division. Otherwise, having one Nigeria where you have a president that will actually look at every nook and cranny of the country, I see it as he saw a constituency and is ready to do what is right. That would have been the best because um I personally believe West Africa is supposed to be one country. Provide the other Africa, we just have two countries in Africa. You know, if you the way the world is going, but fortunately we are here because you hear this tribe thing everywhere. Is the discussion reduced to tribe everywhere? It's problematic. It's really really problematic. You see when Trump is coming to bomb Nigeria, some people want you to kill some people want you not to bomb. It's so funny to me. We don't have one voice at all in Nigeria. We don't have one voice at all. It's a major problem. That is why I feel probably when you regionalize the country, probably you will have similar people kind of dealing with themselves. So if Yoruba want to complain why development is not in his domain, then he should complain about the Yoruba leader over there. If Igbo man want to complain about Igbo leader over there. If Hausa Fulani,
but at least security will improve.
Security will improve too. Yeah.
It will improve a lot.
Yeah, the
They are
federal
not going to
government
come from the north and relay you from the south like that or southwest.
Yeah.
And we all know if they continue to bomb themselves to death in the northwest or north, it's not my own
Exactly. So you protect your environment. I feel because for me, if this is discussion like this is just my thinking, right? But the discussion can be expanded where you listen to other people, listen to people's view. How can we build? How can we make it better? That would be good. That would be good. You know, let Nigerians live like normal human being, man. It's frustrating.
The problem is that first we have to fashion out what kind of system really good for that country. We have to fashion that if you are from the north or maybe from the northwest and you are coming to the south, you cannot have the same right as the local people of that south, south.
Right.
Because the way that country, we all know that we have tribal and religious problems.
Is big.
So if people coming from that place know that, oh, I'm going to dwell in this southwest or south for my business or whatever, then you must respect the local law and the people's culture over there.
Absolutely.
You cannot just come and
You see one thing, if you ask me, I want the type of arrangement of the UK. You understand? So, you know, if you're having 3 regions, 6 regions, so those regions will just be like a country, but it's not a independent country, I think, in terms of sovereignty.
Yeah.
So, but then, the thing is, you understand, for us to be productive, we have to take that matter of our religion out. So when I was speaking the other time that Sharia in our constitution is a big problem, that AY said no. You see, if you say Sharia is not a big problem, look at the framework of what they used to bring Ishpa, and Ishpa now they be overstepping in the northern part of the country, and nobody is cautioning them. So the thing is, anything you can put in that constitution that can push into something like abuse, we need to take it away. Then, so to me, I still believe we need to sit down, and for peace to reign in that country, you have to take Sharia out, because they are saying Sharia will not affect Christian, and Sharia has
what I
Well, let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. You see, Isba has nothing to do with Sharia. One.
Yes.
What you need to remove from the Sharia is the criminal aspect of it. It should not apply, but it should remain this as civil for the Muslims only. Because even in America, we have Sharia, we have Sharia law. In UK, you have Sharia law. In Canada, you do. Even like allowed compliance for loan, for example. This kind of stuff, because there are a lot of people in that region that accept it, that they depend on it. But the only thing is, it should not be applied to non-Muslim, and it should not be applied to criminal cases.
Yes.
This is what I'm gonna say. To be
So,
honest,
I will also go back to
hold on. Let me just tell you something about the Canada you mentioned. There's nothing like Sharia in Canadian system. That you are coming from a country that you have Islamic banking and all those stuff. You understand? It doesn't make Sharia part of our Canadian legal system. Nowhere in Canadian legal system you find Sharia. See, let me tell you one thing. We are not saying you should not practice your banking or whatever, but we should not use that Sharia as a means of mediation, or you understand? So, because we know we are yet to reach that development level of, you understand, of being responsible. Even not only that, even in the country when you've even allowed Sharia
well,
to
Sharia law did not start. It did not start in 1999. Oh, sure, you know that. I think you mentioned that.
It started. It started from the
No,
Constitution.
even before the British, Sharia law was in Nigeria.
I'm not aware of that. I'm not aware of
Oh
Sharia.
man, let me break it down for you. The Sharia, the traditional law were in existence even before the British. So what now happened, right? When they were framing our Nigeria constitution, it was more like the Sharia, the civil law, and the customary law. That was how we had the customary court. You have the Sharia court in the north. This was the reason. Go fact check me back and all this information. So it's not new. It's just that because of the because of the religious tension going on in the country, that's why you hear people measuring it. Like Isba, you measure. Isba has nothing to do with Sharia. Isba is just like
a
paramilitary
security
for the government.
arrangement in Kano State.
I check
And
this issue.
although they obey the no drinking of
Okay. Well, okay. Which state extended its own to the point that you don't want to see man and woman together again in the public space now? You understand? You see this thing when you.
Oh, he said did it. Even in Saudi Arabia, they see man and woman together.
So Nigeria is taking their own to. No, you have to look at the peculiarity of people before you bring the law.
Name of the state now.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on. See, the thing is this. You see a country like Nigeria that we see how far they have a level of education and the way politicians are immature and they are likely to abuse. So I think it's not the right time for us to clamor for something like Sharia in our constitution, to be honest. Any trace of Sharia, I think it should be taken out.
Let me tell you something.
Hold on, uncle. Then if the northern part of the country cannot do, if they want to practice the Sharia, because we've taken the statistics, especially in Africa, where you stick in Sharia into the law. At the end of the day, they end up with a very big problem. Anything religion that once it enters your law, it becomes a problem. So you can prevent it, you can avoid it by taking it out of your constitution, at least to stop the extremists. Something some fuel for them to propagate their ignorance. So that's my point. So Remy.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, what I want to say is this: apart from the constitution, the state also have their own law to protect, probably to come into force.
Right.
And when you talk about Sharia, it's not all the northern states have Sharia law in their system. I think what they are doing, which personally I think those Sharia law are being used.
12 states have Sharia in their system. Don't say that. It's
12 states have Sharia in it. Which one are they? Are they really using it? If you talk about the states that are using Sharia to maybe talk about Kano, we talk about, and I think the way they are using it is just to make sure that majority of those people that are not educated, the poor one, and the most religious one among them, they are using it to put them into order one way or the other. But sometimes we have some exceptional cases that, of course, if you live in that locality and you are not a Muslim and you are living there, and you have a right not to be taken to Sharia court, you can take it to the normal high court. But all well and said, I think the problem is that those Muslims in the northern part of the country, because they are not educated, so they have used religion to blindfold them to believe that we are fighting for your cause, which is a lie. They are just using them. And the reason is like that is because even in the South, that people are fairly educated. Some Christians, some churches are still blindfolding some of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, blindfolding some of them to the extent that they say, you don't need to go to, there is a miracle in the church, you don't need to go to work. And if you see some people, they will not even talk to you as a Christian or a Muslim. They will think you are not a good Christian and you are not a good Christian. So the problem is that religion, unfortunately, is bastardizing that country. Look at it now. Can you, for God's sake, people are still talking about Muslim ticket? Even the Shetima and the Tinubu you are talking about, do they pray 5 times daily? Do they even go to work? I just what kind of people
if Tinubu catch you, eh?
No, see, Remy, you are missing it up.
So sometimes when I see people, the way they think, these people are just using you.
You are mixing it up. You are mixing it up. Let me tell you one thing. Religion is a tool. We've said it often severally. Yes, it's a tool. Okay. Now, when you now give that to some kind of legal backing tool, it becomes more dangerous. See, those people implementing Sharia, those people implementing Sharia, they are not necessarily doing that because of the love for the people, but just because they want to use it to control for the selfish interest.
We are saying the same thing, Ola.
Now, when you now have
to bargain for power as well. How can you? Sorry, let me quickly chip in. You will see what you want to say now. How can you test some people that are doing from day one? They never even learn ABC. They don't even know nothing. Just give them gun, go and kill the other people because they don't know nothing. Because education will open your eyes from the start, the moment you enter primary 1 or whatever, or kindergarten. But these people, they don't know. So that is why they thought that they are fighting for their people. What they will tell them is that go and buy them, because if you don't buy them, they will take over your religion. They will take over this, they will take over that. And they don't know nothing. So you can see exposure in life is very important. Now, when you go to the southern part of Nigeria and you see most of these Hausa doing Okada, doing a sort of job, you see them very calm because they have seen the way the people there are living. Do you think they would like to go back to the place where things are not organized anymore, that they can buy them anytime or drive them to go to be a terrorist or whatever? So unfortunately, we still have a lot of work to do in Nigeria, but unfortunately, there is a big division among the major tribes.
But Ola, let me say this, right? So the Sharia you hear, right? It's actually applied to the civil matters and personal matters, basically.
But they've
So
been misusing it. That's the problem.
they did misuse. That's what it's not Sharia. That like is bad. That's it's a mistake. So the kind of civil matter when you hear Sharia, what is applied to? It's like marriage and divorce, like inheritance, stuff like child custody, family obligation. These are kind of the stuff that is applied to. What is bad? Do is bad? They don't even have nothing. They are not doing nothing across Sharia. It does not have. So when you go to Sharia court, you just deal with this civil case. I don't think, to be honest, even in UK they have that. Like you are allowed to use Sharia on civil case. You can fact check me. So as regard to Nigeria, just like what Remy said, I think it's the north somehow when it comes to religion. They are not the only Muslim in Nigeria. Now, share Yoruba is almost like 50% Muslim Christian now. But do you hear? I don't. They live peacefully. They live peacefully because probably because of the a lot of exposure in the southwest. So even when you form even if there is Yoruba nation today, I don't think they will have major issue. Look at the. I was telling my friend we were having that discussion yesterday.
Okay, why? Don't forget that
Hmm.
Ilorin, for example, is a Yoruba city.
Yes, I know.
And when you brought something like Sharia around that place now,
Mm.
Ilorin today, when I told people here the other time that if Yoruba nation wants to go today, I want people from Ilorin. It's either they become
I
religious
don't know
neutral,
how they make Quara.
or we pay them off and relocate everyone that want to practice Sharia there to Sokoto. Then when we are feeling Ilorin, we feel in Ilorin with people that are not religious fanatics, just normal people. Ilorin people now, with due respect to some decent one among them, Ilorin today is a city of religious hoodlums. You understand?
Ilorin,
And
they have a lot of Islamic scholars, so it's not a small play you can mess around with. I can tell you that they have a lot of.
no, that's why I told you Ilorin today is not Ilorin we used to know. They've bastardized that state, that city. Now look at where we have massive banditry today. You understand? Now, Ilorin, Kwara State. Now, Kwara State. I think Kwara State is practicing
And
Sharia,
Kwara
right?
State, the banditry in Kwara just started, right? It just started like last year.
Yeah, because now the thing is this: is there no correlation? You understand between banditry and where we have heavy concentration of Islamic people that want to practice Sharia? Because it's like, whether we like it or not, there's a jihadist movement in Nigeria today. See, I understand descent Muslim in the north. Of course, I have Muslim in my family, so it's not a thing that you understand. But it's just like when we are saying Christian, we have some extreme Christians. You understand? All those people that will tell you that if you do not pay tithe, your life will be tight, your life will become tight, and all those people that will manipulate you with different things. But what makes this one funny here is this. What makes this one scary is when some are now using religion to the extent of terminating people's life. That is where it becomes necessary that we have to take this thing out of our constitution, so that we don't give people legal basis to even make a reference, so that anybody that see, whether you like it or not now, I think the religious leader, the religious leader in the north, I think they even have more power than your so-called the so-called politicians. And that's where the problem is.
If I can chime, if you're done online, that's fine.
Go ahead there, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks. Regarding well, it's always nice to learn, when people have something to teach, right? So, I didn't understand what the other thing, AY was talking about Sharia law, and the other thing he said, the other term, what does that mean? I don't know what it means. I couldn't hear because Remy jumped in the middle of that conversation. is it investor, whatever you called it, the other part of Sharia law you were talking about? I said
when I say it's applied to civil matters and personal.
No, it's Sharia law. There's Sharia law, and there's this other thing that I think Allah is confusing both of them together.
Isba.
What is Isba? Yes.
Isba, it's more like paramilitary. You know how, like, say in a state now you have like they set it up like say vigilante. It's just that they name them because it's in the north. That is why people look it like
So
that.
is it akin to Amotekun? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's a security outfit.
Or is it more religious based paramilitary?
It's not religious based. Because of the activities, that is why people see it, especially for example, sometimes they go take alcohol, you know, like they go take bottle of alcohol, they will just destroy them. Say, why are you selling alcohol? Stuff like that. That's why people are not see them as it's Sharia, they are destroying alcohol, stuff like that.
Uncle AY, let
Well,
me tell you
it sounds
something.
like they are there to enforce Sharia law in the north. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they are doing. See, no, let me tell you one thing. No, Ishba and Amotekun, they are not even close. Nothing. They are not in any way close.
Yeah, Amotekun is purely security. Yeah.
So what Ishba has been doing is to enforce aspect of Sharia. Then please tell me any other duty apart from enforcing Sharia content.
No, they do security actually. They do security.
What type of security?
Like security,
like a man and woman should not sit together. What security?
No. Isba doesn't. They don't do that. They don't do man and woman don't sit together.
The problem in Nigeria is actually
hold on.
Let
Let me give you some of the activities. Okay, like you said now, they enforce bans on alcohol, sales and consumption. They monitor public conduct like gambling, prostitution. You understand? Look at all those things now. You cannot gamble when you have Ishba. Then prostitution, no. Then definitely they mediate on family and community disputes.
Okay,
and
let me
educate Muslim on Sharia. Educate Muslim on Sharia compliance.
Okay, I think I have a good overview of what Ishba is now. Obviously, if they are in the north and it's against the law to drink. It's against the law to drink alcohol and this other stuff. Yeah, obviously they're going to enforce that part of the law in addition to whatever other laws that civil law that they have to. So I understand it. So AY also said Sharia law has been around since before our independence. I mean, when the British were there, I didn't know that.
Of course it has.
Well, I didn't know that.
It was there.
I don't remember reading that or being taught that in my social studies.
You can check it out.
Class.
Check it out right now.
Well, I'm not.
Please, Daddy. The problem is that it's called Sharia. The problem.
I was ignorant of it. I'm just saying I don't know.
See, please, Daddy. I think in Nigeria, let me comment and say this. In Nigeria, we have a problem. We have a fundamental understanding. The issue now is that people are fixated on the idea of Sharia law, okay? And where the problem is, like I see with Mr. Allah, because I think that Mr. Allah has a fundamentally Islamophobia.
Just stop being politically correct. I won't take that. I told you categorically that Sharia is not codified in the Constitution of Nigeria. Anybody
yes, Mr. Allah, can I land? I'm not contesting that in the Constitution.
Please hold on. See, I'm not going by the way of political correctness. I'm going.
Who wants to be politically correct? I'm not being politically correct. I'm putting my opinion. My opinion. You cannot define for my opinion for me under the guise of political correctness and try to silence me under the idea that I'm being politically correct.
Islamophobia.
Well, that's an observation, and I did say I'm sorry. That's not the case.
That is true.
That is an observation. Now it's an observation. Am I not allowed to make an observation?
No, it's not true. I'm married from the Muslim family.
Okay,
that does not dismiss the observation now.
Stop it. Aro puts me and you in the same category. Anytime you have anything to say against the Muslim religion, it tends to label one or try to pigeonhole one. So that's
Why
the
is
way it
that
goes about it.
blackmail? That's an observation. You can say that. You can say that's not correct, and leave that at that.
It's okay to have a different opinion that you don't agree with about Islam, but it doesn't mean you have to live with the person as you normally do.
Now you think I have? You think I don't? You don't? You don't think I don't have any difference? Can I continue? Would I be allowed to continue to make my submission?
See, you retrieve the word. See, when we discuss like this,
But,
you know, you
let
have
me
to
land my
be
point first. I'm not done talking.
Which kind of Islamophobia? Who is afraid of a? I'm just telling you that we should do something normally, and you are being political.
Ola is not referring to we here. He's referring to.
It's referring to me. He mentioned me
No,
particularly.
it's not you. I don't.
No, it's referring to Allah directly. I heard him. That's what he does.
That's my name. So
I thought he was talking generally.
No.
Can I continue my? Okay, please let me land and then I'll come.
Yeah. Okay. So the Sharia law thing, it said they have 12 states with Sharia law in the books, but they don't enforce it. So who cares? As long as they have them on the books, they can activate or reactivate those laws at any point in time. I don't want to live in a country where we have two sets of laws. One to serve some people because of their religion, and the other one for other people. It's just a matter of time before the thin line between our normal laws and Sharia law is going to blend together. When they will begin to persecute everyone, it doesn't matter if you're Christian or Muslim or not. If you violate any law in their territory, they can use Sharia law to persecute you. Okay, so I don't want to fall into that trap that they're not doing right now. Only when a Muslim and Muslim have a problem, they invoke Sharia law. That is, to me, it's a cockamamie story. I don't want to go into that. I don't believe that. And also to mention, a Muslim North and a Muslim South are two different entities. If you ask me, the people in the North, they think of Muslim Southerners as second-class citizens in terms of their religion, in terms of their Islamic religion. They don't consider you as a Muslim. You're second-grade Muslim, okay? And I know that's the perception that they have. I'm not sure if it's good or bad, but I even heard another politician, which I actually like a lot, but he was just saying the truth in regards to Ashwaji in the past election. That in Northerners, he said it, I watched him in his own, from the horse's mouth, that the Northerners don't regard Ashwaji or Southern Muslim as Muslims. They're second grade. They're second grade. We're not the same in that regard. Huh?
No, praise daddy, no.
No, don't tell me
Would I be allowed to make my submission now?
I'm telling you what the person said. Don't say no. I'm telling you what the politician said. See, when I say things, I always say directly from the horse's mouth. I don't make conjectures.
I heard that politician as well. That's true. What Priest Daddy said is very true. I heard that as well.
I don't make things up. I say the truth. And prior to that guy saying it anyways, I've always had that perception, and I knew that because again, but anyway. So what is the point here? Sharia law, it cannot be. I don't think should be part of any state to have to judge people, be they Christians or Muslims. I mean, I understand in the private settings, or maybe in the church, or in a mosque or whatever, that you can invoke or use whatever law or any approach of counseling that you choose to. And that is fine in a private setting, but not on a national or local level. I don't believe in that. Go ahead, Arrow.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I think Mr. Allah should understand that individuals are allowed to make submission and observations. And before I made that submission by Mr. Sophia, I said I did put it there, caveat there. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but that is just an observation. Okay, that is not an insult, and that's not character assassination. That is just an observation. Okay, now going forward, like I said, I think the problem in Nigeria is that number one, we don't even understand and respect each other enough. Priest Daddy made a statement there. Duplicity of laws. That is actually not a problem. Once there's an understanding and there's a boundary and there's compromise. We have a fundamental thing where we think that laws are that there's that we are so different and so fundamental. I'm a Christian. I'm conservative in my approach. it's quite possible that there's many of the things that I believe in, well, that's even the most conservative of Muslims probably believe in, that we share. And there's probably laws that we probably disagree on. And that is why we actually have a structure for passing laws. If there are 12 states in Nigeria where there's Sharia law, I don't have a problem with that. And I'll tell you why I don't have a problem with that. As long as they pass it in their state's House of Assembly. I come from Osun State. If we decide tomorrow that we want to be traditionalist, I do not want anybody to stop me. Because that is what me, as a collective, that is what we believe in. But because we don't even want to give ourselves any chance, and we don't want to compromise, and because people see religion as a tool of political contest, that is the real problem in Nigeria.
Bam. Period.
Religion is a tool of political contest. There's nothing in Nigeria. There's no fundamental. Do you know that in Canada, Mr. Allah was told that there's Sharia law being practiced in Canada, and he said it wasn't true. It is true. If there's 3-4 Muslims stay together, if they decide they want to adjudicate civil matters on the principles of Sharia law for divorce,
yeah.
Sharia, what are the things that Sharia law actually, and like someone said, a politician said recently, a very top-ranking politician said, there's no Sharia law in Nigeria, there's just political Sharia. There is no Sharia law in Nigeria. Not in any state in Nigeria is there Sharia law. There's, however, political Sharia. It's James Manship.
Are you saying Sharia law supersede a Canadian law in terms of civil
or
marital dispute?
The problem is you are looking at the word law. Forget the word law, the terminology law. Because when you look at the terminology law, you have to look at the constitution of a country, and you have to look at the way the courts, the government recognized courts operate in that country. In the Canada, there's no Sharia court. In the United Kingdom, there's no Sharia court. In the United Kingdom, there's no Jewish courts. And there's no Jewish. But however, do you know that United Kingdom, there's communities, okay, that are predominantly Jewish, where almost everything they do there is according to Jewish traditions and laws.
Okay, sorry. I think you're trying to blend some things together that are not. I said it earlier. If they want to, it's okay on a personal or even more on a communal
we
way.
are saying the same thing. Civil arbitration.
You're invoking the law. When you say the law of the country can be circumvented with another law, we're not talking about the same thing.
The law of Nigeria will never be circumvented by Sharia. I can tell you that. I would rather die before that happens.
For example, they can do in Chinatown. They can.
According to the law. Remember this. Even in communities, okay, you are conflicted. Nigeria is different to some of these societies. But what I'm talking to you about is arbitration, civil arbitration. Okay. Now, like I said earlier, there's no Sharia law in Nigeria. There's only political Sharia. However, because in Nigeria, we recognize that we are different people culturally and religiously. From the time the British were there, they actually were operating they actually allowed customary laws to be upheld. And what you had in a lot of the parts of the South and the North is that the customary laws were upheld by the kings. That's because the British had a system of indirect rule. And they rested a lot of powers in the kings. And because, so what you would have found is that in societies where the kings were traditionalists, a lot of the customary laws were based on their traditional and customs there. That is why it's called customary. And what we are seeing. What we saw in let me land this statement. Let me land this statement so that this can help us all to understand where we're coming from, the trajectory. What we see in Nigeria is a transition in states where are predominantly Muslim in the north from customary laws to what would have been termed customary laws were then legislated at their essentially what they did is they domesticated their customary laws and called it Sharia law. That is all. Now, do I agree that there's abuse? Absolutely.
Okay, before you go further,
and is ISPA a tool of the abuse? Absolutely.
What we're talking about, obviously, the British did not show up, and that's when Africans, or we Nigerians, came about. We've always existed, and we always had our own society organized in whichever way we see fit. Okay, so we didn't start organizing or addressing ourselves because the British came into our
No,
country. So that's not the
I'm
point.
not saying that. I'm not saying that's
Okay,
where that started.
so be it traditional, be it Sharia law or whatever. Yeah, my understanding is that the Islamic tradition or religion was there before the British came. So of course, if they were using Sharia law to guide themselves or to rule themselves, then that is fine. We're nobody disputing that. What I'm talking about here, and perhaps Allah, is the codification of a law into Nigeria's national law. That's the concern here.
Mr. Please, Daddy, do you know the Constitution also recognizes customary courts in Nigeria?
Yes.
The Constitution of Nigeria does not make Sharia law equal to canon laws, or what we call, I think what the term they use it in Nigeria is kind of the normal laws. The Constitution does not make Sharia equal or overpowering over it. The Constitution of Nigeria sees Sharia law in the same way it sees customary law, and the Constitution recognizes customary courts and customary law.
Absolutely. You see, let me quickly say
I think the problem is the word Sharia. I think that's where the issue is.
Let me tell you, whether you like it or not, you understand. Sharia is being used at the state level in those 12 northern states of that country. I don't just understand what you are talking about. We see something.
But we are not arguing that. We are not arguing that. That is not the contestation. That's not where the argument. That's where the issue is.
Let me quickly say this.
Is the fundamentalist nature of certain people in that religion that we fear. The word Sharia can be
the issue here is excess. Is excess. The problem is abuse of power and excess. That is what we need to address.
Let me quickly say this, right? Prince Daddy and Ola, let me ask you this question first. Do you know the source of the civil law we have in Nigeria?
Okay.
If you want to answer, you don't want to answer. Let me tell you how Sharia law came about.
Common law or civil law.
Common law is based on canon dictates.
The Christian religion too. You don't know that? It actually have a flesh from the Christian religion. See,
common law is based on canon.
Hold on, guys.
Why
you will talk. See, let me tell you one thing. If you want to say all those Christian law, I see people looking at the Constitution of United States of America, Canada, British as Christian law. Where is it codified in the Bible? Because let me tell you one thing. If you want to have Christian law, hold on. If you want to have Christian law, it's going to be similar to Sharia. Because that's part of the Abrahamic religion. Eye for eye, let me tell you one thing. Eye for eye, all those principles of cutting and all those stuff. You understand? You will see all those Ash Moses law. If that because
that's the first testament. That's the first testament.
Old Testament. You want to say? What I'm saying is this: all those law from those countries you call Christian law, they are not Christian laws.
No. Allah,
they are not Christian laws. American laws and British laws, they are not Christian laws.
Let me break it down for you, please. The UK. Who was the head of the UK? Who was the head of the church?
The Queen and the King of England is the head of the church.
You need to understand that
the King of England,
the law you are calling, has a lot of influence from the Christian religion. This is a fact. You can
bring it out of the Bible to.
No, actually, in that regard, I agree with AY in that regard. That there's a lot of tenets from the Christian religion, the Bible, that's part of the civil and customary law.
I love this discussion because we are open. See. Before the British came to Nigeria, like what Aro explained now, the reason why we have the Sharia, you hear the Sharia, the customary and the civil law now. So what really happened, Nigeria were practicing Sharia in the north. Then our what is it called? King and they were following the customary law. That was why they created the customary court. They see, because they were looking for what will guide the people. So that was why they adopted the three of them. The Sharia you hear is actually based on civil matters and personal matters for the Muslims, especially in the core north. So me, I don't see anything wrong with it, except if anybody is using it wrongly, excessively, they can call that off. That's why I can say, okay, still restrict it to the civil law, not the criminal cases.
But that is what is restricted. See, when we are contesting abuse, there's actually abuse of Sharia law in Nigeria.
So
we're abusing it.
See, when you hear the Sharia, it bites non-Muslim in their district, but they go to Dubai and Saudi to other places to enjoy. Nobody is cutting their hand off. So this is it's just
political Sharia. What we do it. We have political Sharia. That's what we have.
You see why I wanted to stop you from where you are talking about the other time. Okay. See, when you talk about British law, you know, people have said this thing over time. Oh, the law we have in Nigeria influenced by Christianity. It's not true. It's not true.
It's
now, let me tell one thing.
True.
Hold on. No.
Okay, let me do the research for you. Go ahead.
British customary law, their local law, was just they've been there before Christianity. It was
influenced by Christianity.
Mr. Ola, can I just make a statement?
Hold on. I'm making my own statement. I allow you guys to make your statement now. I'm encountering what AY just said. See, all those are being those misconception. You know, when people see all this, I just few time just to say, okay, let me even Google this thing out to even stop all these stories and all these things that were influenced by Christian law. It is not true. It's just because they happen to be Christian countries. So the law made by the parliament, not according to the law of Moses. Just tell me a particular law in United Kingdom or America that is from the Bible.
So I have it here. Ola, I just asked.
Give me one law in British or American law.
Hold on. Let me read it. Let me read for everybody. Hold on. I asked ChatGPT, was the British customary law influenced by the Christian? Short answer, yes. British customary common law was influenced by the Christianity, especially in its moral outlook, but it was not derived directly from the Bible or church law. It's more of a blend.
No. Did you hear that word?
Yes, I heard it, but the answer is yes.
No, I want you to repeat that last sentence.
I get what you are saying, but it was not derived directly from the Bible or church law.
Hold on now. Exactly. Stay there. You know.
In other words, the framework of this customary laws were actually Christian based. I do agree with that. If you go
this is a common knowledge.
Hold on. See, you see the way you prompt ChatGPT sometimes. You know, ChatGPT too is a politician. That app you see. It's a politician. So hold on. If you prompt it politically, it's going to give you political answer. That's ChatGPT for you. So now
the Britain, you hear everything was governed by the church. The church was the head of the government. It's now they change it.
Getting it. But okay, tell me that Sharia is not rooted in Quran. Yes or no?
Sharia is rooted in the Quran. Yes, that's a fact.
Now, is British law rooted in the Bible?
I can say yes.
When they say it was influenced.
However, we have to understand progression.
No. Hey, hold it. No, I don't want you us to play with grammar and vocabulary. Please, don't let us play with grammar and vocabulary. I ask you a simple question. Was Sharia law directly from Quran? You say yes, right? And I'm asking you, is British law directly from the Bible? Simple as ABC. And you are going to quote those verses where you see that.
Rooted. He said rooted. That's what he said, rooted. And that's what I'm contest. That's I agree with.
No, hold on. I don't want all this intellectual play with grammar, semantic, all those stuff. This is a very expensive question.
This is
Is Quran law? Is Sharia from Quran?
Sharia is from multiple sources. Yeah, Quran is part of it. Hadith is part of it. From multiple sources.
Now tell me one British law that was lifted from the Bible.
It doesn't matter.
Anyway, can I help you? Can I say something? What happened to the British law you are talking about is because of
reform now. The Oliver Cromwell reform is where you started having reform now.
Ola, calm down. The one for the Sharia never changed because they follow the.
It's a customary trait, yes.
The only Quran and the Hadith, but the one like semantic what we are talking about has been changed, metamorphosed over the years.
This matter though, it's not. This is a non-issue actually because really it doesn't matter.
I'm accusing Remy now. I'm accusing. Hold on. You know, Remy, you are a king of political correctness. And you are
what is political correctness in there, Mr. Allah? Who's in there now?
I asked a simple question. My question is explicit. I'm not even asking you.
You use the word rooted, Mr. Allah. Rooted.
Hold on. Are you controlling my word for me?
No,
I'm
no.
asking you, is Sharia law from Quran? Simple as ABC.
Yes.
Now, is British law from the Bible?
It was.
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'll say yes.
Hold on. Now, when you are lying publicly and you don't know that you are lying, I will ask you, please, can you please give me just at least? I will give you. I will expand the net for you so that it will be easier for you. Can you please give me 20 laws from American laws and the British laws that are from the Bible?
Okay, I'll tell you. That shall not steal. So with the mosaic principles that guide even both Sharia and common law, which is the canon law, which is the basis for which a lot of Western civilizations, Italy, the Roman Empire, British, ultimately through the Roman Empire, the French. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not covet your neighbor's property.
Will you steal your Yoruba culture? Will you steal your Yoruba culture?
That is just canon law, Mr. Ola. See, let me expand on what I'm saying, because like Mr. Remy said, yes and no. See, like I said, the first word you used was rooted. All laws, to the best of my understanding, are based on the moral trajectory of the people that form those laws. And you have to look at England, a United Kingdom. What is the basis of the society in the United Kingdom? We are talking the Middle Ages, okay? Right until the time of the reform of Oliver Cromwell, okay? The basis and the reason the English, okay, the kings of England stopped being Catholic and they moved to Protestantism as well is based on political circumstances that had to do with marriage. And all that was towards the end of territory. Of what territories they control. Okay? Now, we need to understand the history of humanity. Now, you can say that common law in England as of 2026 has been also subject to progression. The progression has been subject to is that as the people, their lives has progressed, they've reformed their laws to better reflect their current circumstances.
Right.
Now you can, and that is why I always go back to the idea of customary traditions. In Nigeria, we have tribes. In those are tribes, we have customary understanding. You can say that because you, Mr. Allah, you are very well educated and you are progressive, that you accede to common law and that you do not believe in any customary traditions that the Ekiti people might follow. It does not nullify the fact that the people have customary traditions. And some of those customary traditions that they would have had laws that govern societies based on those customary traditions. you need to then look at Sharia law in that same light. And the thing about customary traditions is that it's not subject to change the same way common laws are subject to change based on society. Customary traditions tend to be is the same way our forefathers did it, and that's the same way we are doing it. And that's how you have to look at Sharia law. And the problem in Nigeria is you look at religion. And that is why the Europeans and Westerners are progressive, because they've been able to individualize religion. We have not individualized religion. We still use religion as a tool of conflict, as a tool of repression, and as a tool of oppression, and a political tool. That is why we are here this morning. Well, this is very early for me, and we are talking about religion. It is a non-issue.
Absolutely. I agree.
In fact, it's a non-issue.
Guy, hold on. So let's stop this thing. Let's stop this. It's a non-issue thing. You understand? While
It is a non-issue.
Hold on, guy. While I recognize those true Islamic faithful that are normally decent or whatever, you understand? And I still tell you that it is still this same religion that some are hiding under to perpetrate terrorism. You understand? Now, look, okay, now let me tell you something in Nigeria today. Have you ever seen whether radical Christian or radical Onisheshi or radical or any other type of religion that say Nigerians must convert, you understand, to their religion? See, the radical one that you say you must convert to Islam, become Muslim, they always come from the Islamic section. And and these guys, by the time some of them are even quoting, they be quoting, you know, the Quran. They say which other one, which other book they say, you know, they refer to that one apart from Quran. You understand? They will have backings for this.
Mr. Ola, you are normalizing Islamic fundamentalism. There is nothing normal about Islamic fundamentalism. There's nothing normal about it. So we shouldn't even accept it as a normal part of society.
Hold on. You will never see anything in Nigerian law or British law that say, okay, this is a Christian law. But when
law, the civil law is influenced by Christianity.
Okay, give me 5 seconds. So to Aro's point earlier, he made a great submission earlier about the progression in human society regarding our laws and how they change over time based on our society and human interaction. That is factual. But a lot to the question about what Bible law can be seen in the British and American law. Believe it or not, a good example would be the quote in the Bible that says, "Suffer a witch not to live." Do you know?
They only just abolished that law in the 2000s in the UK and Ireland.
Okay,
you know that wasn't just abolished recently.
You know, in America, they used to kill people that are
for witchcraft.
For witchcraft, people that are witches or they deemed to be a person that's deemed to be a witch is they hang them and they kill them.
The last witch was put at the stake in America in the 1900s. Can you believe that?
Well, that is right. I think that was a Salem witch fire. So the point here is that that practice in our society, according to the law, was directly derived from the Old Testament. So that's one of them. But we don't do that anymore. Even many Americans don't know that. It's kind of barbaric to think in today's world that you hang somebody for being a witch. It's like it's almost it's inconceivable. So that's one good example. So,
part of the law.
Yes, no, it was. In Mr. Ola in the UK, Mr. Ola in the UK, that part of that was only just removed.
Hold on, I'm asking Prince Daddy. Is it part of your law, Prince Daddy? Is this part of the law now?
No, not anymore. Not anymore. That's what I was saying to Aro's point about laws changing over time.
What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong when I said we should take Sharia out of our constitution?
See, your reservation about Sharia law is I share that reservation absolutely. Also, my fear is the radical nature of those of certain people behind that law, what it could be in the future. But if you look at it, quite frankly, the Islamic law or practice, there are so many good things about them, especially the one about usury, for example, and there's some other ones that quite frankly, I would love our society to adopt into our national jurisprudence. You want to put it that way. And there are great things about the Islamic religion. Many great things about their law, especially.
Mr. Allah, do you know the risk of taking Sharia law out of the Constitution?
But again, there's some other parts also, just like the Christian religion, that if you were to implement those laws, I mean, it's going to be tragic, to our society. And there's some people that, like you call it, hardened religious people that will hold on to those harsh part of the law, and that's what you and I don't want. And that's why we're trying to be neutral as much as possible.
Prince Daddy, like you said, you like some aspect of Sharia law now. You can live.
Sorry, let me correct myself. I said in the Muslim religion. I'm not sure exactly the Sharia law, but I know there's some good things about the Muslim religion, especially the issue when it comes to usury. I think that's a good one.
No. I don't have problem with Islamic as a religion. That's one thing you understand. Even if now, like maybe the principle of borrowing without interest of all those stuff, you can do some kind of things without labeling it in Sharia.
That is
can
what
go and
is
borrow
called,
law.
Ola. That is what is called. It's Sharia law.
I'm telling you, okay. Let me tell you something. You can still get that law with that. So once you start attaching that Sharia law, there will be some criminals. Tomorrow, some manipulators.
I don't think you understand this stuff, Ola. To be honest, I'm sorry.
I'm see, as long as that Sharia is still there, you understand. If you don't address it, I don't even want to understand that.
Mr. Allah, can I make a contribution?
No,
I think
the abuses and excesses of human nature is what Allah is alluding to, in which I agree with also.
I agree.
You said earlier, I think AY yourself said earlier about religion being a tool, and I always give this quote that there's nothing ever been given to man that man has not abused, be it religion or any other thing. Man will always abuse. So the excess is what we have a great reservation about.
Prince Daddy.
Continue,
go ahead. I can hear you.
I think, Mr. Allah, you said you want to have Sharia removed. I think the danger of if you have Sharia law removed from the Constitution, the way it is right now, is that you also have the risk of customary laws being removed from the Constitution. I'm a Yoruba man. We have Yoruba customary traditions.
Okay, what Ogun law have you applied in your customary law?
But people go
wait now, Mr. Allah, there's no part of our constitution. Mr. Allah, wait now, wait. Can I go? Okay, Mr. Allah, but the thing about is this, Mr. Allah, the fact of the matter is this: are there customary court? Are there Ogun worshippers and initiates and Songo initiates in Nigeria? Even Ode, the Olodes, the worship Ogun, they actually have a set of traditions and rules that guide how they socialize amongst each other, and they have adjudication, within themselves. And that is what the customary law allows. The customary law. So, Mr. Allah, wait. You see, we have to be very careful. Mr. Allah, I'm being very careful because sometimes in Nigeria, what I see in Nigeria is this. We want to spite the face. We cut the nose. Down the line, we all suffer for it. Like I said earlier on, the Nigerian constitution only recognizes common law for criminal matters. However, the Nigerian constitution also recognizes customary laws.
And the 12 states of the North, they expanded Sharia to cover criminal laws. That's the problem.
No, they have not. They have not. Okay, not in any of the 12 states, because remember that these laws are domesticated in those states. But also the Constitution of Nigeria actually also allows you, in the Southwest, if the majority of you practice Songo or whatever, it allows you to domesticate civil matters and actually domesticate. In Osun State, we can domesticate an Osun law if we have one. We can domesticate Songo law if we have one. it's what we are. The risk of if you think that you want to attack Sharia law is that you might attack customary traditions in the future. Okay, Yoruba people might come up with a set of laws that is based on their own customary traditions. You will not be able to enforce it.
Oh, but hold on. Now, if we say okay, if we want to say Ogun is customary, Sango is customary, or it's customary, everything is customary, and we please remove that word Sharia now and I put them everything on that customary.
Yes,
we don't have it customary.
We can.
I think then please go ahead and remove Sharia.
But the Nigerian Constitution, the line of the Sharia, the line of the Constitution where Sharia law is recognized is the same line where customary law is recognized.
Guy, wait. Which of our customary law in Yoruba land will give you blala if you commit an offense? Like say they go and give you lashes of cane. Just tell me one. Tell me one. The one that you will pass document and be giving people lashes. That will be people give lashes of blah blah. Tell me when it is in our customary law. Just tell me.
Well, I might not be able to cite one, but I'm sure there's punishments and consequences in some customary traditions when the adjudicator won't each other. I'm sure there's. I mean, if there's no consequence, if there's no consequence,
live in local community. At least I think I'm more qualified than you when you say.
But Mr. Ola, we've seen communities, okay, where individuals have been banished from their community because they flouted what we would consider to be customary, to be civil.
Banish under this current constitution of Nigeria.
We have seen it now. We've seen places where they've walked, even up to last week. I saw a place where they said that in the southeast, they walked a man out of town. He was banished from the community, from his autonomous community, because he slept with a married woman.
Wonderful.
But that is customary.
That is customary. Wait now. Of course, if anybody banish you from community in the southeast, you know that one is criminal on its own. Banish you from community.
But that is why they call themselves an autonomous community. See, the problem in Nigeria is this. I'm not contesting that it was excessive, because even I found that to be excessive.
You cannot see. Let me tell you one thing. You cannot banish anybody from any community as far as the Nigerian constitution is concerned. That is.
But does it happen? Does it happen? You can. Mr. Allah, you have ChatGPT. You can use ChatGPT. You will find that it happened last week in that autonomous community in Imo State.
Wait now. Even if it happened, that's criminal. Just the tantamount to how they were amputating people in the north.
Hey, we're not contesting. That's criminal. Was there ever a time that wasn't criminal?
Okay. Under what law? Under what law were they able to refer to something that they needed to amputate people then? Tell me.
Even the Sharia law in Nigeria does not allow that. That's criminal. Even the court, you know that the individual in that case went to court. He went to common law court and he actually found justice. He was actually awarded a compensation. Do you know that? The problem in Nigeria is we abuse everything. Like Prince Daddy said, everything in us is subject to abuse. A politician in Nigeria said, the problem in Nigeria is not that we don't have Sharia court, we have political Sharia.
Hold on, that means see, marrying more than one wife, it depends on how you do it in Nigeria. If you go to court and you obtain marriage certificate and you go and marry other guy, you go and marry another person again, they court in Nigeria, that's bigamy. So that's criminal. But if you marry according to the custom, you understand? You didn't go to court, you marry according to the custom. Even if you marry 100 wives, you are okay. You understand? So the only thing, don't just go to court to go and marry. Once you marry in the court, you have to divorce before you can marry another person. That's just the way it is. But this one that let me tell you something. You see, Sharia is creating problem in Nigeria today.
I cannot let you continue, Miogba. You said there are no. I came up for this. I had no plans to come up, but there are no Christian radicals in the country. And look at your screen. You have Prince Daddy right there. Exhibit A. Everybody's going to hell to that guy. If anybody's going to hell, what do you mean you don't have Christian radicals? We have them. Look at he's a clear example of a Christian radical.
I didn't say we don't have Christian radicals. No, I didn't say we don't have a Christian
You
radical.
actually said
I said the
it.
approach.
You said it.
No.
You
I
said
said,
it.
oh no. I didn't say. I'm not stupid to say that. Trust me.
You said there was no
said,
Christian radical. You said it. You said that.
Hold on. Listen to me. I said, as we have radical, as we have Islamic radical, so we have Christian radical. And I said that's why some people will tell you that your life will be tight if you do not pay tight. I actually make an example.
Maybe
it
you
is radical.
You know,
Oh, it's not a mistake. I know
it.
exact phrase I use, sentence I use. I know exact semantic I used. You understand? As we have radical Islam in the Islam, so we have in Christianity.
Yeah.
That's why I say, unless some people will say your life will be tight if you don't pay tight. That's the radicalism.
Ola.
It's a lie.
Let me define a Christian radical. Do you know even the born again believes that his fellow Christians are going to hell. That's what he believes. That even within Christendom, if you're Catholic, Anglican, or Methodist, it's not good enough for them. They even condemn those people. They are the radical ones that condemn everyone.
You know the difference. But that one, it can only say the soul that sinner shall die, shall pie. It can say all those things 10 times. But it will not, as a person, go after you and say you must do this thing or I pie you. Even if you want to use it for political things.
I was held in a vestry in a room as a child for 2 hours and was forced to speak in tongues for 2 hours as a child. Okay, so don't tell me you guys did not torture my soul. I went through it with you people.
That's not what I'm saying.
No.
So hold on. I ask you a question. Have you ever seen a Christian that puts bomb belts or that say okay that carry guns? Wait now.
No.
Have you ever seen a Christian that went to mosque and go pipe people there and start shouting praise the Lord?
No. So psychological
Mr. Ola, are we talking in the history of mankind? Are we talking in modern history?
Let's talk about what is happening now. Don't take me back.
Now, but you said, have you ever seen? That's what you did. You said the question, have you ever seen? Because there's been plenty.
Yeah, at least have you ever seen? You, in your generation, have you ever seen that?
Well, I've seen because I saw it in history. Yeah. And I can recount.
I don't do this. Otherwise, we can start talking about
Ola, the Canada where Ola live. Ask him how many what's it called on Margrave that were slaughtered by Christian in
where
Canada.
you
Mr. Ola, was there Mr. Ola in Australia just in the last several years, in less than 5 years ago, we saw an individual that was motivated by nationalist and Christian fundamentalism, and he did go and attack a mosque where Muslims were. And
in Canada, where Ola live, Itapu, a Christian.
Yes, you can say it's not common. You can say it's not common. You can say it's extreme, but extremism is extremism either way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but trying to redefine what psychological manipulation of people, bullying people, all in the name of Christ, is being done on by the other side. Just because it's not pronounced like Arugidba was alluded to, doesn't mean it does not occur on the other side too. They might not use bombs, but the words that they use psychologically manipulate people and bully people as well. So it's on both sides. You cannot just say it's just Muslim only. That one I disagree with.
When we talk of extremists, there are level of action. When you understand, the question is this:
he will not define level of extremist.
No, hold on, guy. We don't let us reduce this thing to Nollywood now. Let's just talk this thing.
Go ahead.
The thing is this: there are wrong doctrines. People propagate wrong doctrines in the Christianity world. Nobody is even saying that. We said it here. That's why we say pastor that are riding jet, all those stuff. We said all this thing over and over. All those people, all those manipulations. We have the same manipulations among Christians. We have even the kind of manipulations among the traditional practitioners too. You understand?
Prince BT, Mr. Lambasoro.
Hold on, let me just land. Don't interrupt. Let's discuss. So among in Christianity, in traditional practices, you understand, we have some radicals or some manipulators, you understand, that we hide under that religion or the practice to manipulate people. We know that for sure. But the question is this: you won't find among those people. When was the last time you see Ogun worshiper that we just go to church and go to mosque and say, okay, you must convert to become Ogun worshiper, otherwise we are going to burn your churches.
A lot of Christians do that. Please, don't do that.
A lot of Christians do that in Nigeria.
A lot. Even let me give you an example. Hold on. I was living with a roommate in school, in university. He was a good Catholic guy, right? Me, that is a Muslim, I was living with this guy fine. Christ Embassy member would come and be disturbing this guy. Until one day I said, leave this guy alone. This guy is a good Christian. I don't even have problem with him. They will, even you that is a Muslim, they think, oh, you going to hell, oh, you gotta cover, you gotta give your life to nonsense. I'm like, you stop this bullshit. Christian bully in lecture theaters. During lecture, they will come and be disturbing.
You are talking of bullying. You are not listening to what I said.
Why are you pretending you don't know this stuff are going on?
When was the last time Christian carry rifle? Always the body with.
They just give you example now. In Canada, in Montreal, it happens like 2 years ago. You are not aware.
A Christian.
And now in Australia as well. The Australia as well.
Please,
what did he do? What did he do? Oh, yeah,
he tried people in the mosque. Go it. You sit there.
And do what?
Kill people in the mosque. In Australia, they kill over many people in the.
You've got to give me the evidence. So you've got to.
But it only happened recently now. It only happened recently.
See the videos. Stop doing this. Don't do this.
No. AY, hold on. We see people in America that we just go to school, random people, and start shooting people. We've seen that. We've seen people that we go to park and shoot people. You understand? Now, the question is this: are you linking those one to a Christian? That's what I'm asking you now. It's different from when you see a group of extreme, the extremists in the Islamic faith that will go and shout Allah Akbar.
Let me answer you. So first of all, the cases we are telling you in Motra, they were targeted Muslim killing.
Please,
in Australia. Hold on. Let me speak, please.
I'm not saying you should not speak. I want to see the evidence.
Line. In Australia, they were targeted Muslim killing. In America, you have all this mass shooting all throughout all the year. The only time you get to hear them making noise over them, if the name look like a Muslim name, Muslim are in trouble. Why is it that if it's not a Muslim name, they don't? When Aro was saying that there is Islamophobia, you will try to deny that. That is exactly what is going on. How come you don't understand this stuff?
No, AY. Don't change this narrative. Let me tell you one thing. We know Boko Haram. Oh no, wait. We know Boko Haram.
Oh man.
There's Lakurawa. There is ISIS. There are a lot of them. Please give me a group of Christian Islam extremists, a group that is designated a.
I have one for you. Ola.
Please give me
there was one group. No, I forgot. Okay, I'll Google the name for you. But it was in Africa. A group of terrorist organizations they were justifying their killings with the Bible. It was an African country. I will find the name and just give me a second.
Give me the name. That's good. Give me the name.
No, hold on.
Give me the name.
But my point to you guys is that be Christian or Muslim, aren't you better off without these two religions? Because I've never heard of somebody killing because no, seriously, Ola, aren't we better off without, because they're just causing wahala all over the place.
Who is speaking? Please let me help you. Ola, have you heard of the KKK?
No, I've not heard of KKK.
You've not heard of the KKK? That's a Christian group. I know you know. You can please
I
research.
say I
on
don't
this.
know. As you are talking,
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
googling them.
Have you heard of the?
You know what?
Okay,
I don't have
let
to
me give
Google
you
for
group now.
Islamic
You need
before I
group.
know.
Let me give you group. If you've not heard of the KKK, have you heard of the Army of God in United States?
What are they doing?
That same thing they are doing. Have you heard of the Lord Resistance Army? Go in Uganda. Please research this group. I tell me what they do. KKK, if
Now,
you don't know KKK, everybody knows what KKK.
It's waiting now. I've
They
seen
are
KKK
violent
now.
group that are
Wait, hold on. No. I've Googled KKK now.
Okay, thank you.
Wait now. KKK said they are the definition a white supremacist group. See the definition.
Supremacists are Christian extremist group.
Guy, hold on. I don't know all those things. I'm just talking of what I know here now, what I can see. I told you that I don't know, right? You gave me, and I'm reading. They call them a white supremacist group, promote racism, anti-black ideology, anti-Semitism, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant views. So that's what I find. That's what I find about them. Are they Christians?
So they are Christian extremist group.
Okay.
Where are you checking it, please? Where are you checking it?
I use ChatGPT to link me to play.
Read.
Ola, don't use ChatGPT. This stuff was important on the public news. So there was an instance.
I know you will tell me not to do because it's not.
But there's the public news now. CNN, Sky, everybody.
I'm actually surprised.
Arrow, before you continue, hold on. Before you continue, I remember like yesterday. Ola, you asked for the name. It's called. That happened in the 90s. So it was called the Lord Resistance Army in Congo.
Oh yeah, in Congo. I now see.
Killing people.
They're chopping people's hands off now. They were chopping people's hands off.
They were using the Bible to justify their killings.
Yeah, now NRC, Lord Resistance Army.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
They're still active, but they're not gone. No, NRC are not gone. No, they're still there.
Anyway, see, let me tell you all this.
What do you mean anyway? What do you mean anyway? Don't move on. No.
No. I want productive argument. I don't just want to argue for arguing's sake. Now we are.
Mr. Ola, don't let us justify evil over here because of our religion, because of the religious.
Don't be disruptive. Just hold on. Let me just make my point. The question is this: we are talking of Nigeria now, right? So now, no, of course, Nigeria is what we are talking before you guys started deviating, right?
Okay.
Now, the question is this: can you tell me those Christians in Borno, in Katsina, in Sokoto, in Kaduna, in Niger State, even in Oyo State, that form the group that are terrorizing?
Let me tell you, I will help you, please. In Kaduna South, go and confirm anybody can confirm.
General Lekwat and his people.
They have a Christian extremist group killing Muslims. In Jos, in Plateau,
a
lot of Christian extremist militia killing Muslims. Honestly, I'm surprised you don't.
Guys, we can do without stressing the truth. You understand?
No, this is a truth.
See, hold on. Don't even see. See. Let me tell you one thing. IPOB as IPOB is today. IPOB is not even a Christian group.
I did call IPOB.
I'm just giving you an example for the fact that even Igbo people, they are about 98% Christian. And most of those Christians are Catholic. Even IPOB from there, IPOB is not even a Christian group. You understand? I want you to know all those things now. You will never see an IPOB guy go to mosque and I say, praise the Lord, and the next thing.
Okay, now you ask a question. I'm telling you of Kaduna.
Hold on.
But you are calling IPOB. Why are you calling IPOB?
When you see the Islamic group, Islamic extreme group, when they were coming, they will be shouting, Allahu Akbar. Just know the difference. Now, you are telling me now just because you have some people in the jaws that they just have to protect themselves and they have to counter-attack.
Mr. Ola, don't let us normalize anything that is wrong. What's not wrong is not. It doesn't matter under what guys anybody does it. What is not right is not right.
Ola. Here's the pointer.
let's get rid of all foreign religions to save lives. How about that? Let's do that.
Orlando go agree.
Let's do that.
No, Mr. Alasha, a traditionalist, oh. Hey. I will need Mr. Allah.
So Kiloan defend the one for. Let's get rid of all of them.
See, Babati, you can do your religion as long as you are not imposing your religion upon me. That's my point here now. That has been my point.
Ola, let me give you a.
Hold on. No, let me answer Babati now. I even got to a point that, okay, even when everything's settled, I want all the preachers in Nigeria to be licensed. And once you do not comply, you understand? Once you do not comply, your license can be suspended. I don't know, but when you start saying, I must do this, when you are saying, oh, okay, look at what they are doing to Onisheshe in Loring. They say you don't want this thing here. You are forcing that woman. The woman is no woman being. See, that's what I'm saying. You see people are saying you have to convert to Islam. And we are looking at this now. We just want to be justified with what is happening in America and what is happening in the United Kingdom. Is that what is happening in Nigeria?
Wow. Ola, let me help you with something. You see,
where are they? Where are we not seeing this problem in Christian
Ola, let me help you. Let me help you. You started with Sharia. I know you are just jumping around.
Yes, I say I want us to renegotiate. I'm going to Sharia from my constitution, and I still stand by it.
You see, let me tell you this. You see, Nigeria Christian, they are very anti-Muslim. I'll give you an example. The government we have now, the president is Muslim.
The two religions are against themselves.
Hold on. Let me help you. The president is a Muslim. The vice president is a Muslim. Despite they know these people, they know there is no agenda. They know it's not about religion. This is about politics. They will never stop talking about this as if they are turning everybody to Muslim religion. In a place like Oshu State that is dominated by Muslims, both the governor and the deputy are Christian. I have never heard a Muslim say you must leave the office. You can't because you are Christian.
That's one of those propaganda. We don't have evidence. We don't have evidence. We don't have evidence that Muslims.
Okay, now I know Allah is not ready for discussion, objective discussion.
No. Did you get my sense? Or
you are here to defend. You are here to defend. I see that. See, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. As a matter of fact, in all the Southwest state, all the governors are Christian. You know the population of Muslims in Southwest. Do you hear Muslims complaining? No, we don't have a governor. Do you hear them complaining? So what I'm literally telling you, this, like Caro said, this issue are just, the Sharia you hear, Sharia is not what you think. Sharia is a way of life of self-centered people. They choose to say this will guide our life.
Then let us mention Songo, Ogun, Ifa in our constitution.
There is provision for it. There is provision for it.
So
the Nigeria Nigeria constitution.
Let us mention Oshun, Yemoja inside our constitution. If that you understand, I'm saying you should take Sharia.
Yeah, they can do it. That is why we have customary.
Go and practice your Sharia without putting in a constitution. That's what I'm saying. Put everything on that customary. Don't mention Sharia.
In Nigeria, right? Nigeria protected the traditional worshipper. I say, okay, you are traditionally go to customary court. You are a Muslim, go to Sharia. You're Christian and other people, what you choose, go to the civil court. This is easy. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just that lack of what is it called? Lack of better word. What was this word called? Like we don't want to understand ourselves. You only think along one line. What we believe is what we believe. There are Muslim in the north that will have your kind of thinking. They will say, why are we having law that customary law? Why are we having law that are coming from Christian angle? They can also have that argument. That is what we don't think. So you have a population, you have Nigeria that have The North, you know the population. So when they say that they are not forcing it on anybody, that is what I said. The Nigerian Constitution needs to protect non-Muslim from enforcing the Sharia law on them.
Okay, I will now
The
ask you.
criminal case to don't put them on the
Okay, now
use
let
it
me
on
now ask you a question
on
now.
criminal cases.
Is it by
Mhm.
accident
Mhm.
that where we have Sharia implemented in Nigeria are under terror attack than other areas not covered by Sharia? Is it by before you mention hold on, before you mention Benue and Jos, you understand? You know they are trying to displace those people and take over their land. So I don't want you understand. But let us go to where they are practicing Sharia. Is it just by incident that where they are having that one that you understand that we now have extreme
You see,
extremists?
honestly, I don't like having this kind of this discussion are very weak in my opinion, because the longest crisis you have in Africa is in Congo. That's a Christian area. Can you say it's Christian that are doing
I'm
that?
talking of Nigeria. See,
So look at Nigeria.
No. I don't want history.
I
don't
can break
want
it down
history.
for you
I
what is going on in
want
the
global
north.
trend. No. See, when we are talking of what is happening to us, I don't want us to find way and escape to history. And that's why someone was quoting history of 2 million years there. Who cares? I know that. Hold on. I know that Britain. I know that Britain forcefully forced some people to convert to Anglican. All those things they were in several hundred of years. I'm not talking of that because I never existed that time. I'm talking of what is impacting my life currently. Those people then they knew how to settle their matter. For me, I'm still protecting myself as I speak now.
What
so
I
I'm
will
concerned
tell
with
you,
what is happening in my own lifetime.
You see, most of the cases you see in the north, a lot of these cases are not religious, but you will not believe. You can believe anything you want to believe.
I know. I know. That's why I said they are hiding under religion.
You see,
don't give
most
them
of
tools
these
to hide
cases
under.
they are not religious, but fortunately, because this is a Muslim-dominated area, that narrative sell is so easy. It's just like the Christian South today, where you hear when
But you see what they are publishing on social media now.
I know,
those people that are leading.
It's just like what the Orange Man said, Christian genocide did not. Christian pick it up from there. They are shouting Christian genocide, Christian genocide. Where people know, even people that live in the north. I'm not saying there are not places where they are killing Christian. There are places where they are killing Muslim. We need to understand Nigerians are dying, because what I see, what that really did to us was to divide us across religious line. This is what me, when I was discussing this issue, what I was canvassing for. What I have seen, I see a foreign journalist breaking down the issue going on in Nigeria, what is really going on. Successfully, I think TNT station. That was the only guy I saw. He broke everything that our Nigerian local journalists could not even address this issue, even if they know, because they are taking side. You go to the Northwest. The issue in the Northwest has nothing whatsoever to do with religion at all. It is banditry. It is resource control in that area. Then you come to notice, yes, we have Boko Haram. The so-called Boko Haram, who are they killing? Who are their sponsors? Go to the, what's it called? Where do all these displaced people, IDP camp? Go and check the population there. I see the people that are there. Documented in terms of religion. I see the religion that is dominating in those areas. You come to the only place you will even talk about all this religion in Jos. Yes, there are religious crises for a long time in Kaduna.
But
South.
they don't even have religious crisis in Jos. They have ethnic crisis. Everything is ethnic contestation. Really, it's ethnic contestation.
The same people that will criticize Islam, oh, they are the people. They go to Dubai, they go to Saudi, they go to UAE, they go have fun, they come back, no problem. They go to World Cup where they say don't drink alcohol, they comply. But when they come to Nigeria, tell you, oh, no Sharia, I don't see anything wrong. That's why me and Mibu Kavasi regionalize Nigeria. You have similar people, they can decide to say this is what we want in this region.
Okay,
This is
AY,
what we don't want.
Assuming I agree with what you are saying, but since Shango worshippers, Ogun, Yemoja, Egungun, everything, they put everything under customary law. At least they are not mentioned, and Egungun worshippers shall be this or those, you understand? I'm now telling you what's wrong if we put Sharia without mentioning Sharia, and whatever activities you want to do, let it be customary. Why must it be Sharia?
But no, Mr. Hala, but it is
I don't like
the
this arrow. I don't like this one. When AY talk for like almost 8 minutes now, you didn't mention anything. You are now interrupting. I don't.
Sorry, I know I was distracted. Sorry, don't worry, no vex. I was distracted at the time.
What I'm saying is this: what is wrong if you put everything you want to do under your Sharia? Just remove
put
that
it where?
Put
it under Shango.
Okay, now. Remove that with your word Sharia. Remove Kadi of so. Remove Ishba. Put everything under customary. At least now we have customary. Wait now. We have customary.
Why will you put Sharia under customary?
Hold on now. Let me tell you one thing now. When we are talking of Onisheshe now, Onifa now, Araba of Oshogbo now, for example, all those people, they are supposed to be qualified as Oluwu and Akpena. They are supposed to be qualified at least to owe some kind of court when they attend to their people, because it's part of customary.
Yeah.
Mr. Allah, can
hold on. Let me talk now.
Sorry. Go land, and then I'll come.
I'll be talking. You'll be interrupting me. I can't AY be talking. You won't interrupt.
No vex.
I don't vex.
No. You know if you vex now, you're meaning now. I want to actually go let you go anyway.
I can't come right now. This is
no, Lawrence, I should let you but let's finish what you're saying.
Let's go.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. Since we have traditionalists, we have Onifa, we have Yanifa, we have Yanifa, Babalawo.
Ola, quick question. How come you know all these things?
Hold on. I need Yaoshun. So those are customary. Why do you have to have that special mention for something that is Islamic? Why don't you have special mention for that for all those traditional lists too?
Okay.
Islam is not.
Mr. Allah, can I think let us look at this thing, because I think a lot of what we have been saying earlier is based on opinion, but what I want to introduce now is fact. So right now I have the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Okay. Forgive me, I know the way they read the lawyers read the Constitution is they have this, but the way I have it here, the document it's chapter 7, which is the judicature. And under that, you have federal courts in part 1, part 2 as state courts, and part 3 as tribunals, and part 4 as supplemental. So under part 1, I think it's section D. So I'll read part 1 for you. It has Supreme Court of Nigeria, is part A. B as Court of Appeal. C as Federal High Court. Now, D as the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. These are still the federal courts. And then E, please, this is where I want you to take it. The Sharia Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory. And F as the Customary Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory. Now, let me give you that. I'll be the way the federal court system envisions the Sharia Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory. Okay, on that section, this says, the establishment of Sharia Court of the Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, there shall be a Sharia Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The Sharia Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, shall consist of a Grand Cadi of the Sharia Court of Appeal and such number of Cadis of the Sharia Court of Appeal as may be prescribed by the Act of the National Assembly. Now, look at after that, F, which is the Customary Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Court Territory. And the establishment of the Customary Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, there shall be a Customary Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. The Customary Court of Appeal of the Federal Capital Territory shall consist of the President of the Customary Court of Appeal and such number of judges as as the National Assembly. And at the state level as well, federal courts, state courts as well, that's how the Constitution as well prescribes it. What I'm trying to make you understand is that the Court of Appeal, Customary Court of Appeal, the Sharia Court of Appeal and the Customary Court of Appeal, they actually have the same, they have the corresponding jurisdiction. I think the issue is that there's the name. Because in the future, if there's a propensity that a large proportion of individuals start a Shango religion, let's call it that. If you remove the Sharia court law from the constitution, you also forestall the possibility, because human existence doesn't stop. If you remove it from our constitution now, you forestall the possibility in the future that you might have a part F, and what is after, you might have a part G or part I, that actually then has a customary court of appeal of the Shango.
Okay, I'll give it back.
Because I don't want us to cut off our nose because we want to spite our face.
Let me respond to you. You see, I thank God that our ancestors, they don't have the type of mentality we have today. See, if our ancestors had the type of mentality we have today, there won't be Yoruba land. Probably, Arogirigba today, you will be in a very hot temperature, and you will be now, you will be now wrapping like about 10 cloths just in the name of religion, and you are covering body even in the hot.
Well, if that is the situation, so be it. I cannot change my faith. But the matter is, this is where I am right now.
I hear you. The question is this: why, when we have multiple religions in Nigeria, multiples, and that multiples, you will see that in everything there, you understand. There's no way they say Christian or Mosaic, Court of Appeal, all those stuff. It's all about Sharia. We are not seeing Egungun, Court of Appeal. We are not hearing that of Onifa. We are not hearing that of Ogoni. We are not having that of Ogun. Or you understand? Now, the thing is everything that you have to say, just do everything that Islamic special at the expense of others. And you are not seeing pattern there. Sir, honorably, respectfully, I disagree with you with all this.
Mr. Allah, I'm not. Let's forget sentiment. Let's look at the law. Let's look at the constitution, the way it is.
Uma are supposed to be sentimental.
Yeah, but the law is what matters over here. The constitution.
Hold on. As we have then you should be encouraging the government now to build the national, the national Ifa temple.
Of course.
Now, then hold on. Then you should, the federal government now should have national temple for Onitsha. Now, look at what is happening in Loni. Do you know that the fact that Onitsha that is there, if it is explicitly mentioned in the constitution that okay, Ogun, Oya, all those stuff there, you understand? You mentioned those in the constitution. You won't see some kind of radical be disturbing that mama Onitsha in Loni. You'll be now saying the woman should pack from what?
But Mr. Allah, we know that our constitution, our laws, and our government. Mr. Allah, our laws, our constitution, our government recognizes only Christianity
I said when we want to renegotiate ourselves that they should take the word Sharia out of our constitution. I ain't because this thing, you understand. You can put Sharia under customary, but don't necessarily call it Sharia. Don't give special court for Sharia. Let them be using customary court for everybody.
Its jurisdiction is the same. Is called the same as.
Madam Zina just called me. Let us hear from
actually, I don't. There was a time they took that thing to Supreme Court. I don't really understand the idea of Nigeria operating on two different laws. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Madam Zita.
So what I'm saying is that this idea of Nigeria operating in two laws is not actually healthy. It's not healthy. A law is supposed to be a law for everybody. There shouldn't be a law for A and the law forbid differently. If Nigeria want to operate under Sharia, the way they have to do it is for them to build it into their law, not as a separate law. I hope I'm making sense. You build it into your law, pick some things in Sharia law and put into your law. But running a different law from the law of the government is absolutely bullshit. Let me make it clearer on what I am saying. You see, I heard you people mentioning customary law. When you mention customary law, it's as if customary law is different from the law of Nigeria. No, it is not. What the law did was that the customs and traditions of our land is built into our Nigerian law. And they now made a separate court for it. But in the Sharia law, it is not built into the law of the government of Nigeria. So they have to build it in. Look, I don't have problem how a country wants to run their law. Honestly, sincerely speaking. But having a law inside a law, that's where I have issue with. I don't know how they come about that shenanigan, but honestly, sincerely speaking, it's not working. It should be built in. Then there should be a court for it. If you do something outside, why am I saying this? Because Nigeria, they proud themselves in people who operate in a kind of a secular religion. Why am I saying that? The customary law is part of the culture and tradition of our land. Then we have the Christianity and then we have the Muslim. But in as that, in our law, we don't recognize that to religion as being a law.
AI, can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
Since it appears that both sides are not willing to budge on this issue, I mean, people that are very keen to wanting their Sharia states, the clamor for that is spreading across Nigeria, especially in the north. Do you think at some point, as a country, we then need to negotiate the terms of us being together? At some point, do you think we are close to that point where we must then discuss Nigeria as a country?
Yeah.
Because because nobody wants to budge.
Are you
Nobody wants
asking
to
me
give
a
an inch.
question or are you making a...
Yeah. No. I'm asking a question.
Okay. You see, those type of things actually, if you base on them to separate a country, it means that that country is actually weak. Because in the real sense of it, you are not supposed to operate another. Look, let me give you an example. If you go to Britain, when I mention Britain, I like talking about Britain because they are actually the architect of all this bullshit, law, order, English language, blah, 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 do's and don'ts of planet Earth. If you go to their country, they have the law of the land, which is the government that cut across everybody. Then they have the traditional law, which they shrink to the minimum. They try as much as possible to make it silent. And everybody runs on the law, which is the government, the constitution, where everybody writes it down. So if you think that because some group of, I don't want to use very foul words for those people because they are actually getting on my last life. They're getting on my last nerves. What I hear come out from those areas these days is actually ridiculous. If you think that because of those group of people that the country will be separated, then I don't know. It shows the weakness of the country. So if the country is weak, let them separate. That's my answer to it.
Which group of people that want separation?
Huh?
Which group of people that want separation?
I didn't say one separation. He's asking, he has even left the platform. He's asking if those people keep insisting on what they want, don't you think the Northerners, of course, now? Don't you think they should go their separate way? I think that's the
So
question.
if they not go separate way, what about the South?
That is what I'm saying. Nigeria is actually a
The
very
South cannot live together, you know, right?
hold on now. I'm coming to that. You see, it is actually very difficult to separate Nigeria.
Very difficult, period.
Do you know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because unless the international community, the people you guys don't like, we sit down and separate it for us, they might decide to separate it according to the regions. But if you say Nigeria should separate, it's going to be a colossal mistake because every ethnicity, inside that ethnicity, every clan will want to be a country of their own.
Absolutely.
Which is actually very ridiculous and can never happen.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling somebody in my office, which day again? Was it? Because this week I did not go anywhere per se. It was week before last. I was telling somebody about Ken Saro-Wiwa.
Mm-hmm.
And they were looking at me with fears in their eyes. They said it happened in my country. I said, yes, it happened in my country.
Yep.
Actually, what waiting can't start the argument. Me telling the story is Ogoni again on the news
Ogoni.
about their oil spill,
Mm-hmm.
about how the oil is blah blah blah. And at least they be reminded that they were paid huge sums of money by Shell.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the payment, there comes the federal government that says they're going to do the cleanup. And they were fixed. They said, we didn't know that oil in the land is a problem to the land. I said, no. The media, the propagandists, the storytellers, the history tellers is not going to tell humans that. That is the aspect of oil crude in your land. That is the aspect people do not understand. It must be mined. It must be explored. I come from oil producing area.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't explore it, sometimes it's gonna form a thick mold in top of your land. Nothing will grow there.
That's what is
Naturally.
happening in Ogoni now.
No, now wait, I'm coming to that.
Mm.
Naturally. Without any company coming in, without anybody digging back, and after so many years, the oil is not being explored. It's going to become hazardous to the crops in the land. But Ogoni people, I told them the story of a cancer where they were like, me? You mean he paid his fellow townsmen because they did not agree to? I said, yes. They call it Ogoni 16. And that was why the head of state then, who is more crazier than he is, chopped off his head. They were looking at it in my country. I said, I put in my country. They were asking me how many of my countrymen and women know this story. I said, I can assure you not up to 30% of them. More especially our young ones. So, and the man wanted Ogoni Kingdom as a country of his own. It was laughable.
Wanted Niger Delta there now.
No. He wanted Ogoni Kingdom.
No,
Go
that's
and read about it. He doesn't want Niger. This is a man who I don't even know who the heck he is. He was just a poet and a writer. I don't know what made him become so.
Actually, he was a good activist, so he was agitating for his people.
Forget about that activist. Anybody can be. I'm talking about who is he? What has he done to the world? It's not being activist. I personally do not like activists because most times they end up destroying lives. That's why I can stand and tell people I'm not a fan of Martin Luther King Jr. And when I say it, people get shocked.
Don't come to America and say that in the black community.
I beg, please. So when I say it, most people get shocked. But I will tell them he wrote almost, if not 200 species or more than 200 species. And I've been able to read up to 100 and something of them. I can firmly tell you that what African Americans are suffering in the